some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking
That's
about.
what I said. So
that's-
when they bullied her,
Yeah.
now, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see when they are dressing them up and dragging on both sides, you cannot you cannot breathe.
That's what
And these
matters.
women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
Onwa is rich in culture and traditions. The people are a mixture of traditional worshippers, Muslims and Christians. Onwa is located at the northern part of Edo State. It consists of 2 local government areas, that is Onwa West and Onwa East. It has a total number of 13 clans and 21 political wards, according to National Population Commission 2006 census. The population of Onwa people is put together at 251,686. The people love tradition and culture. Historically, the people ancestors in deep quest to hand down on their future children a society of love and friendship.
ITV, certainly the best.
In a rare display of botanical brilliance, the palm tree defied natural norms, sprouting multiple branches that bear fruits. This rare occurrence has become a wonder to many, as experts are calling it a one-in-a-million phenomenon. Could this multiple-headed marvel hold secret to agricultural breakthroughs, or is it simply a freak accident of nature? An agronomist with Nigeria Institute for Oil Palm Research, NIFOR Benin. The strange palm tree also raises issues of a blend of science with human interest and cultural significance for maximum impact.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's another beautiful episode of your favorite Rendezvous for Guys on television, and I'm talking about the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, Southside Nigeria, West Side Africa. Now, for starters, the Guys Hangout Show is a very, very interesting show that teaches men to put themselves first in a society where nobody cares about the feelings of men. All right, so we encourage men to prioritize themselves. I believe that it's only when you invest in yourself that you can give out to those around you. After all, you can't give what you don't have. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on another beautiful episode of the show. Now, tonight, I've got two gentlemen with me. Of course, they've been with me before, and we're doing this again. And let me begin with the one that sits far away from me. All right? To my far left is someone that is really passionate about everything that concerns guys. Okay, he goes by the name of Osas Zabi.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. It's great being here again today.
And it's great to have you.
Yeah, thanks. All
right, and of course, seated next to Zabayo is someone else who is also very passionate about masculinity. He goes by the name of Benedict Ochagu. It's good to have you on the show, bro.
Were you thinking about the
No, I was actually looking for a better way to introduce you.
Oh,
yeah.
All right, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure being here, knowing that you are listening and watching us from the comfort of your home.
Absolutely.
Yeah, once again here.
Okay, so gentlemen, we have something really serious to talk about. It's one of those very controversial subjects. And of course, you know that we live in a controversial era where certain things tend to offend certain people. Okay, so as guys, we come across some terms that we use, and some persons just get offended. And one of such terms is, jealousy and insecurity. All right. Now, there seems to be a thin line between both. How would you define jealousy, and how would you define insecurity? Some persons believe that both of them are the same thing. Now, what's your take? How do you see both words? Do you think, they are the same, or do you think one is good and the other one is bad? So let me just hear your thoughts on it. Let me begin with you, Zabi.
Yeah, okay. Like you said, actually, there's really a thin line between both of them. For someone being jealous and someone being insecure.
Yeah.
But they come from two different emotional standpoints. So I believe for jealousy is actually the very evil one. Everybody talks about even is the sin, but the Bible has never talked about insecurity. The Bible has not told us that insecurity is a sin. But for jealousy, the Bible stands against that. Even the Quran.
Is jealousy a sin?
Yeah, of course, it's a sin. It's a sin. Now, how is jealousy a sin? Now, I see you progressing. I see something in you that I want. And because of that, I start hating.
Okay.
I start getting angry. I start having what ladies call mood swing.
Okay.
Because I'm seeing something in you that I need but I can't have. So that is the standpoint of jealousy.
Okay.
Now, insecurity, basically, for me, I think or I believe that insecurity comes from me not having something, but you feeling I have something to offer, and then I now have to try to prove to you that I have something to offer, knowing deep down within myself that I'm totally empty. So at that moment, I become very insecure. So, insecurity as an emotion is something that can actually be worked on, and no, there are no casualties in the game. But for jealousy, you might record casualties.
Oh, really?
You might record casualties. Oh. But for insecurities, you might not record casualties. It's just that maybe you can learn on yourself, maybe balance up where you're lacking and all that. But for jealousy, there most likely will be casualties. When I make casualty, someone might definitely get hurt, or you might want to go into any means to make sure that. I think we're having a discussion backstage about a particular firm where most persons are fighting themselves and all that.
Okay.
This stems from jealousy, not insecurity.
Not insecurity.
You understand?
So jealousy is the bad one, not insecurity.
Exactly.
All right,
that's how I want to put it. Okay. let me put that disclaimer.
That's a fair way to put it. But let me hear what Benedict has to say. He just said that insecurity is not necessarily a bad thing, but jealousy is actually the destructive one. What's your take on that?
I don't agree.
Okay.
The reason is, for me, first let me say that I think you have broadened the context of this discourse. Okay. I thought I don't know whether I'm the one that misread it.
Okay.
It was supposed to be about in the context of love, relationship, and all that.
Yes, of course, you could also do what you narrate to
which is
romance,
which is a nice thing to do. But again, like Zabi tried to talk about the fact that jealousy is the bad thing. No, for me, jealousy is not bad. What Zabi was explaining in his analysis is envy. Jealousy is not a bad thing. Even God is a jealous God.
Yeah, I was going to make reference to how the Holy Book says that God, the Creator himself is jealous.
Yes, there is jealousy is not a bad thing, but again, in context, in grammatical context, some people seem to use interwove envy and jealousy.
I think it's the same thing that people do to the word pride. When you say someone is proud, you could be proud in a good way. Like I'm proud of who I am. I'm proud of my accomplishments. But proud could also mean arrogance. Right? So I guess that's the same thing that applies to.
So there is, in context, for me, jealousy, if it is for romance, jealousy is not totally a bad thing.
Okay.
Because when you love, there will be elements of jealousy triggered in you. No matter how much you try to say, me, I don't care. If another man wants to have her, the man should have her. There must be something triggered in you. That is an offshoot of love.
Okay, so that's healthy.
That's healthy. But when it is taken beyond the boundary of relevance into insecurity, like he was trying to say, tends to be something, to be a function of an inner defect, and so we cannot excuse it.
And what inner defect are we talking about? Could it be
inner defect of emptiness, like he talked about emptiness and low self-esteem? And so, and when it comes to men, when it comes to low self-esteem for men and emptiness, we must stay and address it, because we cannot allow men to be empty.
Yeah.
We cannot allow men to be bereaved of ideas. And so because of the position, the sacrosanct nature or the sacrosanct position that men occupy, because of how important the position of men in society are, I will always advocate that men deal with the problem of insecurity. Because what brings witchcraft sometimes is insecurity. It may seem to be an innocent word, but if it is unbridled, it can lead to a whole lot of other things. Like Zabi was trying to say that it can be managed, which is the correct way. Every man has an element of insecurity in him. You can't pretend about that. But if you have also the ability to manage it and put it under control, means that you have something beyond the insecurity itself. It means there's an element in you that is more powerful than insecurity. But if you are stuck with insecurity alone, that's a big problem.
Okay.
Right? So that is what we are trying to say, that love comes with a portion of jealousy. But insecurity with men, especially when it comes to do with a general workplace, can lead to so many things. For me, I want to say that Instead of being insecure, work on yourself. Grow. When you grow, you will now find out that the next person is not your problem. That your problem was actually lack of growth.
Okay.
If Zabi is trying to do certain things, the reason why I will be feeling insecure when Zabi comes around to do his thing is that there is no value currency that I can also bring that will make me relevant around Zabi.
So you feel threatened by his presence?
I feel threatened by what he's doing. But if I have value currency, and then he's shining his shine, and I'm shining my own shine, then that self-esteem narrative will be, gradually to erode away, and will become better off, will become partners and not just competitors.
Yeah. All right.
So can I quickly let me strike on a part, because I believe that's where most of us want to really miss it.
Okay.
We believe that anything that has God in it is good. When the Bible says God is a jealous God, that doesn't make jealousy good. Because what happens to the people, if you now read it completely, what happens to the people that defect? The Bible tells you what happened to them, right? So that shows you that jealousy is bad. Because God now being a jealous God means that if you now give what is due him to somebody else, there's a repercussion.
Okay.
Which something happens.
So the problem is with the repercussion.
There is always a repercussion. Okay. There is always something. Right. So that's what I talk about. There's always casualties.
Okay.
So just God being a jealous God, there's always casualties.
Okay.
Well, Christians are not casualties.
All right.
I think I quite agree.
You're not getting
sometimes just in language, lexical content.
Yeah.
Sometimes the Bible was interpreted from the Hebrew and Greek.
Okay.
Sometimes the right word may not even be jealousy.
You see.
You understand? But okay, we are not here for Bible study.
All right. In case you're just joining us, it is the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, and the topic for tonight is jealousy versus insecurity. Now, you just said, Zabi, that wherever there's jealousy, there is likely going to be casualties, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I would like to ask you this. What would you rather have? A woman who's not jealous, a woman who doesn't quite care what you do with other women, or one who raises an eyebrow the moment she suspects that you're entertaining the advances of another woman?
Okay. So, so I think that's bringing to the context of relationship right now. So, but for a relationship, I would always want to look at marriage, not dating.
Okay.
Because dating, anything can happen, anything goes. Nothing
is cast.
So I can just see your hairstyle and I'm done with you. I'm done with this relationship. You understand?
Okay.
But in marriages, there's nothing like I'm done with it. You're there, you're stuck here forever. You understand? So when it now comes to jealousy, then and insecurity in marriages, I believe that this majorly comes with the percentages are more from the feminine side than the male side. But whenever it comes from the male side, it's always very disastrous.
Okay.
That's where you see issues like wife beating and all that. But I believe that it's actually unnecessary, because before settling down with somebody, it depends on what you saw with the person. Now, if you saw, if for example, when you were dating, what attracted you to the person is what will attract everybody. No, so I believe that's why most of the times guys are advised to go for ladies that have inner beauty. When we say inner beauty, actually, we don't even talk about beauty inside. We're just talking about some particular traits, some particular values and traits.
Women who are less physically attractive.
No, not that actually. Not that actually.
I think I tried to play safe here.
All right, okay, so the point I'm trying to make is. I think they go for ladies that they have the value that everybody can see.
Okay.
And then another person sees the value and tries to admire it, and then you become insecure or you become jealous. So I'm trying to use both of them together now. So I believe that this is, like I said, insecurity is something you can work on. But jealousy is not something, they're bound to be casualties. Now, if you are being insecure, it's normal. For example, I have a very curvy wife, and then she's working ahead of me and I'm behind, and I'm seeing guys trying to wow. Definitely, what's going on here? You understand? But that doesn't mean I'll not start getting angry with my woman, because this is the same thing I saw that I came after. You understand? But when you become jealous, you are seeing that she's attracting favors that you cannot attract, and then that devilish spirit of jealousy starts breeding in you. And when it starts breeding in you, you start taking actions, doing things you're not supposed to do. You start venturing into areas or angles you're not even supposed to look into. But for insecurity, it's bound to be there, definitely bound to be there, because you're saying that, what's going on here, what's going on here, understand that kind of thing. But jealousy, it's like I keep saying, is the actually bad one. And I believe we try as much as possible to just kill it, or don't even venture towards there. But for insecurity, it's normal. Everybody has one particular area that they're insecure. I can go into, like I've told you, I can go to a gathering where everybody is discussing football. I become insecure there because I don't really know much about football. You understand? But I can go into a gathering where of like minds, and I will flourish. You understand? So the same thing. I'll be in a gathering flourishing, and then somebody is there, doesn't understand what's going on. I just say be insecure. Like, what's going on? You understand? So it's normal.
So just to be clear, you're saying that there is nothing good about jealousy.
There is nothing.
Jealousy can't be healthy in any way.
Never. I still stand by it. There's nothing. It doesn't build anything good.
Benedict, let me get your thought on this. What are the subtle ways, right? The very infinitesimal ways that people exhibit traits of jealousy, not just in relationships, but in interpersonal dealings.
Well, the thing is, I'm trying, because there is a whole lot, but sometimes when I'm on air like this, I also try to keep a lot so that somebody will not go and begin to pinch on innocency of another person and say, this was what I heard on air. This was what you understand. Because somebody, what I may say here may be just an innocent expression from another person. And then because you heard it here, you just begin to say, okay, it means the way this person
begin to mirror somebody else's life against it.
That is the word. So I'm always very careful in making general examples. I just like to establish an open-ended kind of thing, and then you make out of it whatever you will. But again, I think not being excited about somebody's success to the point where you want to do something to stop the person's success. That is one of the biggest ways. For me, at that point, like I always say, Zabi chose jealousy, me I chose envy at that point. Yeah, I call it envy.
All right.
So at the point where you be, naturally, if we are being sincere, when people are succeeding around you, there is a trigger in you that where you now like, why this is not happening to me? Yeah, because every man wants good thing to happen to them. And so when you are seeing it around, you tend to question yourself, why am I not getting this thing? You feel a kind of a bit discomfort at some point, not always, at some point. And then also, knowledge will not teach you that everybody has their turn. Then immediately you will come up as, oh, let me celebrate those that he has gotten to their turn, right? Then that is somebody who will really go far, the person that it will eventually get to his turn. For the one who always take it a step further, that I must stop there, that failure is sweet when everybody is involved. That's why it will never get to that person's turn. So, I would like to restrict it there. I don't want to expand the analysis so that people will not begin to mirror people, like I said earlier, people's innocent expressions as a kind of trait of jealousy or envy, whatever language you put.
All right, thank you very much, Benedict. Now, Zabi, let's take a look at the role of social media in all of this. We are in an era of, in fact, we're in the digital era, and much of what happens in our day-to-day lives, is made manifest on social media. So what influence do you think social media has on people and the way they express themselves vis-a-vis jealousy and the insecurity?
Yeah, so I think in 2019 we had a discussion like this on radio, and I made reference to a point because I'm an added user of LinkedIn. And then you go on LinkedIn, you see somebody posting BSc at 18, MSc at 20, PhD at 25, and then you're looking at yourself like, where did I miss it? You understand? So this is for persons you don't know. But for your circle, you're seeing progress. You're seeing these guys aiming, achieving this, achieving that. It's
smashing goals.
Smashing goals. So I think I'm going to use myself as an experience and then as an example, and then I just break it down with the experience. Now, instead of going into jealousy, like, I'm supposed to be having this, I'm supposed to be getting this, I think what I personally do, I study the process on of how they get there.
How they go there. Okay.
So back then, I was working with a firm. I met top thinkers and big thinkers, and I started seeing how they're making progress. And would I say it's jealousy? No, definitely not jealousy, because I started going through the background to see how they made it and how they got it. Started doing my research, started going through their processes, the certifications they've done, the trainings they've gone through and all that. And I started taking myself through those trainings and the certifications. So I think that's what draws the thin line between jealousy and then realization, like, I want to be like this person now. Most persons will think, oh, you're jealous in the person you want to, but no, I know there's a process. Okay. And then I can go through that. If this person can go through this process, I too can go through the same process and be like this person.
All right.
Yeah, so I think that's what draws the thin line. That's what actually casts the difference between being jealous and then being realistic.
All right, thank you very much. Now, Benedict, what he just said borders more or paints a picture of laziness on the part of some persons. Okay, he took his time to study the people in question and figure out how they achieved their goals and all of that. Does that not give us the impression that some persons just don't have, should I say, the energy to follow through to get to the point where, the people that they are envious of, so to speak, went through? Do you think laziness has a thing to do with this?
Yeah, it does. One thing is the laziness, the mental laziness, the laziness of the mind, the function in the thought processing mindset. For example, like he was trying to say that he saw some persons doing great things and then I find out, okay, what's the process? As a guy, one of the ways you know that there's problem, that you might not go far if you don't deal with it, is when you embrace people's glory without trying to find their story.
The story, okay.
Yeah. You must find out people's stories, and their story may not be basically exactly like yours, but you must also find a pathway of that story to create your own story and know that it's not going to be an easy thing in the process. So you have to find out, like he said, he need to also go and try getting certificate. It may not necessarily be that he got exact certification as some of them.
It's ITV. Certainly the best.
Benin Cultural Dance, a unique dance and quality dance steps of the Benin people. This dance is a vibrant mix of traditions, arts and beliefs, deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor,
Situated in the majestic city of Benin, the home
which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as natives are seen in their numbers around their body depicting the symbol of kingship.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
right, we apologize to all of now when we say yes, now they watch us, we get some small technical issues, but we don't resolve the matter now. So we'll continue for the program we do this evening. Okay, make I again tell us the program they watch our daughter with this now from independent television. My name is Mark Olola Silva, then my brother Victor Aganidi, like I said, the professor or our professor of political science will always join us for this program every evening. He will still join us, but he's on his way. And so once he reach where they go, he will join us. So, Prof, I call you Prof now. Victor, Professor, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, we don't talk now, say he will fight insecurity in the north. This same thing when it's also we don't hear for almost the past 4 years. We just say talk about it. Peter Obi say we will fight insecurity in the north. Take over for there first.
Good evening, viewers. For me, I think all this talk is motion without movement. What Oyibo people they call rhetorics. It has been there now for 3 years, over 3 years, and insecurity is getting worse by the day. And if he's coming to tell us he's going to fight security, what have you been doing? To me, I did not believe it a bit. That is a slap on the face of Nigerians. That is taking us for granted and making us look like a fool. We are not fools. For me, if you want to deal with insecurity, it's simple as ABC. But it has been difficult because those in charge have made it practically impossible because it's a business. It's a serious business. Go and check the amount of money that has been budgeted for security issues. You will know security, they will not allow it to end. For you to come and tell us, now let us even look at it. 2023, 2024, 2025, 2026. Because 2023, when he came aboard, he sent a supplementary budget to the National Assembly. We take it from there. They go and check the amount of money that have been allocated and spent on security matters, defense. Then, if all this cannot bring a slight hope securing Nigeria, where is he going to do it? How is he going to go about it? It's not that the Nigeria security agencies lack capacity to deal with the security we have. No, they have the capacity to, because I have a lot of security personnel surrounding me in all branches of Nigeria security system. I interact with them. So it's not that lack of capacity is the problem. It's lack of leadership and political will to take decisions and say we want to end these things. Because if we end, a lot of businesses will go for some people. And that is how I have seen it. I have looked at it. Because for a president who was elected for main purpose security and welfare of the people, and you have not been able to give people security, common security. Now, when you look at something, if you want to deal with security, you bring all the security branches together. What is the cause of this problem? Who really want to deal with security matter? What is the cause of this problem? They identify the cause. Then, why has it been going on like this without visible achievement to bring it down? You discuss that. What is the way forward? When you put a matter down like this, what we call the ABC of security, you will discover that you will find a solution to this problem. Okay, a situation whereby you could need to tell us, I will fight security, I will fight security. Which security will you fight? What have you been doing? Are you been sleeping? Oh, that means you are not telling us, just now I wake up, I want to fight security now. No, that is afterthought. For me, as far as security is concerned, this government have failed the nation. Woefully for that matter.
But they were able to rescue Orire girls.
Which girls?
All those two they kidnapped for Orire for Ibadan.
Ibadan? They rescued them. Is that what they told you?
That's what they tell us. That's what we read from paper now.
Let them come out to tell us how they rescued them. Which rescue? They were released. Rescue what? Oh, rescue really? They were released.
By who?
By the kidnappers.
How?
They know what they negotiate with the government. They were released. They were not rescued. One of them have given, have talked to the press. He said they came and said, you people should go. You will meet security people at some point. You should go. They directed them. Where they actually met security people who took them away. They were not rescued. These people who kidnapped them released them. So, when the governor was crying that he wants United Nations to come and do investigation, do you think the governor was stupid? That is a direct indictment of the system. Is he not a governor of the state? You think he don't have information? He cannot come out to say, let the independent body come and do investigation. Let's see what come up. And are you not see the sweetness of the center responding to them, accusing him? If you don't have hide anything in the couple, what are you talking about? After all, America bombed a place in Nigeria. You forget his sovereignty. There is no absolute sovereignty in anywhere. But they were not putting that one to do because that's what they use in deceiving people. The man have information, they know everything. Okay, I want United Nations to come and do investigation what happened in my state. And Abuja responded immediately. I was okay, fine, you don't want to do investigation, let them come and do investigation. If you don't have anything, then why are you afraid? They were released, they were not rescued.
Okay, let's go forward. This issue of insecurity in the north, we don't come like say you don't dovetail into other parts of the country. Now, let's look at the role of the northern elites. Those northern elites, they really did fair to that region. Thank God, say you grew up from that place.
Okay, that was.
For the purpose of this discussion, we'll tag this program part 1.
Okay.
So let's look at the role of the northern elites in terms of the securing the north.
Okay, fine. Then you see the first thing I said about trying to end this insecurity is to find out what is the cause. Are you getting what I'm saying? Now, insecurity. You see, Boko Haram started in Maiduguri. We were there when it started.
You were in,
I was in Maiduguri.
How is it start?
Okay. Malaka Chala was the governor, 1999. Ali Sharif was in the Senate, 1999. So, appointing commissioner become issue because of a role everybody played. You now say this is a number of commissioners go to appoint. Okay, fine. Bring them. They know how they share it. But he now also says they want to determine who holds which portfolio. The governor now say, why am I governor? If you are to determine Ali Sharif.
Okay.
So why am I the governor? No. The people you bring, I will give them portfolio. So that was where their problem started from. Then Ali Sharif now formed SAS organization. SAS organization. Ali Sharif organization. They call it SAS organization. So it's people, it's a political movement. That was how as at that point, this problem of insecurity actually was brought upon us by the governor of Zamfara State. What is his name? Yerima. That time Yerima had made a declaration that he's going to operate a full Sharia in his state. So if you don't look at the cause of problem, you won't be able to address it properly. That is going to so all the whole northern region wanted their own state to operate Sharia. Then Malaka Chala operates Sharia, but they say he cannot operate a full Sharia. But we are in a federation. Then Sheriff now hang on that to say, him he become governor, he go operate full Sharia. That was when he brought this man from Saudi Arabia, who became leader of Boko Haram to Borno, and they were mobilizing people. So this thing is a religious issue. Say they want Sharia, complete Sharia in Borno. That was before then. If you lost money, you are working, you lost money from your pocket. The only reason you will not find that money is breeze have blow it away. If somebody say before breeze blow it, we carry a stone and put on top of it so that when you are looking for it, you will see it.
In Borno?
In Borno, midnight, 12 a.m., 1 a.m., you can walk out and go to drink shayi. You will meet them where they are selling shayi. You will drink shayi and go back to your house and sleep. Nothing happened to you. It was a free place. No insecurity issue. Then when this thing now started, they mobilized. Malakaja, the governor then, Ali Sherif had taken over the structure of the party. So Malakaja is not going to get ticket. For as the governor.
Okay.
So he now decamp to AD. The Tinubu, all of them, they came to Maiduguri that time. All the AD governors from the southwest came to Maiduguri to receive Kachala into the party. Unfortunately, Kachala lost the election to Sherif. Sherif became governor. When Sherif became governor, we were all there. Sherif now creates a ministry of religious affairs and make Boko Haram members, staff, even the commissioner is a member of Boko Haram. They're trying to implement Sharia, full Sharia now. They now discover Sherif have deceived them. So that was when they pulled out from the government. The commissioner resigned, all of them. They now went back to create their own empire.
How? Is it that Sherif not come and won't do?
He did not do
Sharia.
Sharia the way he promised them. They wanted full Sharia operation in Borno State. But he now deceived them. He didn't. Meanwhile, immediately Sherif now created Operation Sweep. Operation Sweep as police military joint task force. Created that one to cover the security of the state. Then a problem arose between the Boko Haram set and this Operation Sweep, where members of Boko Haram were killed. Then this guy now make a video. Yusuf now make a video saying this is members that were killed by security forces. He's going to retaliate. He's going to kill for it. That was where the problem started from. It's a religious issue. That was how this man, I saw him talking on television that day. These are people that are supposed to be behind bar. If in America they will give him 115 years imprisonment, that is not coming back. That he's coming to talk about people that destroyed this country. And if I want to deal with matter like this, the commissioner of police that were in Maiduguri then, the DSS that were in Maiduguri then, the directors, they will be brought to trial. Except they have done their job, it's people who were supposed to take action that didn't do their work. That was how this thing came on board. Then in June 1st, they tried that process. Check it. 18th February 2006. They carried out operation in Maiduguri. Churches were burnt down. People were killed. Over 3,000 people died in Maiduguri. 18th February 2006. It was on Saturday. People died. It was even a grace of God that me and my wife, we survived it. Because we didn't know what would happen. We were close to the airport. Went to see somebody that was sick. Then I tried going back home to pass through post office area, then go back Damboa Road. Only for one Hausa man to come and stop us. Where are you coming from? We told him. He said, where are you going? We told him where I go. He said, town is not good. Return back. What happened? He said, people are being killed since. Even that place where we were staying, they came to burn the place down. Now only God save us. It was after they left there, they went to Saint Rita Catholic Church, burned the Catholic priest alive. Captured him, set him ablaze, burned him alive. His name is Reverend Father Gejire. This was horrible. So from there, matters started getting worse. They wanted to take over the city in June 2009. I was to go to a night vigil that day. I parked my car outside. So I just went to sit down. I dozed off. When I woke up, it was around 2:30. I said, I didn't need to go again. I just parked. When they break, nobody can move anywhere. They said they have taken over the city. Before Yaradua ordered soldiers to run over their camp. On running over that camp, they were running. Yusuf was captured by soldiers. They put handcuff in his hand, brought him to State CID, their state police headquarters. In Maiduguri, a phone call came, Yusuf was executed. Who made that phone call? That was how Yusuf died in Maiduguri police headquarters. So, all these people that are involved in it, the case we went to call the people who made all these people that are involved, if you don't deal with them, I continue to say, if you continue to what I say, if you commit a crime, and that crime is no pun, it's a lesson to commit a bigger one. So what started in Maiduguri in a small way is now engulfing the whole nation, not even the North alone. We can't sleep now. So these are the issues that came. And you that caused this kind of government can tell us that they don't know. Now, to your question, the elders,
Northern elites.
The northern elites. The northern elites are culpable in it. They are part of it. Because this thing is promoting religion. That is the fact of the matter. They want their religion to be promoted. So they tell him we are promoting. What is it? Western education is prohibited. That is the meaning of Boko Haram. It's not allowed. So they only want Islamic religion. What is the problem between Jonathan and the northern elite? Jonathan said, let's scrap a Amajiri system. Let's make it a school system. You can still learn your Quran. They learn all that thing. Is that not the problem you have with them? They say, why you want to bring that? They want to liberate our people. So, the northern elite has not been fed to their own place. One northerner was telling me something. I was saying that this certain person need the support of the North. I said, yes. He said, we are not going to support any certain. I said, the North have been president. Go and check the history of Nigeria. The North has spent the largest time, or the longest time as president of Nigeria. What has he not benefited? Is it the headquarters of poverty? On out of school children? VVF? What is it? Every negative this thing in Nigeria is all based in the North. So what are you talking about? So, if we want to deal with the problem, we must go to the root. The northern elite are not helping the matter.
So what is the root, and what do you think is the first thing to be done?
Did the government of the day have the political will?
Which of the government? The state government?
No, fine. You see, the government is a continual process. The time all this thing happened, Obasanjo was in power. 2006, Obasanjo, who was the government president of Nigeria, Obasanjo was in power. The time the invasion took place, Yaradua was in power. 2009. Yaradua even tried. He asked me to close their camp and destroy everything there, and they did. So that was when they spread out. It's like they went to cut the tail of the snake and leave the hair to roll. This is where we have seen. So since after that, Jonathan tried. When you see, did you know that when Jonathan made Ihejirika chief of army staff, they brought that period, the army were actually doing the job. What did the northern people do? They petitioned Ihejirika in a human rights court, saying you were killing the people. That is why Buhari said killing of Boko Haram is killing of northerners. So who are the elites? Are they the farmers that sent a letter to say this man is killing our people? So they are the one. Now the problem has matured, let me put it that way, until we have somebody who will say enough is enough, let's do the right thing. During Vice President Shetima, during his time, the JTF, what they call them, they have civilian JTF is what they call them. They were many, they were recruited. When they were recruited into the army, why did they post them out? What was the basis of that? Because the civilian JTF knew the lungu, knew the secret of the city. Because where you were born and you grow up in it, there is no secret you don't know. There is no hiding place. Your own house, all the secret in your house, you know. Instead of them to train them, bring them back to end it, they post them away. They will recruit somebody from the side and send them there who do not know the inner heart of the city. So they were not ready to succeed. In that basis, if you want to, the second part of it is, if you want to do with insecurity, if you kind of say, all military personnel from the northeast, return to northeast. Every military personnel, northwest, north central, return there, secure your place. It's not a crime. It was done before, and solution came. So if you want to go and watch them slaughtering your people, go there and watch it. Whether you see this nonsense will not end. So there are so many things they can do to bring it to an end. But what we are seeing is that the business part of this security did not allow the center, the main people, the players now to deal with it. Because these people, AK-47, you know how much? That is like water to them. And the modernized equipment they are using. So the state, if I make anything, if I do anything wrong, the state can look for me, track me. Why are they not tracking them?
Why are they not tracking it? The problem they watch that Udwata means heart of the matter. I will reach now from independent television. Not too long ago, we hear the news, sad you say, for Anambra seat, one hostel went near, I think hostel, private hostel, where they collapsed. And I think we have lost one student and the other ones are trapped inside house. Well, for the one that I'm rest in peace, but just to tell you, say, even when you don't born, you continue to check and protect and follow up on your children. So let's look at the kinetic and non-kinetic approach to an extent. Has it been working? Has it been effective? Should we continue or we should do another thing? Then two, budget defense. Or rather, the budget is the defense of the security budget.
When you say kinetic and not kinetic, in other words, using force and using appeal.
Yeah.
Okay. It's supposed to work. All these things are designed to fail. It's supposed to work. Now, I saw one American said, they talked about, when you not say no kinetic, maybe people, you not have to say, we will settle them, we will negotiate with them, the what you call carrot and the stick and the carrot. Now, somebody took up arm against the state. It's not a small boy, a grown-up man took up arm against the state. He has killed 5 persons. He has sent 5 persons to the grave. 5 family breadwinner, they have lost their breadwinner. Now that same person, he now come to say, I surrender. Government took upon himself to be training the same person who have murdered 5 persons. Now the 5 family are in distress. Government did not look at the 5 family that are suffering, that are in the IDP camp. They are now rehabilitating, training, paying salary to those who caused those problems. Okay. What kind of government is that?
So will the kinetic response, will it ever work?
The kinetic will work.
How?
Because we have laws. Our law says when you kill, when you murder, you die for it. That is the position of the law. You cannot murder people. The government will bring you and be rehabilitating you and saying they are paying you money. It's unacceptable. And if you are too merciful to them, they put them. You see, there are 2 things that must happen. A person who is qualified to live with the midst of people, society, and a person who have lost that qualification, then there is a place kept to them. What we call in Nigeria, formerly we call prison. Now we call correctional center. Whatever you want to go and correct in a murderous person, go and do it. But those kind of people, you bring them back, and they are not seeing, those family are not seeing the person who murdered their breadwinner, driving a good car, enjoying life. What message did you send? You are simply telling the children of those people that were murdered, do the same thing, I will take care of you.
Some people for civil society, they come and say, me can ask you this question concerning the recent the judgment of the Supreme Court concerning all this matter. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Now, so far so good. The elite in the north, they cut off from the development in that area. I remember that a man like El-Rufai, I know what if you remember when El-Rufai be governor.
Yeah.
The kind of things when they come and talk about all these bandits.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yes.
That say they are businessmen. Do you remember?
Yeah.
One is interview like that.
Exactly.
A lot of them, they talk of all of those kind of things. I don't know if you remember those kind of things. So when you put that one and side by side against insecurity, you not just say we just fool ourselves. And even the comments when they come from people like Shigumi,
thank you.
Some other.
That is one of the things I have been saying. Most of these people that came from Mali. They were invited. They were kept in a place, according to El-Rufai. And he said when they have no need for them again, they settled them and asked them to go. But they said they will not go. As far as government they helped to bring to power, were in power. Because those people were brought in thinking that Jonathan will use federal might to put himself in power. Then they will unleash them on Nigeria. But Jonathan was a gentleman. Say, I don't want the blood of Nigeria in my hand. I have surrendered the post. So those people were of no use to those who brought them. They now say, okay, go back. They now say, where are we going back to? We are not going back, we are not here. Now, El-Rufai has said clearly that those people, they have settled them. The video is online and everything. We settled them for them to go back. You see, El-Rufai was supposed to address NBA. And because of Isisan killing in Kaduna, they now deny him that position, say you cannot address us because you cannot govern your state. The killing your state is becoming unbecoming. And I know what they wanted to do. They wanted to destroy NBA. They mobilized in order to create another this thing. Of course, it has failed woefully. NBA is still standing. Because when you look at it, those people self are not so stupid. They are very wise. Say, how can you be superintending over the murderous act as a governor and you cannot do anything about it? You are coming to address noble people. We will not allow you to do that. So he raised doors, he raised it, he ended. What am I saying in effect is that these people are all part of the problem we see today as insecurity. Because now that is the business part of it. The other one is the political part. Because they use it to play politics. Politics aggravated the whole problem. So how do we deal with this situation like this? You must look for a man who whatever he says, he means it. It's not what we are looking at today. Who are only saying it. I even saw one video. Is it a video? I mean, West Note said they did not vote for me. They say I should fight insecurity for them. I don't know whether you have come across it. Said they did not vote for me. You are telling me to fight insecurity for you. Whose voice is that? I don't know. I don't know the voice. But somebody made that video of that voice note. Of course, all those things, you never feel verified them because yes, that's why I don't know.
AI don't fool everywhere.
Thank you.
So, and a lot of how they call it, cloning everywhere. So when people do videos these days, it's really not a yardstick to now judge.
Yeah, but when you look at what is going on, what stop? See, now let us look at something. In Nigeria, have a map. All the states, you will see the 36 states and Abuja. They will pick somebody, they will hide it in a forest, in the same state, and you say we cannot find it. No, you look at it now. Is it not? It's
unthinkable. Anyway, if you just watch the program, our daughter and the listener from Independent Television, we will take a short break. After that, the discussion will continue. We are looking at the insecurity in the north. President Ahmed Bola Tinubu recently just saying go fight. We don't vow to fight insecurity for north. But the question people are asking, when all these terrorists and all these people go attack, is it you order security chiefs to go after them to protect Nigeria's tourism? The same thing, President Buhari time. President give marching order to security agency, gives marching order to army, marching order. Now, he say he won't fight insecurity for not. What's his name? Peter B. say he won't fight insecurity for not. He never reached someone go to the house and say, how you want to fight this insecurity, because right now everybody don't tire for so talk, no action. We'll take break, we'll come back. Program our daughter. If you just join the program when they watch now, the meaning we say heart of the matter. Any part of the world when they watch President Tinubu saying we're fighting insecurity, he has been saying that he not recently piece of business he put mouth. Now, we don't see the whole drama. Let's look at brute force. But before you look at brute force, one of our brother for this station, then if someone talks recently, this man reiterates the same thing, say look, reiterate the same thing, say before you fight insecurity, fight unemployment. How? I was in Anambra State, let's just give you an example, last week. 12:31 on the road to the government house, there's a bar by your right, the new government house. As I enter, I see me can buy water. I saw about 12 young men, maybe 13 of them, drinking and playing snooker game by 12:30, 1 o'clock. No, by 1:30. Don't you think, see, unemployment join our insecurity? Or they are more disciplined, see, the fuel insecurity?
Yes. Unemployment is insecurity, because an idle man, an idle mind is the devil's workshop. When a person have nothing doing, somebody can easily be recruited into a gang, can easily be recruited into any form of fraternity that carry out evil agenda. For example, somebody who have no work doing can easily be approached by Boko Haram and say, join us. What is your problem? We have money to give to you. Anything you want. So, unemployment contributes to insecurity. It is true. Everybody knows this. So, if you want to fight insecurity, you create job. But now, having said that, you will discover that the job that the state was not supposed to actually create job per se. It was supposed to create a condition, a good environment for people to operate their businesses. Now, many companies left in Nigeria, for example. It's not which company? Many companies, like 20 years ago, the company, how many companies have left Nigeria? Before we have so many companies in Nigeria that have left. Now, when you look at it, why did they leave? Because of cost of running the company. They have to generate their light, they pay tax, they do everything, find supply themselves water, and do the road for themselves. Government is not doing all those things. Even till now, when one of the things that you can do today that will set the economy of Nigeria in a path of recovery is provide light for the nation. Just electricity. So let there be stable electricity. Many small businesses will pick up. So there is no light. How much for a liter? 1,000 over 1,200 naira. So 1,250, 1,200 naira per liter. How many? If you want to go and get your hair cut, get a haircut, just a haircut. You put 1 liter. Maybe you cut 1 person or 2 persons. So how much would the person pay before you pay for store rent, before you service the generator, and before you think of what you will eat? So when you put all those factors together, one person will be paying like 5,000 to get a haircut. So these are the problems that are there. The government is not pursuing the right policy for job creation. There's no right policy.
So when politicians come to say,
I will fight insecurity.
Are you not sure that just mere vibes and
as at today, I will tell you two things. As at today, any talk of fighting insecurity for this present government is a hoax. It's a lie. This present government, any talk of say I will fight insecurity is a lie.
Are you saying they are not trying?
Why are they trying about? I don't know what you, because from what I know, they are not just, even when you are trying, it's a good statement. They have disappointed and failed the nation. Wow.
So you believe so Peter Obi will do better?
Yeah.
Peter Obi will do better?
I can tell you that. How? Did you know, we see.
What method is he going to apply?
Fine. Did you know the person who was governor of Anambra State before Peter Obi came? Chris Igige. Did you know Chris Igige was kidnapped? A sitting governor was kidnapped in Anambra State. What does that show you? The level of insecurity that was in Anambra State. When Peter Obi came, there was no government house. It has been burnt down. A government house burnt down. Governor kidnapped. Did you know that gravity? That is when you appoint somebody to come and they clean it up. Do you see? That is a microcosm of Nigeria. That is a small Nigeria. He came, he cleaned it up and made sure say nothing like that. You cannot move freely in Anambra. So, if he did it then, he can do. When Tinubu was governor of Lagos State, I was in Lagos. It was my presence. I want to tell you something. My company where I work was in back of the Okota police station. It was my presence. Okota police station was burnt down. Do you know what? Tinubu was governor of Lagos State. Okota police station was burned down to the ground. It was my present. I work in a company again that was processing for export. We were exporting things. Was burned down completely. Did you know what they did in Lagos there? So, what was it? It was the federal might that brought that insecurity in Lagos to a standstill. Not to know. So he couldn't do it in the state. So if you're going to do it in federal, no.
So Peter Obi can do it?
Yes. From what has happened in Anambra, a state where a governor can be picked like ordinary ants. You should know that in a state where ordinary person is coming, he will ask the governor to come to leave the road. You know what Anambra was? Nobody couldn't handle it. He went to bring Bakassi. Do you know this one didn't use Bakassi? He used law and order. So it is a thing that is very clear. You see, painting that have something to offer, you just look at where, as if I want to know something about you. I want to like your ability and capacity. I'll ask questions concerning your secondary university, what happened then. I can be able to give you 65% of what you are able to do. So, in a nutshell, anything to be saying today concerning, or this government saying today concerning security is zero. Mark my word. If they stay there, if Nigeria led us to stay there, I don't know, for the other election and they come, go and mark my word. It will even get worse.
But they will say, bed your hand, what's into the bush?
Which bed now?
Because he will go try.
Where did he try? I don't know where he tried.
You won't go perform experiments.
No, he has been performed. Okay, look at it. See, we were hearing this thing in Upper North until it started happening with us here. We are looking at it. See, they will come and pick children, carry them, go to bush. And those people, when they now release, okay, you people can go. I think for me, when a system failed, this is where the problem is in Nigeria. Where a system failed, you must be looking at, I asked you to secure this place. Why were you not able to secure it?
So, in a nutshell, wrapping up the program, going forward, to solve this security for North, which method you feel say any government when we say one coming to use? Is it kinetic and not kinetic, or the chaos approach, or the kinetic warfare, or that which approach is going to be the best way? Or
kinetic,
maybe
kinetic approach.
So you keep killing the ideology is still there.
Now you see this point. Thank you for mentioning that. I told you how it started. It's an ideology. This is what we want to do, but it was a deceptive one, and they didn't go back to do it. So now what you do is, okay, fine, you look at is it Nigerian law you want to operate, or which law you want to operate? Put the law there. From henceforth, I don't want to hear about these things. We have police commissioner in all the 36 states of Nigeria, including Abuja. We have DSS director in all the states. We have army commanders in all the states. Are you seeing the security layers? Let us know what assignment did you know in Gombe? Security soldier was in a roadblock close to a school. A phone call came, they left, and the people came to be kidnapped. Okay, I was watching General Musa when they were interviewing, when they were talking to him in the Senate, when he said he's going to investigate. I know who made that call. Till today, didn't hear anything. What are you saying? So now, did that one need investigation? Okay, for example, let me tell you something, how the military work. Military obey orders. And one, everybody have a commander. Even if you are a commander, my guy is a commander, you cannot give me order, I will follow you. When my guy give me order, I will not follow you. That is a military training. Do you need investigation who give that order to go? First of all, give the order to stay there. The only person who can put them out like that is the person who first of all put them there. Is it simple as NBC? But now we are saying we will go and what are you investigating? Okay, if you want to do investigation, is it difficult? The day the call was made, the hour the call was made, is it not the traffic is available from the network?
So going forward, what's the direction?
Number one, we must be true to ourselves and have a decision to
solve
I know what I said. We must be true to ourselves because this is a whole set of deception from the government to the people on the ground. Then we must have somebody who has the political will to do what's right.
So you just say that this people will not go political way.
They don't have it. Who is the person? Tell me who is the person. Who is that person?
So President Tinubu, where they don't trust.
President Tinubu have no political will to deal with this.
Okay, so but we believe say Atiku and Peter Obi get
Atiku, I didn't trust Atiku. Peter Obi, yes, he can deliver on this.
Okay, you trust Peter Obi?
Yes.
But you not trust Atiku?
No. The reason be that when he says go to deal with it, I get with it. Simple as ABC.
All right, it's because our daughter, the heart of the matter. Like I said, this is our brother. Now some of you say those things did not well, and you understand most of the issues concerning the extent of poverty in the north, and most of the problems in the north. Because now all those things, you feel talk say no dey relevant to us. But now is it after effect?
Yeah.
Or now you see now they rub off.
No.
They come south. Will lead to the really kidnap. Now it leads to say most of our farmers, now if you access their bushes and everything today in Delta, in Delta, Ondo, or your Edo, now those so it must concern us. That's why we need to really look for ways and solutions out of this problem. We'll pen down for here. We'll continue with the part 2 to ensure say we bring these relevant stakeholders to see what and what to do concerning the all right. Again, like I talk, we go continue to pray for this country because the Bible don't tell you say as me, the church and the God say make we pray for our leaders, and so keep praying for leaders. That is the command. I don't know why the other leaders they talk. We go deal with them again next week, Monday with a fresh topic, but don't forget say this issue we will get part 2, part 3, part 4. All right, my brother Victor, I salute you. I tell you to take join for the next program. Professor Odio Akaide, a professor of political science from Lagos State University, you know, he join us because he did on transit, but hopefully by next week he will join us and make his share thoughts concerning the way forward in Nigeria and the issues at hand. God bless Nigeria. My name is Ima Akbololoho. Good night.
This is ITV. Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Only God can do what no man can do. However, Nigerians can no longer pay for transport. However, Nigerians be want come out for house, may they go hustle for their daily bread. But the transport when they want to come out, it already work the daily bread for the house. When you calculate the transport when you want to come out, go hustle. Go reach where you want to go hustle, come back. But His Excellency, those new Chacha CNG bus where you buy, where them dey? I know they government out, but when we want start to the user, you know say this kind of election time now in Nigeria still they happy. We don't see them say you don't buy sharp. Papa, how are you? Well, I don't know. Anyway, you did for Nigeria, they watch us for ITV, for Facebook, for YouTube, they watch us online. We must continue to thank you. This bus don't reach like 10 years now. Now the former governor. Abi? Don't reach 10 years.
They go 16 years.
This bus don't go 16 years.
16 years.
Let me say we are due for new one.
Yes. Overdue.
That's why Akpakomiza don't go carry some come now. That one not they use, you know they use diesel and fuel. And a CNG. I been an electric bus. Our governor go back also. Na CNG.
100 naira.
No, not be 100 naira. For this election time, a free Mayala. No, for this election time, from now till January 16, now free. If they not carry us free, we'll change it for them. Who wants to die for the 300 naira? This is not there. This is not there. His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Edo State. I beg, those new bus bring a come and make them go park on this one. Abi?
Yes, Edo people deserve it.
Edo people deserve.
We deserve to have a new bus.
A new bus.
Yes. Yes.
Only say never enter street.
I bet may enter. May enter.
What they pay you for back?
If they pay me for, if I not even get space to put my leg. You know, see.
They should
prepare and add it to you.
No.
Waiting they happen.
Comfort. Okay, this your son. No wonder.
Okpa was the try for me.
Yes. What you try for
you? My brother.
Okay, but the transport, you know, say transport. This is not there.
No option. This one.
This is not there. From where to where?
From AVP to.
Oh my governor, you should be ready to lay good foundation. Earlier the better. Because in the nearest future, you become one of the leaders. So we are praying. Amen. I know say you don't buy, but bring them out. I don't say they shine. I don't shining.
But hunger dey. Transportation, however, transportation is one of our biggest challenges in Nigeria. Even me as a worker, whether you dey work for private sector or government sector, you go see am say transportation don take 90% of our salary. Now, hear what? May I tell you wetin dey reign now? They say all the hustle wey dey hustle now. They say na belle and toilet we dey hustle and put.
Na so one dey fit save again.
Wetin concern you for wetin I talk so? Wetin concern you?
And make I help you finish am.
Say
not be the country we dey.
Say the work wey you dey work. Na belle.
Na belle o, we no dey fit save again.
You mean say Nigerians now as a civil servant, you no fit save like 2 million naira? After you don receive your salary, you no fit get 2 million naira as balance? No, say as a Nigerian, you don work, pay house rent, feed their children, pay school fees, you no fit get 2 million naira as balance for your
Now me say you be Yahoo boy now.
Don't be say you dey work.
When you wan see am?
We will increase your salary. This new bus, you go enjoy the AC.
Amen.
The new bus is coming.
Make the new bus quick come. And you bring it and make NEPA light dey. No light for
fan. You go buy solar fan.
No.
All the old women don't buy solar fan. So they carry solar fan follow body now.
You go
buy inverter fridge. Go buy solar fridge. We not go fit wait for NEPA again. We not fit wait for light. They want to kill us in this country. Everybody that they buy solar for us. Go borrow money from Lapo. I don't they go. If to say not be public transport, for see Nigerians they trek. Even so many Nigerians now don't park their vehicle now. They don't park big men now. People don't park their motor.
Yes, because of fuel. When it's too expensive.
Now this Iran-American war na cause. Na cause.
We not get refinery.
No, now because of the American.
We not get refinery.
Donald Trump don't want Iran now.
We not get refinery.
You know you say we don't give out to Chinese company. You know yeah. Excellency, I beg bring out the new boss. I beg. Oh, we'll bring out the new boss. This is about 15 years. We don't to repair this motor. Bring out the new. Okay.
Wetin dey happen?
Oh your money oh.
Wetin dey happen?
500 naira.
Wetin dey happen?
500 naira. But you don't tell her to enter this, but we still make government may bring out the new boss.
We not increase oh.
Wait, that may be the answer. Wetin dey happen?
See the way people they rush enter public bus.
Wetin dey happen?
Say go carry. Say go carry.
Now, no, it's Excellency. As an area journalist, as an area journalist, this new bus, so make Edo people enjoy this bus till the end of this year. In fact, till January 16th.
Where this one now?
Mother, you don't see all that small bus enter where you call the enter this one. You don't see small one enter. You don't take up. Why you call the enter this cheap one?
It's not cheap now.
It's cheap.
I go say cheap. It's not cheap. This one is supposed to be free bus. No. 300 is it cheap? It's not cheap. It's supposed to be free.
You know you say fuel don't go up.
Okay, why did they want us to vote for them? Is it not because of all this?
Now they tell her make carry you free from now till January 16th.
See me now, I want to pay. I want to pay.
Oh my governor!
For this bus, I'm not saying passenger. I stay in Airport Road. Just now you are in Airport Road. We do queue for it because it's cheaper. The other buses are carrying 600, 700. You know, in this economic now, we cannot afford to pay such amount. That's why we are trying to manage and queue for the bus. We queue. We are many.
The government have bought new Shasha bus.
We thank him. Long may he reign.
That bus AC deal.
Yes, we knew.
That bus not be cho.
You mean it?
That bus not be diesel, not be fuel.
You mean it?
That bus now.
Bus for our governor.
It's not the hyper. So where are you going? Where are you going? Now you the enter goes Ghana or South Africa.
Waiting they happen.
I want to personally warn and tell you people the truth and nothing but the truth. Santana. Madam, how business? How you dey family? People they complain. I not talk say now. People they complain. Say that they sell Santana. Santana. Whether if they buy a riches, you call risky. Government wants start to call the checker now. Government wants start to check the Santana now.
We trust what we do because we dey eat from inside the Santana. We dey eat from inside. So me now, I go do wetin no good. I will come dey eat from inside. I dey eat from inside.
If I buy this Santana go house now, like how many days if you stay for house?
Like this one where be like this now. If you stay 1 week, nothing will do am.
1 week?
Yes, nothing will do am. He gets stash. The one where no get stash, 3 days he don't dey pere.
Okay, may I tell you now what people when they chop Santana they complain. They say why be say Santana the smell, the cassava scent, it is scent where. These are people just chop Santana and once you tell them say chop them. If you just open some, what did they cause am?
That one another person go answer now.
What did they cause am?
I don't know. My own on the smell.
Your own on the scent.
I said my own on the scent like that.
Not they smell like that. Because if you put them for water and say you soak them, you quick wash them. Once if you too take for ground, now you go get that odor.
Yeah.
But if you quick wash them, quick make them, you know get that odor.
How much for that one now? 100 naira.
200.
For one.
3,500.
And for restaurants, now they sell on 1,000, 1,500 though.
3,500 for this one, sir. 3,500 for that big one. This one 8,500. From 9.
Yeah, give me 500 naira. I get now me. Wait. Me and my 4 children, and my wife and dog. No, not that.
This one at 8, I'll give you.
8. And some restaurant they sell on 1,500 naira. No say for this country they know they shame again. No, they. Okay, inside the Santana 500 when I buy. Now inside the soup, pepper. Oh yeah.
Now 9 I give them.
9 500 naira. That means say if I open restaurant now, how much I'll get for this one now? I buy how many? Give me 9 for 500. 200 naira. With soup. Thank you, eh? Thank you. So cut now. Thank you.
I greet you.
Don't chop today.
I never chop. Seriously.
You never chop today?
I never chop. Is this everywhere? It's has to be. They don't pack everybody come outside though. They say they won't do the market. So right now me they hungry.
You know like as government they do the market?
I like as they do this thing, but I don't know what they don't just evacuate everyone like that now.
You sabi chop Santana?
I sabi chop amo.
Like how many Santana you fit chop?
If I say 4, I go finish 4. Only
4 Santana?
Only 4. I will tell you.
Like which kind of soup you use?
I will use correct melon soup.
Melon soup. Simbangasi water leaf.
Yeah, water leaf. All of the portion is a market.
You like to chop Santana?
Too much.
You like how well?
Where?
I dash you Santana.
Okay. Hey.
You buy and they hot. Open na me, you know say na Santana dash you.
I don't see her.
Na 4.
I don't see her. Ibabo.
I buy and dust now.
Okay. God go bless you. God go bless you.
Na 4, na 7, 6, 9 days side.
Okay, you want to do the menu too?
You fit chop am. Carry, they go. Okay. I just buy and dust now.
No problem.
Mama can say find somebody where you go dash. They say I ask you just now you dey hungry, so you dey hungry.
No ma. No man.
And I true you, they tell me.
I didn't tell you so. Madam, I no concern if soup no day.
No concern you. Enjoy. Go enjoy the satana. Go enjoy the satana.
I hear you.
Enjoy the satana.
I hear you.
Even though my grandmother money, also please help me.
May I help you with something?
Yes.
Where are you coming from? Where are you coming from?
I'm coming from your now leg at a check on Gulf Road. You know Lily Hotel.
Where you they go?
I they go Ekenwa Road.
And you not get transport fare?
I don't get transport fares. Even though I get mercy here, even though I never take her.
I just surprised when you come meet me. Just surprised you come meet me. See.
And I God say make I meet you, sir. Now God do am. I know say you must give me some. God will bless you. God will bless you. Your work, they will promote you more. We have been hearing of you for inside radio, and they will promote you more. God bless you.
Enjoy. I don't suffer, not be small. On per se, I get sense.
What that you no good at all, oh. Now I make I join this business.
No, you know what this man? This is not my Chinese, that Nigerian Chinese guy. This is the only Benin man where they speak Chinese.
You see, China make parable last 2 weeks. He said, "Chao la, chao la, You know the meaning? They said they don't already buy our property finish for Nigeria. Very soon, if you know less China, you know get where you see work. Only talk to Chinese. They tell you so. What did they tell you so? Very soon, we'll be a second slave to China if we not take time.
You shall talk to us how the situation of the country.
For the situation of the country, under Kuku Chinging on the hall. The more you look, the more you see, not be less again. The more you look, the more you see.
What you concern hammer.
I just show my love. We'll see. I just show, not the adjustment of Aru again. Not the adjustment. I just either you agree or you no agree. They borrow money, you say you know they. Anything concerning Nigeria, na stand that they stab her. I gotta do what go favor you. Issue. What's on your belly that they come out to? Nigeria no you affect you at all.
The money got to be not done, man. Salute for God, tell me not done, I don't go. Okay. How do you also know?
I don't get your number.
Man, give my number.
You get many things. I defend you for long. I beg.
Agree to.
I beg you.
Number 0080 55 40 73 59. Help me tell Nigerians make would be our brother's keeper. Chinese.
No. No be so we not like to be our border keeper. Unless say our gospels don't spoil. To be a brother's keeper nowadays. Your brother when you say you want be a keeper, he don't remove gospel come out for your back. So your code according to your materials, your size no dey market.
As people they watch us now, they feel say you know they okay.
Waiting they happen.
Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen.
must continue to thank God for our life. Oh, I sincerely sympathize with the families of people who be said they don't die or timely deaths don't kill so many innocent Nigerians. May their soul rest in peace. However, Nigerians, they call on the federal government of Nigeria, make them sharply. Nigerians, they call on the Nigerian army. Nigerians, they call on the Nigerian police. Nigerians, they call on all the security apparatus for Nigeria. Make them wake up, because Nigerians are not smiling because of the way things going to happen now for this our country. However, we must continue. Agree to. Money no dey come from heaven. Do better thing, money go come. Now true word that they tell you so. Agree to now. Mommy, how are you? Everybody they holla. Good morning. Why una block the road? Why una block the road? Why una block the road?
Why una go block the road? Why police decided to kill our members? The one way hungry no kill. Now police come to kill them. Why una go block road? Opera they suffer, where keke they suffer. Now police they kill them now.
What happen?
Nothing happen.
Wait, una block the road, abi una park the keke?
We block the road. We need justice.
You did that what happen?
Oh, not in a night it happen. But eyewitness they say see what happen.
Now police station from the commissioner of police and they come from so. I see your people that they go outside. They go but the same one can really investigate the matter.
Okay.
The truth and nothing but the truth. Yes. What happen? The person die, be see their life.
He die.
The keke rider don't die.
Yes.
What happen?
Now one policeman yesterday night around 9 to 10 for Osumbolen. That keke rider, he won't go carry a wife with his family for where he say market for Osumbolen. The man park. According to people who did deal, they say the man park. So now the policeman, the worker they come. Now he can with the leg go, you know carry motor, you know carry bike. Now leg they use you. Now he can say the man park for center of road. Now the man say how I park for center of road where barrow they pass, they pass there. Now from there, now he can tell us say make a park where. Now he say you don't already park where. See walk away the walkway where they there. Now from there they can change word. Now he come out the tear gas. I can spray for nose before you know the man fell down. Before people come they shout, make keke come help. Before one of our brother come run go there, the man already give up. Before they all carry and go hospital. No still.
Now in for the impact with this the keke rider.
Yes.
One na chairman for na park sef.
All of them go straight.
No, what did this man talk so not true? I've been what do you hear or what do you see?
Not true be that, not true. And that man always they do they drink I sometimes he go come here. He go enter drop the policeman. He go enter drop. He carry reach your house for password. He carry 500 give you. If you see he talk too much, he go bring gun. Sometimes na dagger. He go say if you anyhow. Now police.
Ogida police station.
No, they say I want to.
But what the police officer can do for this side? They stay for this side.
Yes. And he used to enter our keke when he's going. So he used to enter here whenever he's going back home. So he usually trek when coming back. So I was so surprised to see the man decide to.
But the police officer they drink.
They drink.
Our new IG said they don't want to see any police officer when they drink.
This one they always they drink day and night. They always like go man.
He's even drunk yesterday night.
No, we be say your colleague don't die now. What do you want make government do now?
We want justice.
Justice. Make them sack the police officer or with justice. The dead body not go rise again.
Because
no, the dead body not go rise again.
Go rise, but we want justice from the government.
Which kind of justice?
Sometimes we dey hear public execution for this kind of matter. We no want may they put the person for sale later they will go and see him for street. We don't want it that way. Make government do the needful
and warn the police, say, make they stop their brutality. It's no good. We don't like it. They don't treat us well, but police supposed to be our friend. But the way the police they treat masses is as if we are enemy to them. So we don't want that.
Nigeria police officers are supposed to protect life.
They're supposed to be our
But you know,
friend.
the way they talk the story, it happen.
I hear everything. I hear how it happen. Like I was saying, Nigeria police officer supposed to dey protect life
and property.
Not to the destroy, not to the kill. You understand? So I dey beg those state government, make them, even all these officers, if not to go carry them, go find out whether most of them no go training at all.
Okay, make we do the other flip side. Wait, make I just dey ask people, because we don't see am say Nigerian police now they be the nearest security officer to protect us. Yes. But what do you not like for police? What they do?
Number one, the brutality and oppression. The brutality of police is too much.
You not give the 200.
You understand? Just like yesterday when I was going to Saple Road, police blocked me close to that what do you call that roundabout. Yes. No, not 5 Junction. That roundabout where for Saple Road, yes. He was saying this is what do you call Salah. I must settle and for Salah, saying we want to go Salah. Now tell us what is me? I'm a Christian. I know that if I settle you, who will settle my own?
That's why you don't like police.
Not be say why. That is why I don't like police.
Your children join police?
No.
Okay. Why you not like police?
Okay.
What you don't like for police?
I know free talk say I don't like police. Police now our friend, and they are there to protect life and property. What we don't like, what I don't like about them, that operation, forcing people to collect money, because it's happened to me in this road by August Street Junction. When they mount their roadblock there, as I drive my keke reach there, the next thing police say, man, I give her money. I say, okay, I no get money.
If you get opportunity to join police, you join.
Okay, I know sure I go join. The way they see the police, the way they see, I know sure I go.
What do you not like for police?
Police.
What I got it? They must give her money.
Oga, you see, police they too oppress people. They know they do their work, and many of them they don't go training. They pass back, put them. Not all of them search them, sir. They are not going to training. They pass back, enter. That's why the operation is too much for the next man.
Make your child.
God forbid. Go do waiting.
Times our Nigerian police need better reform. This guy now, if I ask a question now, what do you not like about police? Just the hear what he want to talk. Police are your friend now.
No be nowadays. Now before. Me I dey come for somewhere like this now. Back where I be fly before I enter bus the Corning Road. I dey come for Sapele. So they first day for there in the evening. This morning they still dey there. As they say, I wear clothes, I dey dress well.
You do this guy.
One or two things.
Everything.
So I just call the notice. They can't stop my bike. So other bikes they pass where girls sit down, where women sit down. They just stop my bike, collect the bike man key. They start to search me. They say search yourself. I say, officer, see my back. Na power bank dey inside and other things. He say open now. I be the craze. All these 1 or 2 things for Sapele for Idogbo side. Not on Idogbo. I don't forget the street. So I was like, okay. Man, no go outrash the maid. They don't go say I no talk when I make a converse.
But anytime you see police, you dey fear.
Why I go fear? I no carry any exhibit or anything.
But they suspect you.
They always suspect. They try to misunderstand me. So 1 or 2 things. So we just need to just remain calm.
But you like join police?
If my friend Papa be police, I go avoid that person.
Or you join EFCC?
I not there anyone.
Or DSS?
Not all of them are one.
Or vigilante?
All of them are one.
Waiting they happen soon.
Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen.
Waiting they happen.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello, good day, and welcome to WIC Women in Conversation, where this is a table where women sit together to discuss things that are pertaining to their families, to the world in general. We talk about things that we think should be addressed as women. Anyway, today on this table, we will be looking at a very interesting topic that has been making waves in the social media. We're going to be discussing it and try to get our views and opinions of each woman that is seated on this table. You know how interesting this red table is. The red table is a beautiful space for women where we discuss and give it a positive answer. Anyway, with me this day to do this is Esther. Esther is on my right. Esther is on my far left. Esther Unen. Esther is, she is an administrator, educationist, and a proprietress. Esther runs a school. She didn't want me to introduce her that way, but I insisted that the world should know that she runs a school. I knew why I did that. I'll let you know that later, but she is also a proprietress. Esther, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's good to have you here as a proprietress. Of course, Children's Day is coming up very soon. So you're going to come back to this table to tell us more about children. Okay, so let me go to my near left where we have Dr. Juliet Igwe. Dr. Juliet Igwe is the business person on this table. She is a business and a leadership coach. You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
It's good to have you. And then to my right, I have Gift Furera. I hope I pronounced that rightly. Okay, so Gift Furera is a professional chef. She's going to be serving us lunch after this program. But anyway, behind the camera, I asked her what Furera means, and she says it's a beautiful flower. She's as beautiful as her name. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies, we're going to be looking at relationship with divorced persons, and I decided to bring in this to the table because of what has been making round on the social media pertaining Pastor Peace Ibiyoma. I hope we all know who Pastor Peace Ibiyoma is. She is the wife of Pastor David Ibiyoma. Okay, so during the week, Pastor Peace Ibiyoma was trending online after advising married women not to keep close friendships with divorced women, claiming they could negatively influence their marriages. The pastor went further to lay curses on women who snatch women's husbands, praying that they also will be inflicted with cancers, and even laying curses on the children. I saw the video and I decided that you women should speak about it. I don't want to talk about it. You all have your opinion. I have my opinion about what happened. So you have your opinion on what happened. I'm going to start with you, Esther. I also know you are a pastor. That's why I'm going to start with you. I know that you're a pastor. And this is a woman pastor who had come online advising married women not to have negotiation or not to have friendship with divorced women. And she went on to curse them and curse the children. What's the take on this?
Well, personally, this has to be my personal opinion. Okay. So for me, I don't really think, based on my own personal opinion, that she was right to say, using myself as an example, that I don't have any business to do with women who are divorced. Looking at it critically, it might not be their fault, and going through what has been happening, what if the woman decided to leave the marriage for her health
or domestic purposes, domestic violence purposes?
Like we all know and we've been saying. So on that note, will I say, oh, because my sister left her marriage, I should not have anything to do with her? No, for me it's wrong, because it's not her fault. Basically, it's not her fault. For the sake of life, we all know, instead of a woman dying in that marriage, please leave. So I, as a fellow woman, should not, keep distance from the person. So personally, I don't think that was proper.
As a pastor, is there a sin to divorce? For probably like you said, it could be domestic violence sake. It could be different reasons why a woman decides to divorce. Is there a sin attached to that?
Well, the Bible critically states that God hates divorce. But now, in this situation, under these circumstances that we are finding ourselves, if it has to do with threat to life, I mean, they should be separated. They should stay apart, Maybe after a while, after counseling and after advice, they could come together. But at that critical time, that has to do, like we have been initially talked about, domestic violence, the person should stay. They should be separated.
Gift, let me come to you. Okay, this is a heart-touching story. I'm sure the video made so much waves on the social media, and I'm sure you have also seen the video where she laid curse and saying such women that goes around to take people's husband should be infiltrated with cancers. And she also went on to curse the children of such women. What's your take on it? Do you think it was the right thing to do?
Well, for my own personal opinion, that cause wasn't necessary. Yes. And then if I will start from where she said, that we have, relating with divorced people is wrong. To me, I feel maybe because she might be speaking from the position where she is. As
what position?
As a pastor's wife, who must have seen a lot of things concerning divorce, and probably for the reason of evil communication. You understand? If you affiliate with the divorced people, evil communication, probably she might be talking on that terms. So, but laying curse on somebody who took somebody's husband and even to the children, that is not necessary at all, because it is not in her state to judge. Yes, it is not in her capacity to judge, because judgments, even let's look at Karma. Even if she does not curse, let's just leave everything to Karma. Karma will always catch up with anybody that defaults in any way. Okay, so that is,
Dr. Juliet, I know you're a business person, but this has to do with women. This has to do with family. Okay, if you have a sister that is divorced, Pastor is saying that Pastor Peace Ibioma is saying that you should not associate with your sister. Do you agree with her?
Well, I do not totally agree with her.
But there's a part where you agree with her.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
That's where I agree with her.
Okay.
Because I want to believe that she's speaking from the perspective of a mother. A mom will always want to advise her children. Just like we are mothers, we advise our children, don't follow this person. This person might influence you. Don't go here, don't go there. So that is the perspective I want to agree with her to a certain percentage. But the fact that even if it's my sister, I shouldn't relate with her, except if that my sister has always been a negative influence on me, right? But if I know that my sister need help, relating with her in that time of stress, that time of divorce, would actually be what she needed to really rethink her decision for divorcing that man. And maybe through coaching, I'm a leadership coach.
I thought it was just for business. Okay, you do leadership coach too, right?
Course.
Good.
So through coaching and support and therapy, she might find a common ground with her husband. And that would even help to resuscitate the marriage.
Okay. Behind camera, I was discussing with a man, not even a woman. And he said to me, she probably is trying to say out what she's experiencing, but might not be able to, say it as a pastor and as a pastor's wife. not to tarnish their images. But that she might be experiencing, I'm not saying that's true. That's what the man over behind the camera said to me, that she might be probably experiencing ladies in the church
Trying to
her husband. Okay, so she could be speaking from that angle. Do you agree with such scenario?
Well, you know, the thing is that you know, she might be, you know, talking in, you know, with what she is going through.
I'm going to stop you a little bit, Gift. Let's quickly go on a very short break. We'll be right back. When we come back, we'll continue this discussion. Please sit. Come back. It's to the table of WIC, Women in Conversation, where we discuss everything pertaining women, children, husband in a little bit anyway. But without the men, actually, we won't have the women. So we also discuss them. I just make them jealous when I say we discuss about them a little bit. We were talking on relationship with divorced persons, and you were saying something before we went on a short break. Please go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, you know, she is a pastor's wife. And most pastors' wives, they go through stuffs that they cannot relate. They cannot share because they should be the one advising, not them talking about what happens to them. So probably is a ground for her to now peer up.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, probably is a ground for her to now, you know, say what is inside. I'm not
say what she has been swallowing.
Yes,
yeah, okay.
You know, so it could be that, and it could be not. It could be not it, because she is a mother that has a lot of people she takes care of, and she could be saying her mind to them, and she could be, you know, advising them on something that they should, you know, also guard themselves about.
Okay, so
yes.
A lot of Nigerians have. This has sparked a lot of reactions from Nigerians. Okay, yes, you want to advise your people as a mother, as a woman, but does it warrant you cussing? Let me start with you, doctor. You're looking at me. Does it warrant you cussing that they will be inflicted with cancer? We all know what cancer is, and then also curse the children. What is the business of the children in all of this? They didn't ask that they should come through, that person, or through a relationship that is of a person's husband. They just found themselves in the woman's womb and having that man as a father. So what's
in fact, that was a no-no for me. You can't afford to curse people on the altar of the Almighty God. In fact, the Bible said you should bless and not curse. No matter the level of provocation, considering her standing, she shouldn't stand at that altar and curse people. That was where she got it wrong for me. Like when I spoke earlier, I said, I agree with her to some certain level. But for that part, it's a no-no. Let karma do its work. If Jesus had cursed all the people that worked against him, I don't think we will have someone like the great Apostle Paul. Because Apostle Paul worked against Christ. In fact, he killed a lot of Christians, but Jesus was still, he saw something that other people did not see. That someone is divorced today doesn't mean that the person is 100% a bad person. And that doesn't mean that the person cannot retrace her step and make the marriage work. So, cursing that person, it's a no-no for me. She would have stopped at the level of advising
even to the
people not to, not to go into divorce or snatch people's husband and leave that cursing part alone. So that is a no-no for me.
Do you think the cause came from a place of a personal interest? Like the man that spoke behind the camera said, she probably is going through a whole lot in her marriage and decided to use that curse to, send a warning to people that she knows and the people that knows her, we don't know.
Well, for me, I may say yes and no. Okay. Yes, on the ground that it might not be a person. It might not be. It could be maybe close relations, or as a pastor's wife she is, people from the church that she has close encounter with, and in the course of advising, in the course of ministering, she has heard a lot. So I from that angle, maybe she felt that's the right channel to address people. Don't go about snatching your fellow women's husband. So I see that maybe based on what she must have heard or having close people around her. So that's why I feel it could be she's coming from that angle.
So cursing is okay?
No, I'm not saying it's okay. You asked, is it based on what the person outside behind the camera said? So I'm saying it could be from a personal experience that she came to do that, but it's a no-no for me.
Okay.
She shouldn't have done that. Curse is from God, if at all he wants to. We are not in position to curse anybody. And as a pastor, we're in position to bless. You are to bless your friends, you are to bless your congregation, you are to bless, the people that comes in contact with you. It is not, let me use myself as an example, it's not in my position to curse anybody.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me come to you, Gift. Okay. Your name is Gift, so you give a lot of blessings. Let me put it that way. Was it right that she asked, or rather she cursed the children? Do you think God will listen to such prayers? We are not God. We are just assuming as humans, with what we have studied in the Bible. Do you think such curses, like the Nigerians will say, is in all water? Do you think such curses can get anywhere in the presence of God?
Well,
especially for the children.
I'm going to say that in two ways. The two ways I mean is that, because she is a woman of God and she stood upon the altar of God and made that curse even to the children. Like in the scripture, there's a word that says, and God will visit the iniquity of the parents to even to the 10th generation. He was going to visit their iniquity. And several times, so many people have heard in the scripture that God allowed the whole family to go down. Like Korah went down with his family, like the one that wanted to hang Esther and Haman went down with his whole family, So on that, she might be right. Okay, and then the second one, like I said, I'm talking about it in two ways. The second one is, or we have a new dispensation now, and that dispensation is dispensation of grace, that our Lord Jesus Christ has paid it all for us. So I believe that those things are shadows, that have passed. So on this note, the children shouldn't have been involved in that cause.
Okay, so let's come down to, we're just looking at the Christianity aspect of all of this, and then the divorce and all of that, and then taking someone's husband. Let's move it to our brothers and sisters in the Islamic religion, where they are allowed to marry more than one wife. In that situation, will you say that someone had come to take someone's husband?
Go ahead. For me, it's their culture, it's their religion. So the women there already know this is what is obtainable in our culture. So the man, it's not even the woman that goes to meet the man. It's the man that, after the first wife, the religion says you can marry up to 4 wives. So it's not the woman that goes to meet the man. It's the man. So in that culture and religion, it's acceptable by them. Yeah.
And so you think this cause will not affect such people? Because we're particular about the cause.
She's not referring to the Muslim.
No, she generalized
the
it.
Muslim, you said the man goes to meet
the woman.
Do you think that this husband snatching thing that is always the woman that goes to the man? Is it
No,
not the man that will go and tell the lady, I like you.
That's what I'm saying.
And from there, they start the relationship and the snatching starts.
So for me, that's what I'm saying. The man goes there. So, okay, I understand your question. But you know, in this part of the world, there are women who are consciously snatching the man. Yes.
You speak as if you have seen one before. Can you share? Snatching, consciously snatching. Can you share with us? Deliberately snatching. Okay. Can you share with us?
Well, I've not seen one, but we've heard, of course, we've heard a woman trying to, you know, be nice, going to extreme of doing things that ideally she's not supposed to do. You know, when you try to show, how do we have side chicks? So when you try to show a man some kind of love, whom you think the wife is not doing at home, that is a way of, you know,
preparing the snatching.
Yes. And maybe there are some things you are doing which, as a wife, we all are wives. We know by the time you get up in the morning, running after children and do a whole lot of things, you might not really have that time to give the man.
Let me come down to this. I have seen a story where men walk away from their marriages, from their wives. Okay. And now if a man decides to leave his wife, not even divorced, but you just walk away and, you know, not even giving the wife the reason why you decided to walk away. You just took a walk and leaving the wife with the children. And then years have passed. And then another woman finds him and decides to marry him. Does this cause also? Because I am particular about the cause.
No, yeah, they of course the cause won't happen because that other woman that came later already was not in the scene. Was not in the scene at all.
Which other woman would have caused
the wife? The wife caused the husband already.
Okay, abandoning the children. Strange woman. She was not aware of any strange woman. So the cause now is on the man alone.
And you know, for the fact that some people enter marriages for some certain reasons. You understand? Because some of these marriages, some people enter transactionally. Okay. Maybe the woman has money and he came in, or the man has money, she came in, and now there's no money. You understand? So the man is off. So in the first place, the man did not even, for me, in the first place, in some situation, the man did not even come into the marriage with his heart, with being committed. You understand? Most cases, it's like that.
Okay.
Yes.
We've just been told that our time is almost up. So, but one word from every one of us. What is your advice to those that snatches someone's husband?
Please stop it. That is just one word. It's if you snatched someone's husband, just be assured that that same husband will be snatched from you. So stop it, whoever that is involved.
Stop it. Don't snatch someone's husband. To you, what is your advice to the pastor? Pastor Peace Ibioma. What is your advice to her? Continue to curse, or, take back the curse and pray for your congregation?
Of course, she has to pray for her congregation. But I want to advise women, married women, take care of your husband. Make him happy, make him comfortable. If you notice that there is snatching going somewhere, let him know that that thing he saw there is still here.
Right. So that thing that he saw there is still here.
Yeah.
What will you say those things are for women? Advice to women out there.
Well, I would say that, they should respect their husbands. Yes, and make them want to yearn coming back home, wherever they are. And to those who are snatching husbands, I would say that women, we are the demons of ourselves. We are the witches to ourselves. Please, let's love ourselves. Let's love ourselves.
Okay.
Yes.
Coming from Gift, she's giving us Gift advice. Let's love ourselves.
Yes.
Stop snatching. But you also, Dr. Juliet also said that let's do those things that brings the men back home to know that those qualities are still in us. Give me one of those qualities that you advise a woman.
Look good always.
She already said respect your husband. But give me one word.
Look good always.
Looking good always.
Respect him.
Give him quality
Food. I know you're from Akwa Ibom. I know you're from Akwa Ibom State, and I was expecting that. So if you didn't say that, I know you're from Akwa Ibom. Give him good food. Anyway, thank you, ladies, for coming onto this program. Esther said, give your husband good food. Very important. I know why I say that. Very important. I know men that don't want to eat outside. They will tell you, no, until I get home before I eat. That's because their husbands give them good food.
Their wives.
And then their wives give them good food. And then coming from Juliet says, look good, just like she's looking good. I mean, there's no way her husband will see her and don't want to say, oh, come back home. And then from Juliet, from Gift says, respect your husband. It is very important to respect your husband, because when you respect him, he will also respect you. Anyway, this advice I leave with you women out there. Stop snatching other people's husband. Until I see you again, I am Patricia Uremu-Gables. Thank you for joining us today.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Akwa Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Akwa seed. Ayo or Akwa game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Akwa game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
Very good evening to you, and thanks for joining us on ITV News for this time. I am Harry Igboje. The aftermath of hours of heavy rainfall has exposed the perennial flooding in Benin City, with major roads in the GRA axis and other parts of the city overtaken by flood, leaving motorists stranded and vehicles stopped. Ofuri Aneto has details.
Hours of heavy rainfall left major roads including Boundary Road, Ihama Road and Irunse submerged by flood. When the news crew visited the affected areas, several motorists were sighted struggling to navigate through the flooded roads, while others were left stranded after their vehicles broke down. Some motorists, Emmanuel Okpebo, Joe Obalo, and Chuks Ozubu, described the flooding as a terrible experience, saying it has resulted to damaging vehicles, disrupts movement, and expose road users to hardship. They appeal to the Edo State government to improve drainage infrastructure and provide a lasting solution to the recurring flooding.
Today, we don't understand that the way the rain be. Everybody tired. Everywhere, full my street in Moiti, and I don't come my street one time. That place full. No, not be going. If you see past the money, say be go area. We dey peel it to Pegolo. I beg. Make your pause. We dey solve for JRA. Your place will be JRA with day. If you go on that stage JRA, we dey enjoy. But see our states. I beg. I don't say just the enter, but make it try to do it best.
Anytime it rains in Benin, most especially in JRA, it will be very horrible for everybody. You can see for yourself now where we're passing. So it's terrible. The governor should try to do something about it. Most especially around the government house, you know, all this area now. This Boundary Road now, you can see between here and zone 5 it's not possible. You can see we have to navigate through a different street to be able to come out here. So the government should please try to do something about it.
The road's so bad now. Please, may I appeal the government, may I help us fix the road. Right from the one, this place is very bad.
From Benin, Ofuri Aneto, ITV News.
Benin City residents have been advised by health experts to ventilate their houses properly, wear cardigans to avoid cold and pneumonia, and maintain good environmental hygiene to prevent the breeding of mosquitoes during the rainy season. Joa Baisiabo has more.
According to the Nigerian Meteorological Agency, NIMET, Edo State should expect cloudy skies with intermittent light to moderate rains and thunderstorms from July 26, 2026, with the southern region most affected. Health expert and Edo State Commissioner for Health, Dr. Cyril Adams Oshomole, warned that malaria fever is likely to rise during the raining season. They advised residents to ventilate their houses properly, wear cardigans to avoid cold and pneumonia, and maintain good environmental hygiene to prevent the breeding of mosquitoes.
Of course, this period there will be spike. I expect to see spike in malaria. We have free malaria testing in all government hospitals. There might be spike in cholera, there might be spike in dysentery because of polluted water. So I would advise people to boil their water adequately. Boil your water. The water you boil might be better than the one you take from sachet water. Use your ITN mosquito net. Wear long-fitting clothes at night. Clean your environment. Avoid using stagnant water. Avoid using flooded road because you never can tell. There could be open drainage, there could be potholes.
Elders and parents also joined in the call, advising families to eat more fruits than junks in order to boost their immune systems against fever.
What we do as parents is to ensure that we wear our children good clothes. You wear them sweater, wear them socks, make sure they are properly covered. Then also ensure that you close your rooms, you lock your doors. Because as rain is falling, reptiles leave the house and enter houses.
I think we should stock a lot of meals that are rich in vitamin C. Other than that, we can even get supplements at home for kids. It helps to improve, boost their immune system and fight infections, especially that are prevalent during this period, this time of.
From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
As the rainy season intensifies across Edo North, health concerns are mounting over a growing mosquito infestation and a possible increase in malaria cases. Heavy rainfall has left pools of stagnant water in many communities, creating ideal breeding grounds for mosquitoes and putting children, pregnant women, and other vulnerable residents of greater risk. Edo North correspondent Anthony Gbano has details.
Residents across Edo North says malaria cases have increased in recent weeks, with many families battling repeated infection amidst rising healthcare costs. Community leader Chief Yekini Sado says the situation has become a serious concern and is urging residents to keep their surroundings clean by clearing drains and removing stagnant water where mosquito breeds.
People should increase their environmental sanitation practice. Bushes should not be allowed to grow in their environment, and anything that can collect water should be discouraged because that is one of the medium.
Parents are also expressing concern over the growing number of malaria cases affecting their children. One of them, Mr. Lawani Sunday, says frequent infections have placed a financial burden on many households. He is calling for increased public awareness, affordable treatment, and wide distribution of insecticide-treated mosquito nets.
Rushed her to the hospital. After the carrying out a series of tests, that we discovered it was there's malaria, and that's when.
A medical expert warned that malaria remains one of the leading causes of illness during this rainy season. A medical doctor, Dr. Ibrahim, advised residents to sleep under insecticide-treated mosquito net, maintain clean surroundings, eliminate mosquito breeding sites, and seek immediate medical attention whenever symptoms such as fever appears.
Mosquito breed. For example, you have bushes around it, or like in dry season where everywhere is dry, the earth is dead. In rainy season, the earth is alive.
With the rainy season expected to continue, health experts stress that preventing malaria requires collective community action, maintaining proper sanitation, clearing stagnant water, and constantly using insecticide-treated mosquito nets remain some of the most effective ways to comb the spread of the disease. Anthony Igbano, ITV News.
5 days after an Enugu aircraft overshot the runway while landing at Benin Airport, the aircraft remains at the scene as aviation authorities continue investigations into the incident. ITV News gathered from airport officials who spoke on condition of anonymity that the aircraft has not yet been moved pending the outcome of the ongoing investigation by the relevant aviation authorities. The report filed by Valerie Ehige is presented by Joe Baisiabo.
4 days after the runway excursion involving an Enugu Air aircraft at Benin Airport, the aircraft is still positioned at the site of the incident. Although some airport officials maintained that the aircraft only veered off the runway and did not sustain significant damage, it has not been cleared for removal as investigators continue their assessment. A visit by the ITV News crew to the airport confirmed that the aircraft remains at the location with no visible recovery or evacuation operations taking place at the time of the visit. When ITV News crew sought an official update, airport management declined to comment, stating that the incident is still under investigation by the appropriate aviation authorities. Officials added that any formal statement on the incident would be issued by the airline's head office and the agencies responsible for the investigation. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
And on a rather tragic note, no fewer than 24 farmers have been killed following a deadly attack by suspected bandits on farmlands in Sauna Roga community, Talata Mafara local government area of Zamfara state. The attack reportedly occurred on Wednesday, July 22nd, while the victims were working on their farms. Umma Mohammed has details.
Residents of Sauna and Gora community say at least 24 farmers lost their lives when heavily armed bandits invaded their farmlands and opened fire on them. Several other farmers are also reportedly missing, with fears that many may have been abducted during the attack. However, the Zamfara State Police Command has confirmed 15 deaths. The police public relations officer DSP Yazid Abubakar said the figure was based on reports officially received by the command, adding that investigations are ongoing to determine the fate of those still unaccounted for.
It is quite unfortunate incident that happened in Talata Mafara, where a large number of armed bandits bearing sophisticated weapons invaded some villages in Sauna.
DSP Yazid Abubakar says security operatives have launched a manhunt for the attackers and intensifying efforts to restore peace across affected communities in the state. He also noted that the security situation in Zamfara state has improved significantly compared to previous years, owing to sustained operations by security agencies.
The insecurity in Zamfara has reduced drastically.
The police spokesperson recalled that security forces recently carried out a successful operation in Gandu Forest, where nearly 400 suspected bandits were reportedly neutralized as part of ongoing efforts to combat banditry in the state. Authorities have assured residents that operations to track down the perpetrators and safeguard farming communities will continue, while urging the public to remain vigilant and cooperate with security agencies. From Gusau, the headquarters of Zamfara State, Umar Mohammed, ITV News.
And that report wraps it on ITV News for this time. Many thanks for watching. I am Harry Igbo. Do enjoy the rest of your night.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Ọba Tope.
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers. This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set roll out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader. ITV, certainly the best.
Africa is a great continent with diverse cultural heritage that made the continent unique, popular, and home to many. For instance, in Guinea, women played active role in masquerade dance, as the women dance around the women in an appropriate manner that creates fun and happiness in the community. This dance is closely connected with the traditional rhythms and music of the people of Guinea. This is the beauty of the masquerade dance. Africa societies, dance, songs, and music facilitates and promotes social values. The celebration of special events are major milestones. The performances of oral history and spiritual experiences involve masquerade dance performance as seen in all Africa societies to the delight of the people, as it increased joy and love among the inhabitants of the societies. Masquerade in African societies help to regulate social administration, social norms and order, and create cultural values. A move round African communities reveal one unique thing, that is, African dance uses concept of polo rhythm and total body movement. The African dances are similar and almost the same, and they often use collective activity to perform in large groups, with significant interactions between the dancers and the onlookers. In Africa, traditional dances are collectively expressing the values and desires of the community. Although dances may seem spontaneous, they are usually choreographed. The dances are degenerate by sex, where gender roles play important role.
pass, go look for bed there.
ITV, certainly the best.
Top of the morning to you. Welcome to the program this morning on ITV. I am Anuluwakbo Stephen. So many things to talk about today on the show. Here in Edo State, Nigeria, I have my colleagues with me, the ace broadcaster, Sonny Duke Okosu. Good morning. Really? Okay. That's like the Love it. Good morning. Welcome on board. Since you had a fantastic weekend with the way you danced, something came up.
Well, not exactly. I mean, the fact that it's a brand new day.
Okay.
And we have the privilege to see another brand new day. Many slept last night. Today, there are no more. Some are in the hospital. Just different strokes for different folks. I mean, we have every reason to be happy and be grateful to God. I mean, it's a brand new week. And there's so much to look forward to on the show today. I'm particularly looking forward to our conversation on the fake life on social media.
Okay, hold on. Just before we get to that, I also have Amarachi Azuka here. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
I
think
I should dance. I think I should dance. I'm so excited to be here. It's such an honor. Thank you so much for having me on this morning on ITV.
So how was your weekend as well?
It was fantastic. It was amazing. I had a restful weekend. How was yours?
It was great. Thanks for asking.
Okay.
Now, of course, Sonny Duke Okosu has already launched our conversation for today. So we might as well, you know, get into it. Hopefully we have Lagos and Abuja studio join us as we move along. So something beautiful. I mean, the weekend was really fantastic on the street of social media. Hopefully on TMI Social will do justice to it. But let's just open the conversation. The amazing, controversial personality, social media personality, the professor of the University of Gege School, right there in Delta State, Nigeria, tied the knots secretly over the weekend in Niger, right there in Nigeria. And it sparks a lot of conversation online, especially because this particular person, if you know Gege, his real name Prosper, has been championing men from not spending on their women, from not spending buying wigs, and we hear that he bought wigs. There was even a video, Sunny Duke, where he was losing the hair of his wife, and it got a lot of people talking. And you know, the conversation is currently on as regards, should you believe what you see on social media or not?
Well, that's why I put my hand like this to hear you before I comment on that.
Yeah.
You know, as broadcasters, media practitioners, I mean, we've always admonished that people should take a cursory look at whatever they see or hear on social media before they take action. They should actually verify some of those things and the practicality of that. It's not the first time we're seeing people like this. I remember Blessing CEO, who is now cooling in police custody, came up with some of these theories about how women should behave, how women shouldn't behave, and all of that, how men are this, men are that. Eventually, he was able to snatch one dude that he was flaunting on social media. And then this guy, Gege, has been an advocate for men, saying they shouldn't do this for women, they shouldn't do that for, I mean, nobody saw it coming. Who would have expected that Gege would get married to a lady so soon? So all of those things he was saying on his you know, streaming platform, Gege University, it's just a hoax, because that's exactly what is playing out now. The fact that he even did the marriage secretly,
imagine that.
That's insult to injury.
Really?
And I know that some female activists, they are coming for
Absolutely. Well, actually, you want to hear in on this?
Yeah, you know, when I saw the video of his wedding, I felt like it was a lie. I'm like, no, it's not Gege, it's AI. Because with all the things we've heard him say about marriage and all that, one would think that he would be the last person to actually get married. And there was a video of him saying that if he ever gets married, they should just like know that the girl used maybe like charms on him. They should take him to a select church and flog him to like bring out that thing out of his body. And now he's married, and all his fans are like, what's happening? How come you deceived us? And he came up to say that he did not deceive anybody. He didn't tell anybody not to get married. He only said that if he gets married, they should do something about it. And everybody's just sparking conversations online about it. But this just boils down to the fact that social media is not all real. Whatever you see on social media, you need to verify before you take advice. There are so many advisors on social media, so many influencers, so many content creators, people that just want views and money, you know, from social media. And we, the viewers that are watching, we should be careful when we see these influencers, be careful on how we take their advice, because a lot of men now are they're like, oh, this guy deceived us and all that. He did not deceive you. You were the one that actually took his advice so seriously. So it's it's really funny and appalling.
He deceived men or guys. He deceived them with his philosophy, with his ideology.
Well, those are the guys that want to be deceived, not everybody.
Because you see, when you see somebody is an influencer, what does it mean?
Influence people.
You influence people's decisions.
Yeah.
You influence their action. They look at your lifestyle, they look at what you say, and they want to model it after you. Because there are a lot of people out there that are rudderless. They want direction, they want advice, they want all of these things. And then you come on air and you say this and that, and you go behind and do the direct opposite. We have to do some integrity check on you. And I think it boils down to what I just said a while ago, that be careful of what you take from social media. Be careful of what you hear, believe. It's like, you know, a young lady fantasizing about marriage, and then he watches home video a lot, and then he's trying to model his marital life after what he and what she sees on social media or online or on even some of these movies and all of that. You know that they are two different things.
Absolutely. Well, we need to, I hear the PD say we need to bring Lagos and Abuja on board at this point. But it's also safe to say that marriage is a beautiful thing at the end of the day, especially when you're doing it with the right person. Lagos, good morning. Abuja, how are you? Welcome to the program. The show is on already. Let me start with you, Patricia, ladies first. You want to weigh in on the conversation and also how Lagos is doing today.
Good morning, I know Lagos is cool and fine. I mean, over the weekend, Gege actually confused everybody. But I'm going to start by saying, who are those men that actually took his advice? I'm wondering. I mean, like Sonny Duke said, influencer can influence you, but you want to take a proper look at the person that is influencing you. Are you better than the person? Because a whole lot of comments on the social media was like, Gege deceived us. A lot of people said they left their girlfriends because of Gege. Some said, oh, they decided never to get married because of Gege. And I sat down to begin to wonder, Gege, I mean, I do not understand. But anyway, he deceived a lot of people and he got married secretly. It just boiled down to say that social media is a place where these young folks have decided to go and, you know, just say anything to make quick money and, you know, become very popular in the social media world. So I don't know, those that took Gege's advice, I am so sorry he disappointed you. Because he also said if married, they should flog him, just like Amarachi said. They should take him to Celeste Church and flog him. I hope they are all planning right now to take Gege to Celeste Church and flog him so that he can come back to his senses to what he advised people.
Well, still reacting to it yesterday, Gege actually did say, show me a video where I told you not to get married. Show me a video where I said you shouldn't spend on your woman. And we're going to play that video on TMI socials this morning. I don't know if Joseph Kadiri, Joseph, are you one of those men who stopped spending on your woman because of Gege? Please go ahead.
A very good morning, dear colleagues. Good morning, Nigerians. Of course, it is your favorite program. For us here in Abuja, it is cool and calm, weather is friendly. But on the subject matter, I feel personally Gege's life should not dominate national discourse on a Monday morning. We've got so much to talk about, socio-political issues that definitely will shape our life. He is living his life and it's just a lesson for everyone, you know. Do what you have to do. You don't have to stamp your fate on your political life, marital life, social life on the back of someone, because they may change. We have seen many people who say this is the way to go. At the end of the day, they change. What happens? You are left in the dungeon. So on the discourse for Abuja today, the INEC closure of CBR is our focus, because, you know, after that there are about 5-6 activities that will come before the elections.
Thank you so much, Joseph. But it's also quite interesting and notable to note that traditional media currently has switched. There are so many new innovation, and it's also good to see over time we get to see what happens in the mainstream media being always picked from what goes on the digital space, the new media, and social media in particular. Thank you so much for your concern. Yes.
To that conversation, I think our colleague Kadri needs to upgrade himself a little bit and have a proper understanding how the media works. Like you rightly mentioned, there is a shift from traditional to digital. The advantage that we have is that we're able to do what you call media convergence, which is a fusion of the traditional media and, of course, digital media for the benefit of our audience. If you say what Gege has done is not worthy of being talked about on the national television, it only shows where you are in terms of the media sphere, and that's quite very disappointing for me, because what we are establishing here is the fakeness that we see on social media, which people believe most times. And you can extrapolate that even to the political space, where something happens and then that thing that happens is trending on social media. In most cases, people are judged on social media. It could be a political issue and all of that. Eventually, when the facts starts emerging, you'll be amazed how everything turns around. I'll give you a typical example. Someone like Very Dark Man was following the story of the Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Committee. He had a conversation with the prime suspect, Adeyemi, and he wanted to take up that issue because he felt that Adeyemi was being unjustly treated. But after getting all the information that he got, that informed his decision, and then having a conversation directly with the guy, it discovered that there was some element of lies in it. So that changed his perception. Now, today, if you're a politician, you don't have a strong digital media presence, you're certainly going to be missing out on some of the, advantages that that space provides. Yeah, Gege may be a subject, but it's beyond him, because we are looking at the major issue of deception that you have on social media. Today, we're talking about AI, artificial intelligence. We're talking about deep fake in the digital media space. That's because people can actually take your voice, take your picture, take your video, and create something that wasn't you talking or having an engagement on a particular issue. At the end of the day, those who will see will believe it's you. So when you have such a very robust conversation and somebody, because he doesn't understand it, wants to dismiss it, that's quite disappointing. That's why I say he needs to really upgrade himself, in that conversation.
Very well, it's an ongoing conversation. Now let's move over to Lagos, Nigeria. Patricia, what are we getting from your end this morning?
Hi, Anu. We're going to be talking and looking at the voters' registration. INEC had just ended the exercise, and then the opposition demands extension. I mean, not just the opposition, I think Nigerians are also asking for extension. So we're going to be taking a look at that, and we're going to be having Dr. Martin Morgan. He is an international public and development analyst. He's going to help us understand all of this, if actually the extension is needed.
Looking forward to all of that and more this morning on the show. Now back here in Edo State, Nigeria, away from Gege conversation, which is controversial, away from INEC, the registration, the PVC that ended yesterday, we'll turn our attention over to something that happened over the weekend, where we had President Bola Tinubu and Abike Dabiri Arewa, with other notable Nigerians in the diaspora, hold a meeting where the president did say that they should come back home to Nigeria, especially healthcare workers. Come back to Nigeria. Nigeria is a better place. Let's make it great for every one of us. And this has sparked conversation online and offline, and we'll talk about it some more this morning. I did hear some persons say, what am I coming back to? How much are you paying medical operators right here in Nigeria? So that's a conversation that we must have. But we really need to take a short break. And when we return, we'll move over to the front pages of the newspaper. Please stay with us. Welcome back. If you're just joining, you're on to This Morning on ITV. Now let's take a look at national dailies this morning. We'll start off with the Nigerian Tribune, where the major headline says, North should trust me with presidency. Who is speaking? Peter Obi, he also says only inclusive leadership can truly heal Nigeria. Details on this on page 2 of the Nigerian Tribune this morning. Away from that power sector, Nigeria needs $228 billion in electricity investment between 2026 to 2024. Who was speaking the presidency on the front page of the Nigerian Tribune this morning. You get details of that on page 5. Nigeria well positioned for inclusive growth if reforms continue. IMF has that to say on page 6. Kano, Lagos, Edo top as INEC concludes final phase of continuous voter registration on page 23 of the Nigerian Tribune. Other interesting headlines this morning. Tinubu may meet more Oyo APC stakeholders as power tussle intensifies in Kwara, Benue. Subwriter says Sharafa Ferdin Ali widens scope of peace moves. Kwara stakeholders await Abuja's final verdict on Guber candidate. And so I think that's all we would have on the Nigerian Tribune this morning. But let me just quickly introduce our guest reviewer on the program today. Good morning, Dr. Dan Ekerefa. He is the HOD of Mass Communication, Uniben, Edo State, Nigeria. Good morning. You look great. I love the bead you're putting on.
No, you just got it
from our community. Okay. Well, I'll allow you to react to the major headline where Peter Obi was saying something about the North giving him the presidency. Now, yesterday he had an interview on a sister station and he said a lot of things there. Dr. Dan.
Yes, why is Obi asking the North to trust him with power? Over the years, there is this silent animosity between the North and the East. And these stories are usually peddled by the political class to create this animosity between people from the Southeast and the North. If you follow developments in Nigeria over the years, especially when you have cases of violence, inter-ethnic clashes, people from the Southeast often feel attacked, especially those who have business in the North. So because of the outcome of the Civil War and the narrative that were out there over the years, that the first coup was planned by the Igbos in the military, it has strained the relationship between the North and the East. Although the 1979 election, Buhari first coming to contest for the presidency, deliberate efforts were made to pick somebody from the Southeast as vice president. But in spite of this effort, there is this ground-seated animosity between some political class in the North and individuals from the Southeast. So when Obi says, trust me with power, the reason why he's saying that is that I will provide leadership. If you have a good leader in this country, what you are going to get is that you have a nation that is inclusive. So if over the years there is a deliberate relegation of people from the Southeast in terms of access to power, you recall that over the years, it was during Yar'Adua's tenure that we had the first Southeasterner as police chief, a person of Michael Kiro. Thereafter, you had the chief of army staff from the Southeast, later one chief of air staff. It is in the recent past we started having people from the Southeast occupy key positions in government. So when Obi says, give me the opportunity, it is because of this deep-seated animosity that has created such narrative. However, Nigeria should ask themselves this question. We have been doing North, Southwest, South-South, and the outcome has not been very palatable. Why don't we give somebody from the Southeast an opportunity for leadership, whether he will transform this nation or not? We'll continue with the same old narratives that things are not changing to the best of life for Nigerians. If you look at an average Igbo man, he or she is industrious, he pursues his trade with every seriousness. So if you give somebody such leadership, let's try him and see if he will change the narrative of this nation. If you have been to the North, there is high level of poverty in the North. And they've had leaders from that part of the country over the years, and nothing has changed. It means those who have occupied leadership position, either they don't understand the basics of development, or they are foot soldiers who drive the development process and not providing the right report to them. Beyond at the presidential level, let's look at the governors from the north. What type of impact? Yes, in terms of road, you will see roads, you will see healthcare not that very strong, economic activity is very low. These are the fundamentals. So for individuals who can transform the course of the north, it will be is having the right qualities to drive this process. Why are the political class afraid of letting him have access to power? So all the gang up, all the narrative, oh, Obi will do this, Obi will do that, is out of fear. You know, those who maintain the political hold in terms of hegemony in this country will not want people who will break the hegemony and make power or life better for ordinary Nigerians. So the only way they can continue their hold into power is to keep spreading that narrative that Obi cannot be trusted. So when Obi asks northern people to say, trust me with power, I'll make a difference, it is because of these long years of animosity. So it's left for us Nigerians to decide what we want for ourselves as a people, whether we want a nation that is good for all of us or continue with this same trajectory. That is my take on that headline.
All right, okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Dan.
Go to Guardian, and next for the call, what do we have?
The Guardian newspaper, well, it's leading with the major headline that says overlapping budgets. How weak? I don't know if we could have that on the screen. Let's have the Guardian newspaper on right now. But it's talking about, it's talking about the economy, how weak budgeting, culture, aids, graft, poverty, ghost allocations, and there is a diagram there explaining it even further. And I also see voter registration closes amid concerns over access, election, credibility. Dr. Dan, please.
Yes. This year is like we're having about 3 budgets running simultaneously this year. The 2024 budget, the capital component was not completed when the 2025 came, and the same thing has happened in 2026. I don't know, those guys in the National Assembly, whether there's nobody amongst them that read economics. A budget is supposed to run within a cycle. One, why do you allow the president to present budget December of the outgoing year if you want serious deliberation on the budget? 2, budgets are proposed for a specific period of time. In our country here, they will tell you, the 2024 component should expire in January 2027. Or the 2025 component should expire March 2027. You create confusion all over the place. You recall some weeks back, the minister was trying to offer a defense when the World Bank raised allegation that even the money the government borrowed, the government was stealing the money and all that. And the Minister of Defense said the reason why we have that controversy was because some budget of the past were still running in the current year. That was the reason he provided. It is time for us to really question this in the National Assembly. Why would you insist that budget cycle should run their full course? What is stopping the Senate President or the Speaker of the House of Representatives from saying, Mr. President, budget should go to us September of the outgoing year, so that within this, September and December, we can deliberate on this budget? You recall that this year's budget, deliberations were made on it until March this year. So if a budget for this current year, you are still deliberating on it in March, the implication is that you want the old budget to continue to run until this. So when you create this type of weak system, you create avenue for corruption. People will impose figures into the current budget when the outgoing budget is already being run. You had cases where certain projects are repeated again and again because they will tell you such budgets were not funded. What is the result? We keep doing the same thing. The outcome is very poor. The National Assembly should be held responsible for this. If the National Assembly will not insist that budgets should be submitted at specific period, this story will not change. We continue with the same trajectory. Nothing is going to change. The other issue I will speak to is the issue of INEC registration ending that ended yesterday. And funny enough, Edo State came third in the number of registered voters. It means the level of political education is very high. People are beginning to be conscious of the system, and I look forward to those who register collecting their PVCs, and on election day they come out to vote. Because some of this registration is a product of the political class saying, please, you need to register so that our area can have a say. When we are negotiating with government, we say we have a large number of registered voters. That should change by people coming out on election day to vote. In all the elections we've had, we've never had up to 40% of voters turn out. And it's not good for our system. If we want a system that is good, where people decide who rules them, those who register for election cycle should come out and vote during elections.
Fantastic. I just reflect on the issue of weak budget, which you talked about. How do you see that as a challenge if you look at the issue of what has happened with the fake Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Committee?
The report of that is that while you present this paper for this year's budget, invariably the focus was on the outgoing year where monies were allocated. People can bring in fake allocations into the same process, because from the stories you have been hearing from the National Assembly, people secretly imputing projects, programs into a budget that has been passed. Allegations now start flying. No, that was not what we passed. Oh, it was what was passed. Yeah. That is why you created that. So for the fake Presidential Committee on Foreign Investment, that happened because the legislators themselves did not do due diligence. As from what you are seeing from the committee set up to investigate the matter, it is obviously clear that the man was indeed given the responsibility of doing that job. All the stories they presented, the arrests and all the rest, were all a face-saving measure. Like I said in one of our programs here, what they would have done is to own up. If you keep saying you are not aware, when the facts are already before the public, you lose credibility. In public relations, trust, credibility, they are the currency you use in drawing public followership and you use in building reputation. But if you lose these two currency, I don't know what else you have to get from the people.
Look at what we have on the New Telegraph as our next port of call. Okay, we'll work with the Daily Independent newspaper, and it says high rates, government borrowing threaten private credit recovery. And then CBN boosts cyber defenses with new security operations center. All right. You have more stories on Daily Independent. We'll just quickly get Dr. Dan's reaction to the two stories we highlighted.
What is the essence of borrowing to fund projects? I sometimes ask myself, is it that we don't think at all? One of the things I will make reference to is the Abuja-Benin highway. That road has been on since 2009, if I'm not mistaken. Every government that comes in, say, we'll complete that road. So the question is, what does it take to complete that road? How many billions do you need to complete the road? Government tells you, oh, we borrow so billions to fund projects. Where are the projects? What is the level of execution? If you meet the contractor, you say, we are stopped because we are not being funded. Those who have learned their lessons, you don't borrow money again from the bank. Because if you borrow money from the bank to fund a project, getting it will become a Herculean tax. At the end of the day, the bank will end up taking your asset in place of that. So government borrows in the name of funding projects, but these projects are done piecemeal. And at the end of the day, the essence of the borrowing is lost. I would have thought that if you borrow money to execute a project, you put the money into it so that within a short period, you can get the value for it. Take the case of the Benin-Asaba highway. Within Benin here, you don't know what the contractor is doing, whether the man is confused. You have not been to the Agbo end of the road. You'll be asking yourself, is it that these people don't understand simple engineering? They started before the rains, and they were saying, within April, they would have completed. Go to Agbo Road. They don't know what they are doing. And if you travel that stretch towards Agbo, they scrape the best part of the road, and the quality of what they are doing is rubbish. So you say money that was borrowed to execute us is such a project, we will get value for it. The second dimension of the headlines about CBN improving cyber security. You recall that last year or so, the government told us that what was lost to fraudulent activities by men of the other world was over 200 billion. So that tells you a lot. A man who has worked all his life, invested in something, put his money in the bank or some investment company, all of a sudden the money is lost to fraudulent activities. So if the CBN is saying they are building a new security center, I think it's a step in the right direction. It will increase the confidence of the people in financial systems. That usual fear that, oh, my money can be lost, people can fall prey to fraudsters, I think it may go a long way in reducing cases of that.
Right, away from the New Telegraph newspaper, let's
Daily Independent.
Right, the Daily Independent newspaper. Let's turn our attention now to the New Telegraph newspaper, if we can. The major headline says 2027 DG Yari Al-Makura Oshomole Uzodinma top contenders as APC compiles PCC list. And there's also subwriters there on page 3 and 7 of the New Telegraph newspaper. You see details of that story. Away from that, U.S. lawmaker asks federal government to release Nnamdi Kanu of phase 8 cuts. Will that happen? You never know. On page 2 and 27, you get details of that story. I think that all this would allow me to take on New Telegraph. Dr. Dan, you want to react to this?
Yes.
And also, I'd love you to respond to the drama that's been playing out between Senate President and Oshomole. What really is going on?
That's obvious, and it's going to continue.
Feels like there's something underneath that we don't know.
Well, the reality is that the fight for who becomes the Senate President next election is what is driving that drama. An ambassadorial nominee was presented before the Senate, and Oshomole raised a point of observation that this candidate, there are court cases against him over sexual harassment, whether it will be fair to appoint such an individual. And the Senate President, rather than address the issue, brought in Oshomole's own private emotional affairs into the picture. When I watched that video, I started laughing. I said, these guys are not serious. Anyway, the whole drama is about 2027 Senate presidency. And I know the game will continue, just like Dr. Sonny Duke said, until the elections are over. As for who becomes the DG of the campaigns, you need a man who can talk. You need a man who can move the crowd to act as the DG of a presidential campaign. If you bring in individuals who lack the oratory power to persuade the people, you may not do much. So for me, I think the race is basically between Oshomole and Hope Uzodinma as who become the DG of the 2027 presidential campaign.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I think that's what you have on the papers review.
Right.
Our first guest on the program is already on standby. Dr. Dan is with us here. We'll be joining in that conversation as we look at the core issues on the Jacba syndrome amidst the appeal or the calls by the president for Nigerians in diaspora to return home. To what? That's the question. We'll stay with us on the show. We'll be back with you in a moment. Many thanks again for rejoining us on the program TMI on the ITV network. We begin the conversation on the program from our Benin network studio, where we'll be looking at the core issues surrounding the Jacba syndrome, which of course is taking its toll on Nigeria. Joining us virtually from the UK, we have an educational and immigration consultant talking about Eric Chiosa EOA. Eric, thank you for joining us on the conversation this beautiful Monday morning from this side of the world.
Thank you so much, and it's a privilege having me on this program.
Fantastic. Dr. Dan Iharafo, HOD Mass Communication Department, University of Benin, is still with us in the studio. Dr. Dan, thank you so much for your patience and your time with us on the show today.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let me go straight to Eric. Give me your background on this issue of Jacba. The average, I mean, I was in a vehicle some time ago. I had some of my young friends in the car. We're just talking, and vibing. I wanted to just sample their views. If you have the opportunity to go abroad, would you take the opportunity? I was surprised. I mean, it was 100% response in terms of affirmation of going abroad to seek for greener pastures. And today, the president is appealing to the medical professionals to return home. And we also saw a comment by one of the special advisors to the president, Buhari, saying that, Nigerians living abroad, they are poorer than those living at home. I mean, social media went wild with a lot of criticisms of that comment and the reaction. So give me your background on this challenge, this social media that has been on for such a long time.
Thank you so much. My own opinion, apparently, people live in the country, what we popularly refer to as Jaguar syndrome. It's not just like simply what we say it to be. It's just a reflection of a dysfunctional society. A dysfunctional society in the sense that if we look at it from structural functionalism, the structural functionalism, we see the Nigeria as a country, as a system, which everything is supposed to be functional. The government, the economy, the health sector, every sector, religion and stuff like that. You see that things are not really working in Nigeria, and things are, people are actually looking for a greener pasture in terms of moving abroad. If we look at the population of people who has left the country since 2022 to date, it is really alarming, simply because the system has failed the people, because you see people are leaving the country not just because they want a better salary. They are leaving the country simply because there is security challenges, because you have a lot of people who can no longer work freely. And looking at the fact that, a lot of security challenges going on here and there, killing people and all stuff like that. Like somebody said to me, he said, living abroad is just like few minutes to heaven, and living in Nigeria is just like few minutes to hell, and which is apparently the fact. Because today you see a lot of working conditions which are not proper for staffs. You see infrastructural decay, inequality. You see struggle for power and stuff like that. Poor governance. In terms of the law is really in shambles. A lot of things going on in Nigeria, and people do not want to live in such environment. And living abroad, to be honest with you, is just like a perfect way of living life. Because if you live abroad, obviously your children, you're going to be benefiting from the free education from the nursery to the college and stuff like that, which is mandatory for people. And, I can't even remember the last time I fasted and prayed when I was traveling, or probably binding blood-sucking demons on the highway, which is not. But in Nigeria, before you travel from Benin to Abuja, you need to start fasting and praying, binding the blood-sucking demons on the highway. Which are structural issues, which are systemic issues that Nigeria should be able to address. But I think these are some of the drives, that actually lead people to, seeking greener pastures, abroad. So that's just my opinion on that.
Okay, I'll come back to you in a bit. Dr. Dan, let's talk about the flip side of this conversation. You are an academician, and a good one at that. Looking at some of the issues in the global media space, we've talked about the issue of the Western world creating pathways for the best of the best in developing countries to move away. So is this a ploy to strangulate development in developing nations like Nigeria and the rest of the other developing nations across the world?
If you look at the policies of the US, Canada, they specify the type of talent they want for their migration exercise. And so if your best of artisans, your best of medical doctors, engineers are moving to those parts of the world, what is the result? You're going to have people back home who don't have, let me not say they don't have capacity, but your very best are leaving you. Look at what is happening out there. They will say Nigeria developed the first robotics, drones. The man who was in College of Education here. So the implication is that they are happy to advance the developed nations while our own country will continue to go backward. The first time I came to Benin, you interviewed a young man who developed a power bicycle. I don't know whether your memory can still remember. Years ago.
Don't even know where the guy is now.
I don't know where that guy is. You would have thought that for a small boy of his age, government will set up a special lab for him to
and fund it.
Yes. We will not have a patent and keep creating things of that nature. If it is out there, what the government would have done is to take the boy in and create a special program around him so that in the next few years, he will produce the power bags that the whole world will be using. Here, we don't do that. The first question you'll be asking, is it from your place? Even if it's your travel person, is it from your village? Why are you bothered about him? So we have created certain systemic problems that kept us where we are. So the West have understood this part of our lives, and what they keep doing is that the West keep bringing out those policies that will lure our people out of this place. Come to think of it, everyone wants a better life for himself or herself. So even if the government is saying, come back home, the first question the man will ask is, what is in it for me? If what is out here is not better than what is there, why would they want to come? So there is a challenge that those in government talk, but they don't walk the talk.
Okay.
Until we start walking the talk, the West will continue to take advantage by providing us with bogus opportunities. Some of them may be fake. I recently concluded a paper on international advertisement on job opportunities abroad and the lived experience of some Nigerians abroad. I interviewed about 25 persons, and part of the result is that sometimes the picture you get from this advertisement or the El Dorado that is promised is not what it really is. Okay. But essentially, social services is what the West has used as a basis to lure our people away. The roads are good, the healthcare system is good, the transport system is good, and all the rest. If we want to go into the labor issue, that will be a serious conversation. I believe with the course of this conversation, some of those questions will come.
Fantastic.
We'll address them.
Let me come to you, Eric. Talk to me about some of these stark realities for those seeking greener pastures, and then interface that with the call by Mr. President that Nigerians should return home. Because we know many people have sought for greener pastures abroad. They're living in the streets. They're not really doing well. It's not really, you know, El Dorado, so to speak, or greener out there for everybody. So how do you place that, you know, issue?
First of all, and apparently, looking at people not doing well, I think these things are relative. Relative in the sense that it all depends on your basis of assessing people for doing well and not doing well. People living in the country, obviously, they are living for life-changing opportunities, irrespective of what it is in the civilized world or in the Western world, or people going to US or America or wherever. The poorest person in the UK or in the US or wherever is better than the richest person in Nigeria, in all ramifications, to be honest. Is it the security issues that we're going to be looking at? Is it the religious problems that we're going to be looking at? Or is it the struggle for power in terms of the conflict theory that has been adopted by the Nigerian system, by way of saying that if you don't have money, if you don't have this, people acquire wealth for themselves and leave other people. You see a lot of inequalities in Nigeria, stuff like that. Here in the Western world, you know, people live in Nigeria is not just like they are living for, you know, it's something that it's something that is, you know, they need to do, but they see it as something that is a must. Because today, a lot of persons who are still in Nigeria, they are still in Nigeria simply because they do not have the resources and they do not have the qualification to leave that country. I think that's the more reason why they are still there. And looking at the outside world, you see a professor living in Nigeria, which is referred to as a brain in Nigeria, coming abroad is able to practice effectively, looking at the technological aspect, looking at the environment, looking at the working conditions and everything. And this is the same professor who was in Nigeria that is unable to perform adequately. And these are some of the best brains. And when they come abroad, they become robust in what they are doing. They become enhanced in what they are doing. If you talk about the security alone is even the heights of you living abroad. You know, your children, they are secure, they are safe and stuff like that. People can come to probably in the Western world, the first 1 year, 2 years, they are unsettled because you're moving from your country to another. That does not mean they are not doing well. They are absolutely doing well. There are a lot of facilities that you can benefit when you come to the civilized world. For instance, when you come to the civilized world, you have a lot of facilities such as the insurances, like the death insurances, income protection. For instance, you are unable to work simply because you are incapacitated, you are incapacitated and stuff like that. They'll continue to pay your income, you know. But these things are not in Nigeria. So in terms of asking people to come back home to Nigeria, first you have to address the systemic problem. You have to look at structural functionalism to say that the system is seen as a human being. And if the heart fails, and the kidneys fails, and the lungs fails, how do you expect the body to function? Obviously, the body won't function. And that is what is happening in Nigeria. The security system has failed, the government system has failed, the economy has failed. What is applied or adopted in Nigeria is the conflict theory, where there is struggle for power, there is struggle for resources and stuff like that. And those who have the power will be able to live in a society. But today it's a different story entirely, because the systemic problem is if you neglect an element in a system, the system will end up collapsing. Today, we see that even the so-called government, the big men in the country, they are running out of the country, not simply because they want probably money outside the country, because they want a better life. I think that is my perception, and I think that's my submission on, you know, on the Jagba syndrome as to people leaving the country.
Okay, I just want to ask you a point-blank question. So are you saying that the cause for Nigerians in diaspora to return home is misplaced? Is that what you're saying?
Obviously, it is misplaced in the sense that if you look at the system, like what I said, the structural functionalism, where the system should be viewed as whole, in the sense that every element in the system is important. Every element in the system is important. And if you neglect any element in the system will collapse over time. And that was what has been happening to the Nigeria economy, or to the Nigeria state. Now, if, for instance, the people that are living there are well looked after, like the doctors, the nurses, the engineers, and stuff like that. And I understand that currently they are trying to impose a law to say that nurses can no longer leave the country after graduation. You can only leave the country after 2 years. To me, that is holding people hostage, because you have not put things in place that will encourage people to stay back. Retention is something that we should be looking at. We should look at those things that will encourage people to say that, yes, this is my country. I need to go back. I need to stay back in this country. In the end, you see people earning 100,000, 150,000. What does it translate to in the current economy? And what does it translate to in the Nigeria system? And you see that such a nurse or a doctor go outside the country and can earn that in just one night. So there are a lot of motivations, and the Western world, they have seen all this, and that is the more reason why they have designed a certain ways of moving those brighter brains out of certain countries. Like, for instance, you have the global talent visa, then you have the skill worker visas. You know, these are ways to say that, yes, we need you. If your country do not recognize you or do not appreciate who you are, come here, we need you. And even when they go to the Western world, they are still unable to practice effectively because they are, you know, they are unable to adjust to the situation. But over time, they adjust to the situation in terms of technology, in terms of communication, in terms of the government system and stuff like that. You see that the Nigeria system has failed So it is not the time to say that you need to come back, but first of all, you need to address some of the issues in Nigeria before you can boldly say that you need to come back. Come back to where?
Okay. All right. Thank you, Eric. I'll come back to you in a moment. Dr. Dam, because you talked about, briefly, about the labor issues surrounding this Japa syndrome. Now, Nigerians back home would do certain kind of jobs, but when they go abroad, they do these jobs. They do them gladly, they do it with excitement, they do it with commitment, dedication, and passion. Now, if you take Benin City, for example, and I'm sure this is reflective of other parts of the country, you're looking for people that will do some of these menial jobs and all of that. You won't find the indigenous people. You're finding a lot of people from the north who are available to do this job. So give me your take along those lines.
Yes, I want to react to what Mr. Eric has said. Yes, because the social system is not good, the same persons here who have poor attitude to work, when they travel abroad, they work their ass out because they need to earn their pay. Civil servants in Nigeria, some don't come to work. Can they do that abroad? People come late to work and they are not punished. If they are to be punished, they call the chiefs and the big people they have within the system to come and rescue them. Can they do that abroad? Two, many of them are doing care jobs. Can they do that back home here? I know the argument will be that what you are paid over there is far more than what you do here. It's an attitude thing. We cannot change this country if we don't put in the right attitude. Commitment to work, irrespective you find yourself, should be an attitude, not about location. So the challenge with the Nigeria system, even for many who traveled, is that if you come back to this system, they do the worst things. I know somebody who lived abroad over the years, came into this country to work, and all of a sudden I discovered that the person was collecting bribes, what he cannot do abroad. And I was very disappointed. So the point is that when it comes to job, those who manage this economy created this problem in the first place. If in the 70s, Nigeria could borrow money to the World Bank and other Bretton Woods institutions, and today every day we go cap in hand begging, borrow us money, it is because of the failed leadership in this country. In the past, those who lived up to 86, before the economy started having issues, life in Nigeria was good. You take, I recall one of my uncles that bought a small car, a Volkswagen, for, was it 2,000 naira?
2,500 naira.
And it was a big celebration.
Brand new?
Yes.
Okay.
Not
rubber.
Not to talk about my guy in the office who drove a brand new panel van to University of Ibadan as a student, because the father used it as a reward for him. This was a time the system worked. Even the little you were earning was enough to take you home. Those who created this current system benefited from free education, free opportunities, but because they failed in planning, it now created a scenario where even the little that is available is not enough for everybody. That is what has created this. So the little that is available, one or two persons want to take it. So if they are to share, it will not go around. So they have become superhuman beings, so pretending over others. And when you complain, they tell you don't complain against the system. So by and large, it is true that people travel abroad. If you convert the exchange rate, it's far better here. But beyond that, in terms of freedom, work ethics, here and over there are not the same thing. He should be bold enough to tell us, those who work in care offices, the type of horrible experience they go through when they work morning till night, they don't sleep, there are other constant monitoring. Here this is not the same. Or even doctors who work 24 hours. I followed the story where doctors who traveled abroad started complaining that the way they were running shift, they were at a disadvantage. These issues are also there because they are people of color. They don't do that to their people. So beyond the money, there are other systemic issues with them in terms of discrimination and all the rest, which he may not make reference to. The general situation here is because insecurity has become a bigger issue. The economy is in a dark strait. What people earn cannot take them home. It's creating a bigger problem for us. But there are so many Nigerians who have seen this country that it has potential. They have hope. You recall that countries like China, in driving their development, I'm coming back to the issue the president raised with the diaspora woman. In China, the first set of people that were sent to the Yale universities of this world, IMT of this world, the Chinese government signed an agreement with them. We will send you to schools in these areas, but when you finish, you don't stay there. You come back home. And that is how they started developing their technological base, and China is what it is today. So, in a way, if the president says those who are abroad should come back home, the ideas you have acquired, the knowledge you have acquired, the way this system work over there, if you can come back and replicate it, it will make our society work. The big hospitals you have in Lagos today, I will not mention it because of advertisement restrictions. All these big time hospitals you see in Lagos, they were Nigerians who stayed abroad, who worked in the health sector, and they have got it to a stage where they start asking themselves, what else am I looking for? I think I need to give back to my community or my country. Okay. That is why many of them have invested in the big hospitals in Abuja, Lagos. They were Nigerians who worked abroad, made money, and they feel it's time to come back home and help improve the process. I think it's from that context the president is asking people to come back home.
All right, let's get back to you, Eric. You are an immigration consultant. For a fact, what used to be for migrants in the years gone by is not what it is today. A lot of laws are changing, policies are changing. I mean, these policies, sometimes they don't favor migrants. What do you make of this in relation to the cause for Nigerians in diaspora to come back home?
Thank you. First, I would like to respond back to the answers so far in terms of what I said about the Nigerians living abroad, the attitude of Nigeria working in Nigeria in terms to the attitude to work. First of all, you know, I've always emphasized on systemic issues in terms of the leadership problem that we have in Nigeria. Not that people come here and they do not have lazy attitude to work. They do. However, the structure that is put in place help to curb those attitudes. And these are some of the things that should be put in place in Nigeria to say that, yeah, this is what it is, this is what it is. And people coming back to Nigeria to say, okay, let me come and invest, like we talked about several hospitals in Abuja and stuff like that. You know, you have to look at the justice system if you have issues in terms of having issues with these medical legal issues and stuff like that. Do you have fair hearing and do you have just system? You know, those are some of the things that we should be talking about. There's nowhere in this world, no place is rosy if it's not heaven. You know, if you don't have structures in place, people will misbehave, obviously. But when you have structures in place, when you put things in place to say, let's put the square peg in the square hole, round square in the square holes, you know, that is when things begin to work. If people can leave Nigeria and start working, a doctor leave Nigeria and go to maybe the US and start working as a healthcare provider, that is a shame for the Nigeria country. Because if the Nigeria country was good, why would a doctor leave Nigeria and go to the US and start doing the healthcare and stuff like that? And if the doctor is comfortable doing the healthcare work in America or in UK or wherever, it shows that the doctor is happy. In the sense that he's saying that this place is even heaven. You know, there's a scripture that says that it is better to live in the wilderness than to live in the paradise with a contentious woman. You know, those are some of the things that we should look at apparently. Because today, you see a lot of migrants, you see a lot of people migrating to other countries, a lot of people who are talking today, they have the intention to migrate simply because they do not have the resources. Some do not have the skills, some do not know how to go about it. And I'll tell you, as an immigration consultant, as an educational consultant, I've seen a lot of things. I've witnessed mass and exodus movements in Nigeria states today that, people do not really have faith in the Nigeria country. Not that we're encouraging that people should move from Nigeria and go to other countries, but the fact that these are individual choices. It is not just like you need to force people to say this. People can do this. People can volunteer to do this based on the fact that they have the love for the Nigeria to say, okay, we can move the country forward by way of saying that we could do it online. We can come in person and we can do this. We can do that. We can have a database to say that, yes, these are experts. We can help structure the Nigeria educational system. We can help structure the healthcare system. I, as an individual, I have done that. I have been able to reach out to some persons to say, okay, I'm a nurse practitioner in the UK, I practiced in the Nigeria before coming to the UK, and have actually done this individually to say that, yes, this is not appropriate for the nursing profession, for the healthcare profession in Nigeria. This is what we need to do. This is what we need to do, and all that. But me returning back to Nigeria, I don't think that is possible because that enabling environment has not been put in place. The structure has not been put in place. All we are seeing today is struggle for power to say that, yes, I must be the president in 2026. Okay, look at the UK, for instance. A prime minister just resigned, not because he was forced to resign. He resigned simply because this is what it is necessary for him. But in Nigeria, no, somebody is telling you that I must be the president for 2026. You have not even been voted in. You don't even have the whatever to say that, yes, I will win, or you don't have the basis to say that this is what I've done, this is what I've done, these are the structural issues I have been able to solve, but you are saying that, yes, it is your turn, this is what you need to do. But in terms of that, you are putting power, you are saying that people must come back home, whereas you haven't done anything to attract people back home. Now, is it the UK that is saying that people should come? The UK or the US, they have put things in place that is attractive for people to go there and be able to work comfortably. I don't have burglary in my house. I can leave my doors open and stuff like that.
Okay.
The fact is, it is better to live in the wilderness than to live in paradise with a contentious woman. That's what the scripture says.
All right, Eric, we're just on the verge of capping up this conversation, but let me take a final point from you on your key recommendation as far as this conversation is concerned.
Okay, what makes for a better society? We need to make our justice system work. If our justice system works, it's going to address a lot of issues. Number two, we have been talking about corruption. We may not be able to wipe up corruption, but we should reduce it to the barest minimum. What they do in the Southeast Asia, where if a leader you face a firing squad, and because of that, people in positions of authority are afraid of death. The third recommendation will be that, can you make the working conditions better for citizens? And the key to it is that you make the economy work. Let the roads be good. Okay. Let the transport system be good, so that people can have a sense of living.
Okay.
Tackle security. If you address these perennial issues, I don't think people will be in a hurry to leave this country at the age of 50. You go and be doing a care job in Europe or America.
All right, Eric, let me get a parting shot from you. What's your advice, for Nigerians who are on the verge of joining the train to Europe, America, UK, and what have you? What's your key advice for them?
Today, I think you don't really advise people anymore because they are forced to go. Honestly, they are forced to go. The basic thing is that the things that are holding a lot of persons back is the skill and the finance. Some do not have the skills to really fit into this movement, and some might also have the skills, but they don't have the information. Some of them might also have the qualification, but they do not have the finances to do all that. However, my advice for anybody leaving the country to the Western world, based on issues in Nigeria, is to understand that you shouldn't forget home. You should understand that your home is your home. Those things that you feel you don't like back home, by the time you come to the UK or to the US or to Canada, and they should also understand that the first 1 year, first 2 years, first 3 years might not be very rosy. It might be, but I think giving back to the society where we're from, understanding the fact that we have problems is also another thing that we should understand and be able to give back to our society.
We'll pause you there. I'll pause you there today, but it's been very, very worthwhile talking with you for you to share some of these thoughts with us on this challenge of Japa syndrome. I'm sure some other time we'll be having you on this platform again to engage this issue on a different, from a different perspective. Thank you so much for joining us, Eric.
Thank you so much for having me on this program. It's a pleasure.
Okay, let's take you to Abuja Network Studio for the continuation of the program TMI. Please stay with us.
Yeah, it is still this morning on ITV. You know, whatever has a beginning surely has an end. At August 2025, INEC opened the portal for registration, for continuous voter registration. That lasted till December of 2025. And then another phase was opened in January, which lasted till April. And of course, the last phase now, which started in May, just ended yesterday. So many persons registered to the tune of over 9 million new registrations. To do this, I have two gentlemen, one via the Zoom, and of course the other is seated very close to me in the studio, and is Wilfred Ifoga, the Deputy Director of Publicity, INEC. A very good morning to you.
Well, good morning, and thanks for having me.
How is the commission?
Well, fine, I would say.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
And now to our guests on the Zoom line is Kenneth Bandi, is a former national. Very good morning to you.
Good morning, sir. Nice to be on your program again. Thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome. Okay, let me just start with you quickly. Just tell us your opinion concerning the closure of the CBR.
Let's all agree that the election is not only on the election day. Election starts from the day you go to the polling station to register, or the way you go to the INEC station to register. And so election actually starts on the registration day. And so, in my opinion, every eligible Nigerian that denies the opportunity to register is effectively denied the constitutional right to choose those who govern them. So I think that they should have every possibility, INEC should have every possibility to allow, continuous registration as much as possible, so that every Nigerian citizen that is eligible to vote is not denied the opportunity to vote. So I think INEC should really think about adjusting or extending the registration date time round to accommodate as much people as possible.
The issue is around the amended Electoral Act. Otherwise, this exercise should have lasted to the end of August. But as it stands now, they can't go beyond July.
We have had this conversation about the election timetable, and of course we have the Supreme Court also decision on some parts of the electoral laws. That threw out most of the conditions set by the INEC for political parties. If you ask me, any adjustment, any little inconveniences, so to say, to accommodate, Nigerians, the opportunity to vote is what that adjustment. You should also understand that the registration for, it's very, very fundamental for a successful election. And most people have not been able to register, not because it's their fault. We have some Nigerians, who are displaced because of security issues. We have Nigerians who are registering for the first time. You have a long queue. by INEC. Not that because it's probably INEC fault, probably the system is not working as fast as possible. And so you have a lot of myriad of problems that are confronting Nigerians. Not that they don't want to register or go and register, but because the system is not accommodating them to have an effective registration. Let us not forget that democracy is only as exclusive as the voters register. So if we do all this, spend these billions of naira, we'll spend all these, every opportunity and effort, and we'll have millions of first-time voters who cannot vote because the system cannot accommodate them. We'll have Nigerian citizens who are displaced because of insecurity that also need the opportunity to register. Then we must have also end up not doing anything. And so, yes, I understand that there is this is the electoral laws, but I will encourage political parties to challenge that section of the electoral laws, just as they have successfully challenged a couple of them, to make sure that every Nigerians, have the opportunity to register and have the opportunity to vote.
Come back to the studio where we have Wilfred Ifoga. He is the Deputy Director of Publicity with the Electoral Umpire. Of course, you heard what our guest said, but for now, we have an addition of 9.2 new voters. Where are we headed from here?
All right. Remember these figures you just mentioned now it's still there. As received by the commission. Everyone will check for those that raise up claim to see if their names, their age, and other information we got from them, if they were properly entered. And where it's not in line or in tandem with what they have provided, they raise up a claim. And also for those also registered, there can be objections to those already registered. And then so it's open to the public for them to verify, and they can also raise objection. It's either the person is not eligible to register or the person is diseased, so that the process of trying to remove those names not really valid in the register can be removed. Then also, just in kind of response to my co-guest in this program, I want to say this, that the registration exercise didn't just start today. Actually, it started since last year. But somehow our people seem to, I think when it's getting close to when the election is coming, well, that's when they get interested in the entire process. And like you did mention in the opening, we had about 2 phases just before the one that ended yesterday for the exercise. And there was something that actually happened. Yeah, he talked about the bottleneck in terms of getting people registered, especially first-time voters. And that was why, just before it was extended from May 10th to July 10th to the 26th for about 2 weeks. Also, the portal was now upgraded in order for self-service to take place. So in other words, you don't even need to come to the INEC office or designated center to get your information, your registration completed. So if you choose the online platform, fine, you do it there. But the prerequisite for that was you must have your NIN, because the NIN ensures that you have been properly, identified, your information is well captured, your biodata. So doing that also streamlines, just in case there are individuals who still want to be funny with the registration process. So however, the portal can be open all year round or very close to the elections, just like he did mention. The electoral framework has provided giving boundaries or limits to when we can actually, carry out this exercise. And for we in the commission, we also need time to get this information, process them, get them integrated before it is published, just because the law provides that 90 days to the election, everything that has to do with registration, both the data collection, processing, and also giving out the cards for within that period. So the commission looked within it to also get that time, because from the schedule of preparation of this register, for us, we need nothing less than 75 days for us to do that as well. So these are some of the constraints we take that period. So we cannot do anything beyond that. If not, it's going to affect having a credible register before the elections.
The thing about the general election is for increase in number of participation. The issue of apathy should be reduced to the barest minimum, and that is why you see that some persons, including the former National Deputy Chairman of ABC, is complaining that they are calling for an extension, of the period. The last phase seems to be done in such a way that people are aware, especially with the upgrade of the portal. Yeah. Why did the commission wait to do that?
All right. Initially, because there was this provision in the law that says that for you to be a registered voter, you must present yourself before the registration officer. So in order not to violate that aspect of the law, so the commission kept studying it. So with the coming of our current chairman, he is a legal person, so they look at that. So now, also with the powers already given to the commission to also explore technology. So the virtual space or the cyberspace itself, if you transact anything there, giving authority, it's as good as being there physically as well, because authority has been given. So the answer was fine too. So let us now, explore these aspects in order to expand the scope with which we carry out our process. So that was why it was done, which was quite good.
Okay, there are many phases that we are going to see before the election. The data compilation, data cleaning, display of registered voter, of course, claims and objectives, like you mentioned.
Yes.
All of these, I know that they all have
days exactly
where each must be concluded before the next one.
Yes.
So when are we expecting the data compilation?
All right, we just rather stopped registration, which was just yesterday here. So after now, the PDF format of the register is being generated. This is what we need some number of days to get that done. Remember, this thing goes across the nation, the different states. So it is now prepared, and thereafter it is printed. So the printing, during the printing, these same registers that have been printed, which we will call the preliminary register of voters now, it is what we now go around designated centers nationwide, at least in every registration area, which people refer to as the ward. These registers will now be displayed. It has a minimum of 7 days at least for it to be displayed for individuals and other stakeholders to verify what we have there. It is after that process, if there are issues coming up, whether it's a claim or an objection, there's a form and there's a procedure for it to raise those complaints. And when that is done, this is now collated, and there's another number of days created for what we call our review officers, who will now go through these complaints, and where found to be genuine, these are also taken forward in order to address those issues. When it is now addressed, that is when the commission will now formally to start to integrate the information gathered into the system, and thereafter technology is also used to now do what we call the automated biometric identification system. So that's in order to check if there are information there, maybe there are multiple registration or those who are not supposed to be there already. Because whether despite how this exercise is going on, there were those who were previously registered who still went back to do another registration. Okay, so this is the time the commission will now go through and take off all those anomalies. Exactly. Most people will find out that they registered. Are you getting it? But at the end, they will find out that their cards will not even come at this time around, because we already found out that there's a match in the information we have about you. And that was why we continue to sing, we're raising up this issue. Please, if you have anything to do with the register between 2011 and now, back to register, especially if your registration was valid in the first place. All you simply need to do, if it's an issue of relocation, apply for a transfer. If it's an error done, go for correction. If you update your data, and if your card is missing or defaced, apply for a new one. There was no point going back to register, because since 2011 till now, we have been updating and trying to beef up what we have there. And you remember, that because somehow we found out that we have, before now, we have about 90-something million registered voters. 92 million. Now, we looked at those figures to see, might not be real, kind of, because of continuous names being added. No one is being removed. In short, people have died since. People actually, some did, their registrations were not really okay. There were issues with their registration, and those who even did multiple then. Because from 2011, I would say the issues we are really having were registration done in 2011, because a lot of, how will I put it now, bypass or were given, especially when their biometrics were not properly captured. And that's why I find most of them still have issues when it comes to election, because at times the beavers might not be able to match their fingerprints with what is stored in the system. And in some cases, some of them, their photographs too were not clear enough. Some were blurred. So and you know the beavers uses both, either uses the facial recognition or the fingerprints. That was why we intended doing a revalidation the other time, but then people misinterpreted reasons for doing that, and we have to suspend it till after the election before coming with it. That we actually, once we're able to do that, it will give us a true figure of what our voting strength is like and voting status of all registered voters.
Okay, so let's get back to the Zoom line. Kenneth, if you are still with us.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, I'm sure you've heard clearly from what the official of INEC said concerning the fact that, well, there are days in between achieving each of the phase, prior to the election. So, which means that as it stands, there may not need for extension. So, where do you stand as a political party?
Well, I appreciate his explanation, and I appreciate the fact that due process is required. But what I do not understand mostly in Nigeria is that why should the masses bear the last born? I mean, like you said, yes, I agree. Technology is involved, but the INEC had about four good years after the election. Like I said, the election day starts with the day you go to register as a new voter, as a new person to vote for the election. So they have the 4-year time to to basically, like you asked the question, publish the names we have. Let people look at if their names are missing, if there are double publications and the rest of them, so they can address it on time. Like I said, it's not fair when you blame the electorate in the last minute. We have areas where they have long queues. Sorry. Where the equipment are failing from INEC. We have an area where we have a late commencement of that. And then, of course, we have the security challenges. And of course, you realize that not everybody is, digitally literate in Nigeria. And like you rightly said, Mr. Moderator, that if eligible citizens are still unable to register through no fault of their own, extending the exercise strengthens democracy rather than, weakening it. So democracy wins when more citizens participate, not fewer. And so anything that could, that could take place to mitigate these factors is welcome. I still wonder why we'll still have the issues of, having, double registration, having to verify, register and so on and so forth. We have a name today. Our banking system is one of the best in the world because you can with your name and with your banking ID, you can do a transaction, within seconds and the rest of them. We are still wondering why INEC is not using this opportunity to modernize most of those things. Yes, I appreciate the fact that there's a time bound, but also, of course, I hear also the representative of INEC saying about digitalization and digital, processes to facilitate those things. In a super world of today, we do not need so many, 1 year, 2, 3 years, to remove duplicates from registers. We do not need 10 years, to verify those registers. With the AI, assistance and with the, digitalization, these things could be done within weeks. And so I still plead, I still think that, when more people are registered, when the election is more inclusive, we promote our democracy and not diminishing it. And so anything that we could do, I mean, I hear that after that, they're going to look at then, they're going to take about, open up probably areas for litigations and the rest of them. If we're still going to go back to address this problem that we are thinking that we can solve it by extending, election. Don't forget that it's not about APC, ADC, Labour, PDP, NDC. It's about Nigeria. It's about we as a collective, as a people, being able to participate in electoral process, and that's exactly what we're asking for. Yes, I understand that again, like there's a time bound to that. Few more intensive week, few more intensive awareness, a few more fine-tuning of using the AI and digitalization to make sure that more people are accommodated will be a value added to democracy and not a minus to that. So we still appeal to INEC, and like I said in the beginning, if it's possible for political parties through IPAC, to really appeal to INEC, and in the worst situation, to challenge that to court. That Nigerians deserve the right to choose who represent them, and they don't have to disenfranchise through no fault of theirs. That's my appeal, and we will continue to appeal that as much as possible.
What I have observed, it appears in each cycle of election, especially the general election, there is always this demand for extension of registration. Why is it so?
Well, like I mentioned, there are so many. Awareness is one point. I had the representative of INEC saying that this thing has been continuous, which I totally agreed on. I do appreciate, I do agree that sometimes Nigerians also like this fire brigade approach. They wait until the last minute, to get involved in that. But like I said, part of the digitalization, part of the reform should be a process where election. I mean, I've been in Germany for about 30 years. You do not basically go to any official, any INEC or similar institutions to go and say that you're registering. As long as you are above 18, automatically a letter comes to you to the house to say you are above 18, you are eligible now to vote. This is your polling station. This is where you are supposed to go and vote, and the rest of them. So it's automated. So we don't need to go out.
In terms of our registration process, the digitization of our register actually began around 2002 when we started with the OMR reform. It has its own, but if actually Nigeria actually had a data bank or database of all Nigerians, just like we had that NIMSI is having already now, I'm not sure most of the measures we took in getting Nigeria registered would have taken them. That was then.
Of course, if the National Population Commission also has.
Exactly. So, like what he's saying now, a time will come, all this information will be harmonized so that when it comes to the issue of voting, all we simply do, we just go to the body, saddle the responsibility of getting Nigerians registered. We just simply create them, know the one that concerns us, which is those 18 and above. They give us the register, and based on that, we do a kind of validation for those who will be able to vote. Then we just put our register all around. We don't need to start doing registration for anyone any longer. I know a time like that will come, but then we are following the trend, using technology as available for us to do that. Just like he said, yes, Commission is working towards that, and we look forward to that. And for those who were unable to register, or another thing is, immediately after the general elections, there might be issues of litigations here and there, and somehow the register is also tendered in court and things. So because of that, we cannot add, cannot remove. Hence, you see us not kicking off or flagging off registration exercise until we are sure that all cases concerning disputes that has to do with the election have been done with before the Commission will give approval. Okay, let us start so that we can start with registration
our time
process.
is flying fast. Let me just take you one more on an issue that is already making the round, which is diaspora voting. Okay. What is the position of the Commission in 30 seconds?
All right. Not quite long, just before the new chairman came in, when Professor Mahmoud Yakubu was there, he had an engagement with some stakeholders where the issue came up. It's just the issue of the legal framework. Once that is done and the nitty-gritty about how it's done, fine. Once the law is there, the commission will do it.
Thank you very much. And to Kenneth, let me get your concluding word on this discussion.
Voting, I agree with him. I think we both agree on that. Yeah, I can.
Yeah,
you can hear me.
In 30 seconds, let's hear from you the position of political parties on diaspora voting.
Nigerians deserve elections that are inclusive, credible, transparent, and peaceful. Voter registration is a first step to that journey. No eligible Nigerian should lose the right to vote simply because the opportunity to register was unavailable or inadequate. Democracy is strongest when every voice has the chance to be heard. Let us strengthen our democracy by expanding participation, not limiting it. A little bit extension will not kill us.
Thank you very much for your time with us on the program. Kenneth Gbandi is a former National Deputy Chairman of the ADC, and with me in the studio is the Deputy Director Publicity of INEC, Wilfred Ifoga. Thank you, gentlemen, for your time.
Thank you for having me.
Right, we now move to Lagos Network Studio for continuation of the program, TMI.
Hello, good morning and welcome to the continuation of This Morning on ITV Network Studio. I am Patricia Uwemu Gabriels. The Independent National Electoral Commission has insisted that the continuous voter registration exercise ends yesterday, Sunday, despite calls by some opposition political parties and civil society organizations for an extension over concerns that millions of citizens could be excluded from the 2027 general elections. Well, that brings us to the topic of today. We're going to be looking at voters' registration, INEC ends exercise while opposition demands extension. I have in the house with me Dr. Victor Ohai. Doctor, I am so grateful you're here with me today.
It's always a pleasure, and it's a new week, and to our viewers, want to say welcome to a new week, and today's program promises to throw more light on the issue of the elections as we move forward.
I must also ask, how was your trip?
It was good. It was great. It was refreshing.
I know. I know. I shouldn't with you. Well, anyway.
Take a break sometimes, yes. But it was a working visit, so to say.
But working and resting,
yeah.
I want to do that kind of working visit. Yeah. Anyway, welcome back, Doctor. We missed you in the house. And of course, we have our guest who's going to be discussing and looking at this with us this morning. He is Dr. Martin Morgan. Dr. Martin Morgan is International Public and Development Analyst. Doctor, you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning.
I just have to study more, so I also can be referred to doctor when I get to you because level.
You just some researches and some years, a little bit of years to put in, and of course we are working and we're going to school. So yes, I think that is yes. You stop learning when you're dead.
I agree completely.
I think
wow. Anyway, we heard what I just read out about the suspension of the voters registration, and we have opposition parties demanding for extension. INEC has concluded the voters registration exercise. How would you assess the overall?
Well, the question here is that we need to put them in proper perspective to really understand who is the opposition, in quote. Do we really have a veritable opposition in Nigeria? Do we really have a voice that says that the dissenting voice is being counted into decision making? So if you take all those into proper context, strictly my views, you will now understand that yes, the oppositions we have are all mostly agitators, which are not very much organized per se. We were in this country when there was an opposition party. The role of opposition to play like a shadow government in certain circumstances when the electoral principles are well upheld or when democratic ideals are being taken care of in a particular country. Well, in Nigeria, for instance, with the oppositions, we just have a group of people who, on the daytime, the opposition, but they are nocturnal allies to some of these parties, to some of these people in power. Therefore, whatever they are saying, for it makes like you are trying to do something we call a grand style sympathetic buying of the people to believe that you are being stiffened. But in the proper sense, you are not being stiffened. You are just playing to the gang, to the rule, because you can see some opposition parties here, they say, fine, we declare that the person A should continue at the top, whereas you go at the other side. They had a core party who they say, fine, let the government or the president they go under. So, in the opposition. Then going back to the umpire. Any election, whether it's very acceptable or not acceptable, it has to be the rule of the empire and the different empire. We keep on talking about June 12th because empire, then headed by a Professor Nwosu, Humphrey Nwosu, stood up on his ground and put some of these things into order. Then back to our contest. The opposition parties in Nigeria has disintegrated their without the proper visions, proper definitions for their role, is making some of this agitation based on distrust. Distrust in the sense that they don't even believe in the system. They don't even believe in their own parties that are opposing. When they were opposing during the PDP era, whenever you wake up, you have to ask yourself, what is Malam Lai Mohammed saying? People on their toes. Between you and I, who are the opposition? If you allow me to mention the political parties, fine. Now we are talking of ADC, NDC, Labour Party, Accord, and which other ones? SPDP and the rest, and the Sowore and Co. and the rest. The students. So how do you define those group of people? Are they really opposition? Because they have not been able to stand up and say, this is what we stand for. And this is what we want the institutions to be. Therefore, don't forget that those who are there today were part of those students and the master of the games of yesterday in the opposition. So they knew what are the instrumentalities and the tools. Just like they have already a manual. Back to 97 million who are already on our own data, distributed according to each state, each location, the local government.
Sorry to interrupt, but I think it can be every citizen's right.
Yeah.
And so it might make significant difference. Who's probably voting for the first time,
yeah,
or who really
votes, yes,
and have a say, because it is your inalienable right as a citizen to vote once you're of age. You know, I think that it can be argued that even for the sake of that one, you know, and because I'm relying on that word, continuous voters.
At the period you need to start to process an election.
I understand that. Do we need that much time?
Don't you need time? Because if you have been, my worry is that after this phase of the election, it took another 4 years. What has INEC been doing within that period? I would have been just maybe fix a little thing. But you sit back and wait. Now every person is jump packing, and that is where it's from. And that is where it's being very manipulative to enable, okay, speculatively, let's say we have added 2 million into what we had previously for this. It's going to increase the data from 93 to 95 million. But for the other young man or young lady who for the first time is willing to vote, to register, he or she is happy to register, but then has it been properly captured? to uphold the ideas. Maybe I'm thinking of.
No, that's
but this is the reality. We have to simulate situations that we have on ground. Look at our ballot papers. It's some parties that are not even relevant.
Every party that is registered
is fine.
So there's no.
Well, I mean, they are relevant. Political party have no council. So why do you think the system? It can be grouping.
Never had.
It can be grouping. If you are able to map up your internal PR and go fine. Because most political parties are not ideologically based.
Is anyone that
most? They are not ideologically based. The only ideology comes from the stomach, which one of my friends calls stomach is democracy for Africa. So this is where the problem lies. So if we just take it, we need to say, okay, let us just belong to the democracy.
Let me put a straight question to you, Doctor. Let me put a straight question to you. In all of this, are you saying it's not okay? There's not supposed to be an extension. The opposition party has no right to seek for extension, because a lot of Nigerians, they couldn't register. Always having a network problem. Even those that went didn't find INEC officials.
That's what I said.
So
that's what I said. So now the question is that those sites at this second phase of crime, legally they can go on another. But what been as a what will going to be the outcome? Have they been able to profile those areas geographically? Say this point is where we are going to concentrate.
So whose fault is this? INEC?
That's for the umpire. INEC. That's right. Umpire. A good election or a controversial election depends on umpire. There are another thing is that most of our democracies in Africa, mostly in Africa, in that ideology zero is not there. So what we do, we just follow the way it is, and we have very planning, but the implementations are not there because the people handling these processes, how school are they? We were in this country almost 17 times or 11 times that beavers and technology. And at the end of the day, what did we see? We came out with a fabricated called glitch, technical glitch. Now, if technical glitch became unfair test, okay, if I'm going to personally what caused this technical glitch, then we are getting to another cycle of election. We're not known for this technical glitch, and we are still back to the same issue, like you say, on even distribution of manpower. The technology did not get there, the locations are isolated, even the links are not working. So what do you say? There's something in French they say.
Are we saying, Doctor?
And one of the things change, you want to remain the same.
The process is still going to be the same.
Yes, please arrest
yeah, so the more things, the more the same thing.
Yes,
but let me ask, sorry, please.
No, it's okay.
There is this. There's another aspect to this. You talk about 93 million votes or 7 million votes.
3.4 million
votes and all that. There are a lot of people who have registered, who have said that they have gone to INEC, they cannot see their cards.
Yes.
And there have been cases where we've seen cards buried, thrown away, and all that. Can you speak to? Because registering is one thing, getting the card is another.
I think recently there was where continuing voter register were taken away by some group of people. One of these states recently that conducted election. The question there is just like what you said: is why have we not been able to fix this cleavage experience? That's the question I'm asking. INEC is an institution. This institution, it's not the chairman that will be delay, but the dish stops at to say that you do. And the another question is that, are we people ready for this democracy the way it's been operated, or element of stiffness? The opposition is seeing that we are not allowed to operate and have our, even the various political parties from A to Z, their internal democracy self, they rig their own primaries. And tell me, which party is not in cut? Voila.
I agree, but I'm just saying I really want to address this because it's so that there are people who have registered. They have done it. They cannot get them.
They cannot get their card.
Some of these cards are found in dustbins or destroyed. How can they address? Because that is also a major issue.
The only way we can fix this issue is that it's just like you want to do your ATM. Either they develop another thing. At the moment they just take your biometrics and it prints for you and you take it away. That is one. Still boil that technology. It's not so. Two, the non-availability of register is not spirit. The people working in these various assignments, who are they and what are they? People should be held responsible, accountable. You are in charge of, let me use Cross River. You are in charge of Cross River with our AO government. For instance, we have like 2 million. It's your duty to go to each government and to ensure they get
represented.
Yes. So if you are not using this method, thereby you want to get your it's the same technology, but just the willingness. So how do you address it? Me, practically, that means we need to really understand that yes, Mr. A is competent enough to do that. If he's not competent, which is that when there are problems. Why is he working in other places and it's not working here? There are man-made problems are associated to other political affiliations, the what to think, and personal. That is what is not all of us. We don't have natural problems. All of made.
Sorry. There are those who think that some parties will dominating certain areas. The different parties control different and that they deliberately sometimes we've had cases of people buying voters card or collective actually for people who have them already. And then some in collusion gently with INEC officials collecting en masse this voters card, and then those who can be in the opposition to them and then deliberately destroying or burying these cards. What does this say about
it tells us about how our democratic education is low and the civic responsibility. That deficit is there and wants to correct, because we have a lot of people in the public system which become part of the electoral processes. They are just there to do the negative to ensure that Oga gets there. Yes, Oga you are representing. So the squeeze and the hunger in some area. So on this, okay, let me sell it because I'm hungry. So we had a macro issue that also affect us. How do we perceive the concept of we really want to vote? How do we perceive the concept that these people who are coming by do to them? Where did they get the money from? There must be a source of money. Where did they get the money from? This is the question we should ask. So because it becomes too financially induced electoral process, where somebody can boastfully come on air and say, they gave me 15,000. 10,000 because we have been stiffened. So down to the house, are they really
I want to what Dr. asked you, because actually in Nigeria in our recent times we see that voters are bought. They're bought from Nigerians. So how does that work with if I buy your voter's card now, how do I use it? How does it work?
That's what I'm talking about. If I buy your voter's card, who is using it to vote?
So what happens to the voter's card that
they bought? So they now use the for this some printing nowadays they do or whatever. In these places I have mopped, just like going to you mop the shares. I have mopped these ones. This one can give us a figure. So that tells you. So that is why
use the voters
that is why. That's why.
Wow.
Why? That is why every person involved, every stakeholder, to be genuine. So what we are seeing, the last election, I think there was a man who came on air that they were buying 15,000 and the rest. People are hungry. And see that the people are trading their civil responsibility because of hunger on the micro level. The residual income is not there. Things are not working. Is it that they don't have trust in the system? Is it that they are disillusioned? These are some of these questions we need to really find out, which the National Orientation Agency or the Ministry of Nation, in tandem with some ancestors who are non-teachers, should be able to come up. But the question is that how do you insulate a non-politician some of this setting?
Okay, let me ask the implications of ending the registration at this stage. What implications do you think will come up in 2027?
There's nothing any viable implication we will have. One without vote that declared 2023 election, we should complete them together. How many do you have? Take from the number one, the second person, the third person. Complete their vote. What did you have?
But you know, it's single, what they say, single drops of water
makes a river.
So it is from those individual votes that we get the millions. You know, so
already
the same.
We were told that we have 3.47 million votes taken from the jobs 6.9 in the society that ended yesterday.
They already have the figures out.
Allegedly said, but they are going to come up. INEC is going to come in proper portal to tell us that this is what really we have. But presumably, if you are having like a proper 6.9, but let us assume that INEC is going to do a proper thing. The only thing, maybe we should have more confidence in INEC. But those who are not being able to do, but for the benefit of the doubt, we'll still come here and discuss, probably, by the grace of God. Let me speak like a guardian, by the grace of God. Because when Africans get problem, they put God's equation into it, whether they are not pragmatic. We'll come and discuss. Then you will now see what have been for 2 weeks. Because what INEC is safeguarding is their timetable they brought in. They have already a timetable. So they want to rule and work internally according to their plans.
Okay, there are those who argue that all the data agencies should find a way. You have BVN, you have the INEX, you have other data collection agencies, including the Population Commission, driver's license, tax office, everything. And then the National Identity Management is a commission of council. NIMSI as a body, for instance, is supposed to warehouse the different body.
Yes.
That means, I mean, I don't think NIMSI, there's nothing like underage, everybody. Then the Population Commission also, the birth and death registrations and all that. What do you say about about harmonizing all of this and probably using this data in continuous registration. Subtracting from there those who have died, and then just use your national ID card to vote.
That is what we are saying, the same thing. It's not so cumbersome to make to fail. This data, like you said, all those agencies you mentioned, they all collect data, the same thing. Like you said, it's for you to put some guide at a particular age when you clock. If you are less than 17, once you are getting 18, automatically this is up it up. But do we register our deaths? That is another issue there. How do we register our death that this person is at the other side?
Well, the death certificate issue, that's a minus. But to what extent do they...
So no, what I'm saying is that proposition is good. So that once we are getting to 18, pop up. Practically, everything now, maybe is quality of that. Those giving, not like the national ID card you are talking. So INEC, can they work like the session with this and say, let us use them to verify it? That yes, Martin Morgan is really above 18. Martin Morgan is above 18, not getting to 18 yet. So you can qualify him for this. So what INEC will have done, having this data, you have your words, you have your things. So you now say, okay, fine, these are the verifications we are doing. If you are in this place, verify those who are no longer existing. Because even some barriers are not registered. So how do we update it? But it's better. And you subtract those who are not there. It's make it easier. Now what you are saying, but not like coming in to carry on with them. Then all these processes should be data driven in the sense it will be easier for us. But because we keep on doing the manual thing, and we keep on having budget allocations for that, we keep on having manpower. We recruited 10 people, 100 people for this. At the end of the day, we know where it goes. So it becomes very cumbersome. It shouldn't be so cumbersome. I agree there are some logistical problems. Some terrains are very difficult to access. Maybe because of water. Some terrains are difficult to access because of insecurity. Some areas are difficult to access. You cannot have to go to that side, the mountainous area. I agree. We map up these special areas and do the ourselves. China conducting their election. How are they doing? I live in Mumbai for 7 months under UN. So what are they doing that we cannot do? That's the question we should ask.
Technology, of course.
That's what I'm saying. We are not saying the same thing.
So had the INEC spokesperson came out to say that come 2027, Nigerians can vote from their house, the comfort of their house.
They told us that. Well, I think now will be a welcome development. In Karo Namoda, you can access your ATM, which you have registered in Lagos.
So I think that's what they have.
So if they have told us that, it's good to raise our hope. But at the end of the day, they shouldn't come and say, no, we couldn't do that. Because the issue that we have election, we close the whole day, we close everywhere. The economy, we deploy a lot of personnel on the field. They have to prepare to pay their per diem, they have to look about their shelter, their well-being. Some even die in the process.
The security.
So these are some of these challenges we need to bring down. Somebody will say talking is cheap, but I agree, possibly is the way to go. Not that you just okay, take this, take out of 5, take 3 or 2 first. Let's see how it goes. These are intentional things.
As I viewed several years back, not less than 5-6 years ago, of electronic voting being tested. And it was not being tested on people English. It was tested with people who we say illiterate. And the language I was used was Hausa language. I saw it. I saw the video. This was before AI became what it is now. So it's not about AI.
It's not
well
AI,
before. I don't know if any of you saw that video, but it trended. It was off.
Yeah.
You saw this, and because I could hear everything, you know. So, which opportunity to electronic voting? You understand? And why has it become difficult to implement? Because if that works, even the issue of continuous voters register might not even be such a big
You don't need. That's what I'm saying. It shouldn't be so
why do
difficult.
you think? Is it about the politicians or is it? Because I think I said that they actually can. They have said so. Why do you think that this thing has not been implemented till now? Is it the politicians, or is it that it is more convenient to have an analog way so rigging can go? What do you think?
You know, when a very disorderly system is being beneficial to some group of people, they want it to be sustained. This is what we just have. Not that we don't know how to choose between black and white, but we just feel that, oh, let me just stay there because the darker one will give me better options. Selfishness. I said it here. Greed is what is affecting the polity. The question is that who is a politician? Is that a profession? Is that me? Well, for me, I think it just those put in power in any agency, and them are even constrained. So the question is that spirit, how do we remove that spirit in public office to ensure that things work well? Just like the late Bola Ige said, there's a leprosy. You remember that's it don't look similar. So how do we remove that spirit? You see a vibrant person, all of us will be, but once he gets there, he becomes cannot implement. Why? Is it that the politicians, public office or government office makes you to believe that you don't believe? Or that those who are very religious, they say the devil has 3 missions. To kill,
steal and destroy.
So is he akin to the politician?
Anyway, some citizens have missed this registers time. You know, they couldn't do their registration.
Couldn't do. Many lamented.
A lot of Nigerians couldn't. Not because they didn't attempt. Doctor, that's what I'm saying. I come across a lot that tried to via online, via on site. We saw the old woman who said they couldn't even find her name.
Even in Calabar, I think there was also where some young people went to the INEC office, or Bushi and the rest, and they just saw some voters card there, but they couldn't get anything. So why is it so? Because we've not been able to check. The accountability level has really taken, this is the way we do it, this status quo mentality that is not helping us. So pulling it out, like Professor Lumumba said, pulling it out is like to use a hammer to break a glass. We need to break it. This is why we have to do it. Because every person's duty, responsibility. You need to vote.
Okay, quickly, Doctor, what will you advise such citizens?
Well, keep on having faith.
But you just said something about when Africans they bring in God. You are bringing in that now. How long are we going to keep having faith?
It's euphemism that calms you down. It calms you down. Do you want to go the more pragmatic way? But for me, it's just that, honestly, there should be proper accountability. Those who are not doing it, name and shame, your time is up. Go away. Then we can now see who are the bosses, who are the caponos, who are the people holding these strings that cannot make things to work. In this disorderliness, there's a group of people with majority of where we are. So I think I know Doc will know about Pio Lumumba, you know, yes. I'm one of his even when I was in Nairobi, I know I believe in some of those ideologies, but I know it can move beyond.
Okay, just the last one from
just to round off.
Yes. Talking about pragmatism, the parties are asking for extension. Assuming there's no extension, what would you advise the parties to do to make sure that even the card those that are registered are able to get their cards, and that's all the things that we complain about are no longer there? How should they go about it? If, assuming there's no extension, right, should citizens do, and the political parties?
The political parties just have to
and INEC too.
Yes, no, we cannot disassociate the political party from INEC. So the political party just have to tell their members, well, let's take the second shot and see and register, but they should be able to data the way it is to enable us move on. It's a long way. It's a long way to freedom. You need to climb the ladder and go. A long walk to freedom.
We hope INEC gets it right this time, because a lot of Nigerians are actually complaining. Yes. They want to vote. They want to be part of those that will choose their leaders come 2027. Thank you so much, Dr. Morgan, for coming.
Thank you. Anytime.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I want to say that if you have misplaced your voter's card, try and make sure that you get it as well, so that you can vote.
No, but doctor, how do they get the misplaced voter's card?
Me?
Yes, you advise.
Go back to INEC, go back to INEC portal, or go back to INEC office and complain that they didn't have local government. So if you don't have, then you take it from there.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Morgan. Like, you're going to come back to, for us to continue as, the days unfold coming 2027. Which has actually drawn very close, and it's close by. To our viewers out there, we want to say thank you so much for joining us on the continuing ITV from our Lagos Network studio. We'll take you back to Benin, where the program continues. Thank you so much. I'm Patricia Uremu Gabriels.
Good morning. This is TMI Socials. I am Anuluwakmo Stevens. Better still, call me a social media butterfly. Now, I'll quickly kickstart with our video of the day. Over the weekend, the entertainment industry was beautiful and buzzing with the celebration of the wedding ceremony of Soso and his wife, Princess Ebiri, that took place in Warri, Delta State, Nigeria. A lot of A-list celebrities attended the event, and take a look. Congratulations to the newlyweds. Now, just when you've seen it all, same day, Saturday, in the thief of the night, #Gege was trending. There you have it. The self-acclaimed financial relationship expert / coach and content creator, whose real name is Emmanuel Prosper Gege, has finally tied the knot with his lover. Well, he did a secret wedding in Niger State, Nigeria, and this has got social media still buzzing up until this moment as we speak, with a lot of persons actually dragging him as to why he would always put out content against marriage, against relationship, and you did a secret wedding without letting us know. Well, let's have a couple of videos that trended over the weekend regarding Gege and his wife.
Everything where they happen for this world, with everything where they happen for this world, any day when I cash me, say Gege marry, bro, na juju, that woman do juju on me. When I cash me, well, hold me, when I hold me, tie me, carry me go selection, me the floor craze come off my head. That juju that woman do on me, they need to clear that juju come off from my eye. Leave that girl behind and face front. Face front. Forget woman, face front. Leave woman alone, face front. You know the worst thing, if life spoil for you, that girl will rejoice why she leave you. That is true be that.
Marriage na scam. Wherever you are working and somebody's eating. Men should stop marriage because now it just take where women they use to the lure men to wasting their.
Now this has got to be the most hilarious moment ever currently on social media. Imagine saying all of that and getting secretly married over the weekend. It's so funny. But he has finally posted a tweet as regards all of the questions and the answers that you need. If you could have that first tweet from Gege over the weekend, where he did say, "I never for once told y'all not to get married. Did I? If yes, show me a video of me telling you not to marry." Now away from that, people also reacting. If we could have other tweets to this story and get other reactions to this story real quickly. This one wrote, "But jokes apart, did people actually take his advice seriously? I am honestly asking because I did confuse, as in I thought everyone knew it was content. Abi Nami no understand," and this person went on and on and on. Away from that, this user reacting wrote, let's get another tweet on the story. This one says, "Many men lost valuable relationships because of Gege. I know one of them." Now this is totally hilarious. But away from that, we move away from that to something more really serious. Outside Nigeria. Now, President Donald Trump over the weekend joked that he will seek another term in the Oval Office as he attended the White House correspondent dinner. Now, speaking at an event in Washington on Friday, well, Mr. Trump poked fun at his audience, a ballroom full of journalists, saying he would be running for president for the 4th time to try to get a 3rd term in the White House. Let's take a look at the viral clip.
Now I'm going to do it again. Thank you. I'm going to do it. Should be easy. I'm getting very good at running for president. Now I won 3 times, did very well the 2nd time, by the way. It's a rigged election, but we don't have to talk about it. You know, it's interesting when you come back and you do a good job like we did, and you don't care about it so much, but we do have to tighten up these elections because they really are in serious.
Well, tweets on this. Let's have 2 tweets on the story and we'll move over to something even more interesting. This one wrote, "The world is coming to an end if this happens." Well, no way. Another user reacting says, oh well, this user wrote on X, if we could have, this one says, "Emilio Corn distributed by Nigeria, my country." Well, finally on TMI socials, hashtag Enugu Air trended over the weekend as the Chief Executive Officer of Enugu Air, Captain Tolu Ita, has clarified that the airline's recent runway excursion at Benin Airport was not a crash, but it was rather an emergency landing, where she confirmed that all of the passengers, the crew members on board were safe. Let's take a look at the viral clip before we get over to reactions. Well, ITV was on ground at the scene, and we got on ground reports as how the situation did play out at Benin Airport. Take a look at that viral clip that went on.
Missed the wrong way.
We thank God to us. I don't passing my bike for day. Now just God say, I just say now so to just for up. I don't know say now our plane no na just for like this, so as you just say so. I thank God say everything no just happen like this, so now so we win it so.
Well, we just heard the boom for me, and this man just went viral all across social media. Let's get 2 tweets on the story if we can as we wrap up. This one says, "This eyewitness no sabi witness anything." Which one be? It just heard boom boom. Well, another user reacting to this story wrote on X still. This one says, over 300 people for airport, and not only this one ITVC interview. Oh my goodness. Anyway, shout out to the news department. This is how we wrap up TMI Socials. On this note, thank you so much for being part of the show. I am Anuoluwakpo Stevens. From all of us on This Morning on ITV. We'll see you again tomorrow. Stay safe.
ITV, certainly the best.
Tonight, terrorists kill 30 in fresh attack on Kaduna community. Federal government calls for de-escalation amid renewed Saudi-Houthi conflict. Enugu aircraft still on Benin Airport runway days after accident. Floods leave motorists stranded. Plus, Lagos activists call on IGP to save police force from social media attack. Good evening, Nigeria, and welcome to the news on independent television, reaching you live from the nation's capital. I am Joyce Ikogu. I'm being joined by Wilson Omasho from our Benin Network studio. Hi, Wilson. Good evening. How is Benin today?
Well, Benin is fine, thank you, despite the rain this morning, but it was just normal cool, and it's a pleasure sharing the screen with you tonight. How is Abuja?
Thanks a million, Wilson. And also joining from our Lagos Network studio is Patricia Gabriels. Hi, Pat. Good to see you. How is Lagos?
Lagos is cool, even though we had rainfall this evening, but we are cool here in Lagos. Glad to share the screen with you tonight. Good evening.
Awesome. Remember, you can watch ITV Live online at www.live.itvradioNG.com. Follow us on all our social media platforms. On Facebook at ITVN Radio, X, IG, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. And we begin on a sad note. No fewer than 30 people, including 8 children, have been killed after a suspected terrorist attacked a Naridan village in Kamaru ward of Kabru local government area of Kaduna State, in the latest wave of violence to hit communities in southern Kaduna. The attackers reportedly stormed the community around 11 p.m. on Sunday, shooting indiscriminately, setting houses ablaze and leaving scores of residents dead, while others sustained injuries. The secretary to the village head of Naridan, Mr. Dogon Rana, confirmed the attack to newsmen in a telephone interview on Monday. Describing the assault as unprecedented in the community, Rana said the attackers struck while some residents were still carrying out their evening activities and others had retired for the night. According to him, 30 people have so far been confirmed dead, including 8 children, while 4 others sustained critical injuries and are receiving treatment. He appealed to the federal government, the Kaduna state government, and security agencies to urgently deploy more security personnel to the area and commence the construction of an access road to the community. The Kaduna State Police Public Relations Officer DSP Nansir Hassan has yet to comment on the incident. In other news, the federal government, through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, has expressed concern over the continued hostilities involving the Houthi militia in Yemen and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Speaking on behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Bianca Odumegu Ojukwu, the ministry's spokesperson Kimiebi Ebienfa calls on both parties to exercise restraint and embrace dialogue. ITV's Charity Tanko reports.
On Monday, the ministry's spokesperson Kimiebi Ebienfa says Nigeria is closely monitoring developments and urges both parties to embrace dialogue, diplomacy, and other peaceful means of resolving their differences.
Nigeria welcomed the cessation of hostilities between the United States and Iran after 13 days of devastating attacks that resulted in widespread destruction. Nigeria therefore calls urgent de-escalation by all parties. We urge the Houthis and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Iran and the United States of America to exercise maximum restraint, prioritize dialogue, and work through established diplomatic and multilateral channels to resolve outstanding issues.
Ebienfa says the continued hostilities could negatively impact crude oil exports, imports, and other international business activities with implications for the global economy.
This development, without mincing words, pose a serious threat to the security of one of the world's most critical maritime corridors and risks further destabilizing global energy markets.
The federal government also reaffirms its support for all genuine and constructive efforts aimed at de-escalating tensions and promoting lasting peace between the Houthi militia and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. From Abuja, Charity Tanko, ITV News.
In other news, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has vowed to clamp down on illegal car racing within residential neighborhoods across Abuja. Speaking with journalists during a routine inspection of ongoing projects on Monday, Wike acknowledged that while the newly constructed road networks have attracted admiration, motorists and thrill seekers must not turn residential streets into car racing tracks. FCT correspondent Joy Igoche Ehakina reports.
Fresh from inaugurating a series of landmark projects across the nation's capital, FCT Minister Nyesom Wike is back on the road, this time for his routine inspection of ongoing infrastructure projects. Responding to reports of reckless driving and organized street racing in residential areas, the minister warned that such activities endanger lives and undermine public safety.
First of all, they're trying to show how beautiful the roads are, but they forget the other aspect of it, that it also poses some danger to innocent citizens. I would have to let you know that no formal complaint has been made. But now that we have had it from you, I will check the traffic section and then let them understand that we will not allow that. If they are going to carry out carriages, we have designated areas where they should do that, but not where we have residences of people. Nobody would allow that. But I appeal to them to understand that their rights have limitation and their life is more important.
Although the FCT administration is yet to receive any formal written petition identifying the affected locations, Wike says the government will not tolerate the menace. He assured residents that once credible information is received, the administration will act swiftly through the appropriate enforcement agencies to bring offenders to justice. From Abuja, Joy Igoche Hiakina, ITV News. You're still on to the main news on independent television.
Let's now take you to our Benin Network studio where Wilson is standing by with more reports. Over to you, Wilson.
Thanks a lot, Joyce, and welcome to our Benin studio. The aftermath of hours of heavy rainfall has exposed the perennial flooding in Benin City, with major roads in the GRA axis and other parts of the city overtaken by flood, leaving motorists stranded and vehicles stuck. Afure Aneto reports.
Hours of heavy rainfall left major roads including Boundary Road, Ihama Road and Irunse submerged by flood. When the news crew visited the affected areas, several motorists were sighted struggling to navigate through the flooded roads, while others were left stranded after their vehicles broke down. Some motorists, Emmanuel Okpebo, Joe Obalo, and Chuks Ozubu, described the flooding as a terrible experience, saying it has resulted to damaging vehicles, disrupts movement, and expose road users to hardship. They appealed to the Edo State government to improve drainage infrastructure and provide a lasting solution to the recurring flooding.
Today, we will not understand that the way the rain be. Everybody tired. Everywhere, full my street in Moiti, and I don't come my street one time. That place full. Nah, not be going. If you not see past the money, be going where. We dey peel it to Pegolo. I beg. Make your pause. We dey solve for JRA. Your place will be JRA with day. If you go on that stage, JRA, we dey enjoy. But see our state. I beg. I don't say just the enter, but make it try to do it best.
Anytime it rains in Benin, most especially in JRA, it will be very horrible for everybody. You can see for yourself now where we're passing. So it's terrible. The governor should try to do something about it. Most especially around the government house, you know, all this area now. This Boundary Road now, you can see between here and zone 5 it's not possible. You can see we have to navigate through a different street to be able to come out here. So the government should please try to do something about it.
The road's so bad now. Please may I pray the government, may help us fix the road. Right from the one, this place is very bad.
From Benin, Afure Aneto, ITV News.
Benin City residents have been advised by health experts to ventilate their houses properly, wear cardigans to avoid cold and pneumonia, and maintain good environmental hygiene to prevent the breeding of mosquitoes during the raining season. Joy Obaisiagbon reports.
According to the Nigerian Meteorological Agency, NIMET, Edo State should expect cloudy skies with intermittent light to moderate rains and thunderstorms from July 26, 2026, with the southern region most affected. Health expert and Edo State Commissioner for Health, Dr. Cyril Adams Oshomole, warned that malaria fever is likely to rise during the raining season. They advised residents to ventilate their houses properly, wear cardigans to avoid cold and pneumonia, and maintain good environmental hygiene to prevent the breeding of mosquitoes.
Of course, this period there will be spike. I expect to see spike in malaria. We have free malaria testing in all government hospitals. There might be spike in cholera, there might be spike in dysentery because of polluted water. So I would advise people to boil their water adequately. Boil your water. The water you boil might be better than the one you take from sachet water. Use your ITN, mosquito net. Wear long-fitting clothes at night. Clean your environment, avoid using stagnant water, avoid using flooded road because you never can tell. There could be open drainage, there could be potholes.
Elders and parents also joined in the call, advising families to eat more fruits than junks in order to boost their immune systems against fever.
What we do as parents is to ensure that we wear our children good clothes. We wear them sweater, wear them socks, make sure they are properly covered. Then also ensure that you close your rooms, you lock your doors, because as rain is falling, reptiles leave the house and enter houses.
I think we should stock a lot of meals that are rich in vitamin C. Other than that, we can even get supplements at home for kids. It helps to improve, boost their immune system and fight infections, especially that are prevalent during this period, this time of.
From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
As the raining season intensifies across Edo North, health concerns are mounting over a growing mosquito infestation and a possible increase in malaria cases. Heavy rainfall has left pools of stagnant water in many communities, creating ideal breeding grounds for mosquitoes and putting children, pregnant women and other vulnerable residents at greater risk. Edo North correspondent Anthony Igbano reports.
Residents across Edo North says malaria cases have increased in recent weeks, with many families battling repeated infection amidst rising healthcare costs. Community leader Chief Yekini Sado says the situation has become a serious concern and is urging residents to keep their surroundings clean by clearing drains and removing stagnant water where mosquito breeds.
People should increase their environmental sanitation practice. Bushes should not be allowed to grow in their environment, and so anything that can collect water should be discouraged because that is one of the medium.
Parents are also expressing concern over the growing number of malaria cases affecting their children. One of them, Mr. Lawani Sunday, says frequent infections have placed a financial burden on many households. He is calling for increased public awareness, affordable treatment, and wide distribution of insecticide-treated mosquito nets.
Rushed her to the hospital. After the carrying out a series of tests, we discovered it was there's malaria, and that's when.
A medical expert warned that malaria remains one of the leading causes of illness during this rainy season. A medical doctor, Dr. Ibrahim, advised residents to sleep under insecticide-treated mosquito net, maintain clean surroundings, eliminate mosquito breeding sites, and seek immediate medical attention whenever symptoms such as fever appears.
Mosquito breed. For example, you have bushes around it, or like in dry season where everywhere is dry, the earth is dead. In rainy season, the earth is alive.
With the rainy season expected to continue, health experts stress that preventing malaria requires collective community action, maintaining proper sanitation, clearing stagnant water, and constantly using insecticide-treated mosquito nets remain some of the most effective ways to comb the spread of the disease. Anthony Igbano, ITV News.
4 days after an Enugu Air aircraft overshot the runway while landing at Benin Airport, the aircraft remains at the scene as aviation authorities continue investigations into the incident. ITV News gathered from airport officials who spoke on a condition of anonymity that the aircraft has not yet been moved pending the outcome of the ongoing investigation by the relevant aviation authorities. The report filed by Valerie Ehigie is presented by Joy Obaisiagbon.
4 days after the runway excursion involving an Enugu Air aircraft at Benin Airport, the aircraft is still positioned at the site of the incident. Although some airport officials maintained that the aircraft only veered off the runway and did not sustain significant damage, it has not been cleared for removal as investigators continue their assessment. A visit by the ITV News crew to the airport confirmed that the aircraft remains at the location with no visible recovery or evacuation operations taking place at the time of the visit. When ITV News crew sought an official update, airport management declined to comment, stating that the incident is still under investigation by the appropriate aviation authorities. Officials added that any formal statement on the incident would be issued by the airline's head office and the agencies responsible for the investigation. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
No fewer than 24 farmers have been killed following a deadly attack by suspected bandits on farmlands in Sauna Roga community, Talata Mafara local government area of Zamfara state. The attack reportedly occurred on Wednesday, July 22, while the victims were working on their farms. Umma Mohammed has details.
Residents of Sauna and Gora community say at least 24 farmers lost their lives when heavily armed bandits invaded their farmlands and opened fire on them. Several other farmers are also reportedly missing, with fears that many may have been abducted during the attack. However, the Zamfara State Police Command has confirmed 15 dead. The police public relations officer DSP Yazid Abubakar said the figure was based on reports officially received by the command. adding that investigations are ongoing to determine the fate of those still unaccounted for.
It is quite unfortunate incident that happened in Talata Mafara, where a large number of armed bandits bearing sophisticated weapons invaded some villages in Sauna.
DSP Yazid Abubakar says security operatives have launched a manhunt for the attackers and are intensifying efforts to restore peace across affected communities in the state. He also noted that the security situation in Zamfara state has improved significantly compared to previous years, owing to sustained operations by security agencies.
The insecurity in Zamfara has reduced drastically.
The police spokesperson recalled that security forces recently carried out a successful operation in Gandu Forest, where nearly 400 suspected bandits were reportedly neutralized as part of ongoing efforts to combat banditry in the state. Authorities have assured residents that operations to track down the perpetrators and safeguard farming communities will continue, while urging the public to remain vigilant and cooperate with security agencies. From Gusau, the headquarters of Zamfara State, Umar Mohammed, ITV News.
We now join Patricia in our Lagos Network studio for more news trending in that region. Over to you, Pat.
Many thanks, Joyce. Here in Lagos, more reactions have continued to trail the alleged Ajira murder case in Lagos State. Following social media conversation on the issues, some human rights activities are calling for justice on the matter. Aigboje Kwara tells us more.
Coalition of human rights activists were calling on the Inspector General of Police to pay attention to the alleged Ajiro murder case, said there are various misleading narratives on the social media that can mislead the public and turn Lagos into a banana republic if not quickly handled. Hence the need to draw the attention of the IGP to it.
Therefore, an evil unspeakable to mislead the public that AIG Olimo Moshood investigated the murder of Mohbad. We are not deterred in pursuing justice in Ajiro killings, as no amount of campaign of calumny will halt the wheel of justice that is grinding slowly and steadily on the matter.
The activists said the attack on security institutions in the country would further plunge Nigeria into crisis.
This institution is being rubbished, and nobody's even looking at it that way. That how come that you will declare a serving assistant general police wanted using police logo, police crest, and signed by the Inspector General of Police, and he's still roaming the streets free? I don't think that is proper. 1, 2, the attempt to muddle up the issue of Ajiro. Yes, we need the media, we need everybody's hand on the deck, that the Ajiro issue must not be allowed to go just like that.
There is a deliberate attempt at bringing down one of the very key persons who investigated the Ajiro matter, the then CP Moshood, Olawundare, who is now the AIG Zone 2.
The civil society groups said although there is freedom of speech, those using social media to pass judgment on others should be checked. From Lagos, Aigboje Kwara, ITV News.
In another story, the Lagos State government has reaffirmed its commitment to transforming healthcare delivery through digital innovation with the Median Lagos Digital Health Innovation Challenge, where health tech innovators unveiled cutting-edge solutions aimed at improving access, efficiency, and quality of healthcare across the state. The State Commissioner for Health, Professor Akin Abiyomi, described the challenge as a demonstration of government's responsibility to create an enabling environment for innovators to develop practical solutions to healthcare challenges. He commended the inequity of young innovators, saying every application presented showed significant potential to improve healthcare delivery in Lagos.
Young scouts from Edo State are set to fly the nation's flag on the continental stage as preparation gather momentum for the second Africa Scout Month in Johannesburg, South Africa. At a press briefing in Benin City, Edo State Scouts Council highlighted the significance of the event and applauded Edo State government's support for youth development and unveiled the state's delegation for the prestigious gathering.
Addressing journalists, Edo State Scout Commissioner Emmanuel Onosfi Esene said the event will bring together Rover Scouts from over 40 African countries to promote leadership, cultural exchange, adventure, learning, and global citizenship among young people. He commended the Edo State Governor, Senator Monday Okpebholo, for sponsoring state scouts from the states to participate in the international gathering, describing the support as a strong investment in youth empowerment and future leadership.
On behalf of the Edo State Scout Council, we sincerely thank His Excellency for demonstrating that visionary leadership is never constrained by fear, but it is driven by purpose, compassion, and a genuine commitment to the next generation. His investment in these young ambassadors is truly an investment in the future of Edo State and Nigeria at large.
Edo State Scouts Commissioner Onosfi Esene said the state will have 15 participants in Nigerians' delegation to the Scouts Meet, with additional support from Ovia Northeast, Ovia Southwest, and Ego local government areas, while others are self-sponsored.
The moat will be held from the 1st to the 8th August 2026 at Arrow Park, Johannesburg, South Africa. The African Scout Moat is a unique gathering of young adult scouts from all over Africa, designed to foster cultural exchange, adventure, leadership, learning, friendship, fellowship amongst our young scouts from across Africa.
The Scouts Council urged residents to support the Scouts as they prepare to represent Edo State and Nigeria with honor, discipline, and excellence on the continental stage. From Benin, Ehis Onhunamure, ITV News.
Ijaw youths in Olodiama clan of your Northeast local government area of Edo State says they cannot be referred to as settlers in their land. The youths stated this while reacting to a viral video trending on the social media where Otuedo Youth Union referred the Ijaws in Edo State as settlers. The report is presented by Ikpomusa Ugiagbe.
We are therefore using this medium to state unequivocally that the Ijaws are not constitutionally recognized as among the ethnic groups in Edo State. They are strangers and settlers.
That was the statement credited to Otuedo youths, referring to Ijaws as settlers in Edo State. Reacting to the statement, members of Ijaw Youths Congress in Olodiama clan of Ovia Northeast local government area Edo State said they cannot be referred to as settlers in their own land. According to them, they do not have any other place to call their home as their forefathers lived, died, and buried there. They called on the Edo State government to intervene.
Ikoro is an ancient place. It has belonged. Ikoro has been here. Even before Ikoro come to situate here, there is no other community around this area. Before, in the time of missionary people, they brought this Baptist church to Ikoro 1887.
There be Benin people, will be Ijaw people, not two different things. So maybe they're not going to tell us, say, Gelegele people, they not get oil. Gelegele people, they be tenant. Ikoro people, they be tenant. Ijaw people, they be settler for Edo State, for our own God-given land.
We're not they represented in local governments. Appointment, they're not they give our Ijaw people for Edo State. So House of Assembly will not they, local government will not they, Senate will not they, Rep will not they. The state government know waiting the Ijaw people need. But the Benin ethnic nationality, they deprive us of our rights.
You know, if it all say Benin man, we call the Ojon way for Ijaw community. They go in Ijaw community. So they tell the security agency and the governor to investigate those people. They call one call farmer trouble for Gelegele say Gelegele not get oil. Say now what don't get oil and say Gelegele na Benin community.
Ikmamosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
Family, friends, and well-wishers gathered together to celebrate the 71st birthday of their beloved mother, Queen Ekenadose Mabel Ogegbai, in a ceremony that attracted dignitaries from far and near. Faith Chidera's report is presented by Efosa Owangwe.
The celebration brought together loved ones from all walks of life to honor the celebrant for her unwavering love, care, and dedication to her family. The event featured prayers, musical performances, and thanksgiving as guests danced and rejoiced in celebration of her remarkable life. Children describe their mother as a virtuous woman, saying she has always been a pillar of strength, love, and support. They said celebrating her is a way of expressing their deep appreciation for her sacrifices and unconditional love.
All through our lives, all the struggles she struggled was betterment of our children. Today, we deem it fit to celebrate her because she deserves it. I give all praises and thanks to God. Happy birthday, Mommy. We love you.
And we are here to celebrate the 71st birthday of my beautiful mom. I'm so happy.
We are here to celebrate my mother-in-law.
She has labored for these children. For them to celebrate her, she worth it.
We are celebrating her at 71 years.
In her remarks, the celebrant Queen Ekenadose Mabel Ogegbai expressed gratitude to everyone who came to celebrate with her. She thanked God for the gift of life and prayed for God's blessings upon all who honored her special day. The celebration concluded with prayers, entertainment, cutting of the birthday cake, and the presentation of gifts for family members, friends, and well-wishers, making the occasion a memorable one for the celebrant and her loved ones. From Benin, Efosa Owangwe, ITV News.
The brain drain syndrome, popularly known as JAPA, and the conclusion of the Independent National Electoral Commission's continuous voter registration exercise were among the major issues discussed on the breakfast show this morning on ITV. Esther Ogoro reports that while analysts attributed the growing migration of Nigerians for better opportunities and living conditions abroad, the stress that strengthening Nigerians' institutions remained critical to reversing the trend.
The analysts called for improvement in the country's voter registration system through enhanced technology and a more credible national database ahead of the 2027 general elections. Joining Benin Studios, UK-based educationist and immigration consultant Eric Etiosa said better infrastructure and quality of life continue to attract Nigerians abroad. Head of Department of Mass Communication, University of Benin, Dr. Daniel Ekariafo, maintained that many overseas jobs are not as attractive as portrayed and urged reforms, particularly in the nation's legal system.
Living abroad is just like few minutes to heaven, and living in Nigeria is just like few minutes to hell.
I recently concluded a paper, interviewed about 25 persons, and part of the result is that sometimes the picture you get from this advertisement or the El Dorado that is promised is not what it really is.
From Abuja, a former national deputy chairman of the ADC urged INEC to strengthen its technological capacity to improve voters' registration, while the Commission's Deputy Director of the Voters' Education and Publicity, Wilfred Ifoga, said a comprehensive national database will make the progress more efficient.
Our banking system is one of the best in the world because with your name and with your banking ID, you can do a transaction, within seconds and the rest of them. We are still wondering why INEC is not using this opportunity to modernize most of those things.
If actually Nigeria had a data bank or database of all Nigerians, I'm not sure most of the measures we took in getting Nigeria registered would have taken them.
Joining from Lagos, National Public and Development Analyst Dr. Martins Morgan advocated a more credible voter register through proper age verification, accurate death records, and stronger accountability within the electoral system.
Like you said, all those agencies you mentioned, they all collect data the same thing. But we register our death. That's another issue there.
From Benin, Esther Ogoro, ITV News.
The Osun State Police Command has launched a manhunt for armed hoodlums who attacked officials of Independent National Electoral Commission during the distribution of permanent voter cards in Odo-Otin local government area of the state. The assailants reportedly stormed Oyinola DC Primary School in Okuku, fired several gunshots into the air, disrupted the exercise and carted away 3 packs of PVC before fleeing the scene. Eyewitnesses said the incident caused panic as prospective voters and electoral officials camped for safety. Confirming the attack, the police public relations officer in Osun State, Abiodun Ojelabi, said the Commissioner of Police, Ibrahim Goton, has ordered a full-scale investigation and deployed tactical and intelligence teams to arrest perpetrators and recover the stolen PVCs. Suspected gunmen have abducted the judge of the Kebbi State High Court, Justice Faruku Hassan Bunza, from his residence in Bunza local government area of the state. The abduction, which occurred around midnight on Sunday, has prompted a massive security operation as law enforcement agencies intensify efforts to secure the judge's safe release. Family sources said Justice Bunza had just returned from Sokoto State when heavily armed men stormed his residence along Zogrima Road and whisked him away. The attackers fired warning shots and shouted during the operation, attracting the attention of residents. However, they escaped with the judge before anyone could intervene. No other occupants of the house was injured during the attack. The incident was immediately reported to the police and the management of the Kebbi State High Court. The family has appealed to security agencies and the Kebbi State government to do everything possible to ensure the judge's safe and unconditional release. A United States District Court has sentenced a 27-year-old Nigerian, Afiz Olatunji Adewale, to 5 years imprisonment for his role in a sextortion scheme that resulted in the death of an American teenager. The sentence was handed down by the United States District Court for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania after Adewale pleaded guilty to charges of money laundering, conspiracy, and wire fraud. Announcing the judgment, the United States Attorney for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, David Metcalf, said that Adewale was served 60 months in prison followed by 3 years of supervised release. According to Metcalf, Adewale was arrested in Nigeria on August 17, 2023 during a joint operation involving the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, targeting suspected sextortion syndicates preying on victims in the United States. He was extradited to the United States in February 2026 through the cooperation of Nigerian and U.S. authorities and later pleaded guilty to the charges in April 2026. Commenting on the conviction, FBI Philadelphia Special Agent in charge Wayne A. Jacobs said the sentence sends a strong message that criminals cannot evade justice by operating from outside the U.S. The Rural Electrification Agency, REA, has announced that 15 universities across Nigeria are now fully connected to solar farms under its renewable energy intervention programs. Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of REA, Abba Aliyu, disclosed that 15 universities are now fully connected with solar farms. He explained that the initiative forms part of the Distributed Access Through Renewable Energy Scale-Up DARES project, which is described as the largest publicly funded renewable energy access project in the world. He highlighted the rapid expansion of mini-grid deployment nationwide, revealing that the agency is currently working on 48 interconnected mini-grid projects in collaboration with electricity distribution companies. He said the data would guide the expansion of electricity access through renewable energy projects. The achievement underscores Nigeria's growing commitment to renewable energy as a driver of sustainable development, reducing reliance on fossil fuels while expanding access to reliable electricity for institutions and communities. The federal government has approved an upward review of hazard allowances and other earned benefits for members of the Non-Academic Staffs Union of Educational and Associated Institutions and Federal Universities. Under the new remuneration package, senior laboratory personnel will receive an annual hazard allowance increase of up to 126,000 naira, while the revised package takes retrospective effect from January 1, 2026. The approval was conveyed in a circular issued by the National Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission following an agreement reached between the federal government and NASU on June 29, 2026. According to the Commission, federal government has approved the payment of the Consolidated Non-Teaching Tools Allowance alongside the review of earned allowances for eligible non-teaching staff in federal universities. And talking entertainment, British television presenter, comedian and renowned wildlife conservationist Bill Oddie has died at the age of 85, according to a statement released by his agent. Born in Rochdale and raised in Birmingham, Bill Oddie began his entertainment career study while at Cambridge University, where he joined the prestigious Footlights comedy troupe. He went on to write and perform in several acclaimed TV programs before achieving international fame with the Goodies alongside Tim Brooke Taylor and Grant Garden. And on the foreign scene, the Ebola outbreak in Democratic Republic of Congo continues to worsen, with the number of confirmed infections rising to 3,200 and the death toll climbing to 1,405, according to the latest government figures. The data released on Sunday showed that nearly 1,000 new cases have been recorded within just 10 days, underscoring the rapid spread of the country's 17th Ebola outbreak, which was officially declared on May 15. Health authorities say the outbreak is being driven by the Bundibugyo strain of the Ebola virus, for which there is currently no approved vaccine or specific treatment. We're now joined to Lolope Oguntime for the latest update on the ongoing Commonwealth Games in Glasgow, United Kingdom.
It's day 4 of the 2026 Commonwealth Games in Glasgow, Scotland. The team Nigeria started on an impressive note, winning 3 gold to the silver on day 1. Day 2 wasn't that eventful. Yesterday, our athletes also performed a mid-level performance. But day 4, we started on an impressive note with the division winning gold for Team Nigeria in the powerlifting events right there. That set the tone, and also we have football athletes qualifying for the semi-final stage of the 100 meters. The same thing for Merako Ezechukwu, who also made it through the semi-final stage of the event. So there are so many possibilities for us before the end of the day. Day 4 of 2026 Commonwealth Games got off to a flying start for Team Nigeria, as the country claimed 3 weightlifting gold medals, taking its medal haul to 6 gold and 4 silver, and moving to 3rd place on the medal table. Editon Mofia opened the day's golden run by winning the men's 71 kg title, before Nome Didi added the 2nd gold in the women's 53 kg event. Rafet Lawal then completed the treble, producing a games record performance to clinch ground in the women's 58 kg category. The 6 gold medals leave Nigeria tied with Canada on gold medals, although the Canadian occupies 2nd place by virtue of higher overall medal count. Team Nigeria can further improve its standing when Adela Popadeji competes in the men's 79 kg weightlifting event later on Monday night.
Like I've always said, projections are looking real. Scientifically, Yusuf Ali had positioned and conditioned our mind towards this number of medals. So yes, it's not come as a surprise. We keep pushing.
Nigeria also recorded an encouraging result on the athletics track. Okene Tejiriashi, Nicholas Fakoide, and Miolu Ebube Ezechukwu all booked places in the men's and women's 100 meters semi-final, joining Konyisola Ajayi, who received a bye in the semis. In the field event, Oyesha Deolatoye qualified for the women's hammer throw final, further boosting Nigeria's hope of adding to its medal tally. The strong performances have kept Team Nigeria firmly on course toward the National Sports Commission's target of 16 gold medals, a feat that will surpass the country's best ever performance at the Commonwealth Games. From Glasgow, Tolulope Ogunsimeni, ITV News.
And that's it on the news tonight. Thanks a lot for watching. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello viewers, welcome to Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, and on today's edition of the Viewpoint, we're going to be talking about the special criminal court that was actually established by the Edo State administration. We will illustrate their activities since its inception, the purpose with which it was established, the benefit of the court to the citizens. That is basically all we're going to be looking at on today's Viewpoint. I am Caroline once again on Viewpoint. Let's go talk to some persons and hear what they have to say about the establishment of the special criminal court by the Edo State government.
I think as far as policy on paper goes, it's a great initiative, and it's something I support the concepts and the initiative. In advanced nations of the world, you have different courts for many different, shades of crimes and criminality. And the whole idea is to speed adjudication and ensure that justice quickly gets to the people. But I always have a problem with implementation of good concepts and policies, especially when they are knee-jerk policies that are set up without properly thinking through and factoring in the sustainability quotient. I think that's where we have an issue. So far, it's been a lot of jamboree. We've not been able to get a real framework of any value to say, this is how it's going to run post the governor, for instance. It's just been like a task force instead of an institution. You see, special courts should be integral institution in the state that would outlive the government. So it is to that extent, I don't want to discourage the governor. I just want to advise that he brings in more legal experts, and if possible, understudy advanced nations where these things work. We need special courts. In fact, we need more special courts for related offense. A situation where you are crowding a traffic offender and a felon, somebody who has committed felony in the same courtroom, waiting turns. You have people who committed traffic offense who have been in the police custody for months. For mere traffic offense, just because the courts are crowded, and the judge will keep telling you that he hasn't had time for that case yet and all that, does not go well for us. But if you are going to have to change a system, you don't replace it with another redundancy. You replace it with a functionality that will let people see the value of what you have done. That's on one part. On the part of the kind of punishment that is, proposed, the capital punishment that is proposed, for instance, for kidnappers. I can also understand the exigency of trying to remedy such a, wicked society vice that we have suddenly found, among ourselves in Nigeria. You will recall that until recently, we didn't even have any laws on terrorism and kidnapping in the entire country, until very recently when our National Assembly had to pass that. So you can understand that such exigency would overwhelm us. But I think that beyond the, as they say it, scratching of our body, according to the offense, by African mythology, beyond that emotional and reaction from passion, which in this place I have not condemned, I think it's okay. But I think we should begin to think of how to convert this, our, resources, who have been able to convert their human resources to crime and to criminality. I think we should be able to reconvert them to economic uses. So I think that we should turn our criminals to production centers or productive elements, and that is achievable. Much of the waste in government and ostentation, because you see, in dealing with crime, people just look at the crime, but there are ancillary reasons that act as catalysts to crime. If you continue to flaunt your ill-gotten wealth, especially public funds, in the face of young men who have left school and are not getting jobs, it's an incentive to crime. And when you don't deal with those ancillary symptoms, then you are not going to be able to control crime in society. So if government will cut down its expenditure and its ostentation, some of the local government chairmen that were imposed by the governor as soon as he came in, the governor went to the market and bought them, SUVs that many would never have dreamt of driving. And better boys on the streets who did better in school and so on and so forth, who did not do those dirty things that they did to become so-called local government chairmen, are still looking for a job. What kind of reaction do you think that such youths are going to react to such situations? So, point I'm making is that if we cut down all of those kind of ostentation and waste by government and channel that money, we could actually be able to put off enough programs and correctional centers where we can, if we arrest these boys as kidnappers, cultists, and whatever, we try and see how we can, persuade them, educate them, retrain them, reorient them against the life they've chosen, and see how we can reintegrate them to a productive society. Because to put all of the blame on the criminals, and of course I'm very much against criminality and crime, to put all of the blame on criminals in our society is to be unfair to justice and equity. There is too much incentive for crime in the society. So we have to, think through and look beyond these first-hand emotional reactions and say, look, how do we really deal with crime in this society? Let us, first of all, disincentivize, crime by spreading our common patrimony to ensure that the society takes care. It is only those who refuse that care. If you go to America and Britain, it is those who refuse to work. The system has provided structure to support their population. It is those who cannot apply themselves that go into crime. So we have not been able to provide any support structure, and we cannot tell that our boys have not applied themselves meaningfully. So rather than just take them and waste them under the hands of bullets and then do that publicly, I'm also against killing people publicly. I don't know if that is part of the overall policy, but the governor mentioned it, that they will be killed here at Ring Road. When you do that, you are going to desensitize people towards violence. People must be allowed to maintain that sensitivity towards violence. If you begin to show youths murder, well, maybe it's not murder now, whatever name you call it, and you begin to kill criminals publicly, it will get to a time it will no longer mean anything to young ones to see life taken or for themselves to take lives. And not to desensitize them. They should still maintain that sensitivity. The firing squad should be done behind closed doors. I am for execution. But after they have refused reorientation.
The courts that had been set up to try kidnapping and cultism is not different from any regular criminal courts. It's a criminal court. And so the rules of court that pertains to the criminal justice system we apply to these particular courts. We already have criminal courts, and we have the Administration of Criminal Justice Act, and we also have rules of court that govern the criminal courts. So it will follow the same pattern. It's not the governor's courts. Speedy trial there will be speedy trial because they really don't have many cases now like any other regular criminal courts. So when kidnapping cases come to them and they have gone through the DPP gamut of proof, check whether there's a prima facie case for them to be prosecuted, it will still go through the DPP, the Director of Public Prosecutions Office in the Ministry of Justice. Before the Ministry of Justice legal officer, State Council will be the ones to prosecute those cases. And also, we also need the cooperation of lawyers from the DPP's office and private practitioners to ensure that there's speedy trial. Because most of the time, it's not the courts that are responsible for civil trials. Lawyers are key persons that are responsible for slow movement of cases in courts. They come with frivolous adjournments, and most of the time the court will just have to indulge them, because without the lawyers, the judge cannot just go and give a judgment just like that. So the problem is the lawyers, and so NBA should advise lawyers not to come with frivolous adjournments, frivolous reasons why their cases should not go on. And the same thing with the government lawyers, the DPP's office. And so the judges are always present in court. If you go to court, there's no day that the judges do not come to court. It's only on few reasons, maybe on the head grounds. But the problem is the lawyers. So we look at it like this, that the judges' courts are available to receive information from the Ministry of Justice saying that this person has committed a crime, and it is right for the lawyers to ensure speedy trials because the judges are always available. And so when these judges have heard this case, they will naturally give judgments. And so we expect speedy trials and lawyers to ensure that they do not be a cog in the wheels of justice.
Assessing the special court, to me, is still still at its infant stage. Being that it was just created a couple of weeks ago, one cannot give a definitive assessment. But giving a preliminary assessment of what it has achieved so far or what it tends to achieve, I could say the state governments have done well, and for the chief judge of Edo State to had swiftly set up the court. And we saw recently that the alleged kidnappers that were arrested were tried in that special court. I would say kudos to the Edo State government. One cannot say whether it has achieved its aim, but the process is on. Like I said previously, that the court has its own procedural processes. What we saw in the last sitting of that special court, that the alleged kidnappers was before the court and they all pleaded not guilty, despite the fact that they had previously confessed to the crime, even on media. But they have the right to either plead guilty or accept the crime as being alleged. But as a procedural processes, when a suspect or a defendant before a court plead not guilty to a crime, the court will refer to Department of Public Prosecution for advice. That is why I said earlier that the 2 ways are said by the governor. It is not feasible for the court to hear a criminal case and dispense judgment within 2 weeks. Sometimes it takes days or weeks or months for the DPP to look into the issue and advise whether the accused persons have case to answer or not. We are monitoring keenly the activities and the processes of this special court. As civil rights activists, like I said, we are more concerned about the fundamental right of citizens. We wouldn't want a situation whereby the process will be abused by the state actors. We wouldn't want innocent citizens to be victimized by that special court, because we have seen recently that even the police and security agencies will now arrest innocent citizens and threaten them to either part way with money or they will be charged to that special court. That is what is trending. But in all, we will ensure that we work in synergy with the government and the judiciary to ensure that the special court that is set up to try the alleged kidnappers, cultists, and terrorists achieve its aim without abusing the process.
Special court means courts that have been set up or tribunals that have been set up to handle specific matters or issues of concern that are specific or peculiar to certain issues. This is not the first of its kind in the country and also in Edo State. Before, you can see special court like the robbery tribunal that was set up in 1970, yes, to try robbery cases so that they can be treated expediently. So the special court is a step in the right direction. Now, these courts have been constituted by Edo State to fight robbery, cultism, and kidnapping. Yes, and these are peculiar matters. Now, a leader is not someone that has the highest qualifications, but however, somebody that can identify a problem relating to a particular set of people and also do everything possible to solve it. Security issue has been a major problem in Edo State from time immemorial. There are a lot of places I can mention in Benin where this issue of cultism and kidnapping were very rampant until our governor, in his magnanimity, decided to set up this court, which was approved by the Chief Justice of Edo State, Honorable Chief Justice Daniel Okumbowa. Now, this court is situated at the High Court of Benin, and this court is just like every other normal court. But what is the difference? Just like you have the Election Petition Tribunal, that where matters or electoral matters are treated very quickly, expediently, with full speed, so as to be able to get the results on time. That is the same thing that is also ongoing in this special court, so that issues of cultism and kidnapping can be treated with enough speed, and the perpetrators of this act can be brought to book. This court can handle matters, let's say, in 6 months, 3 months, depends on the factors that are involved, and judgment to be given. The judges that are sitting over this court are judges that have been carefully chosen, who have a lot of experience in cultism and kidnapping and matters that are related thereto. So this court is something that is applaudable. And on the issue whether this court can actually be abused later on, it is simple. The laws that set up these special courts are also the laws that also regulate the normal high courts. The only difference is the time frame for these matters to be handled and settled, which is the Criminal Code and the Administration of Criminal Justice Act. Now, this court also runs with the rule of natural justice, equity, and good conscience. This court also runs with fair hearing. It's not like, oh, a criminal is just carried there and at the end of the day he's tried and is convicted. No, the same processes will be followed. Everything that ought to be done in a normal court will be done. And if these people are found wanting, they will be brought to book. So they are working and proper investigations are being carried out to make sure that these criminals are apprehended. Why? For the safekeeping. Okay, what is the primary responsibility of a government? It is the protection of life and properties. Yes, if a government cannot protect the life and properties of the citizen, that government has failed.
This special court to try criminal matters relating to kidnapping and courtesan. So nobody is happy when he's kidnapped. And nobody is happy with the monstrous, the satanic activity of court-related killings. It was about 2 years precisely. Yes, 2 years precisely. This was where a young man was killed. You understand that created unnecessary tension and panic in this area. Yes, with the creation or establishment of this special criminal courts, if we are sincere with ourselves, we should tell ourselves the truth that courts-related killings has reduced drastically, and even the activities of kidnapping has even reduced drastically. Yes, what I am pessimistic about is the issue that the police is now taking undue advantage to even plant fears in the mind of the people to further extort them. That this creation of special courts, if you don't cooperate with us, we'll charge you there, and you know that the governor is interested in the matter. You understand? The suspects will just go and look for money one way or the other to settle his way out. That is not the philosophy of the creation or the establishment of the special criminal courts. The courts was established to try matters related to kidnapping and court-related killings, and it should not be an issue that will not give impetus to security agencies to extort the people. For me, we have experienced it. We are not happy. Yes, that is why all hands must be on deck to support the administration of Senator Modu Bevolo to ensure that real kidnappers, yes, are arraigned or are charged to that special criminal court, and real confessed courtists are charged to this special criminal court that will send further signal to people, to kidnappers, that those states is no longer comfortable. It will send signal to courtists that those states is no longer conducive for the activities of courtesan or court-related activities.
Well, first of all, let's commend the governor for doing what he thinks is necessary to checkmate insecurity in this state. Because before he came in, the situation was very bad, and the insecurity level in this country was almost, in this state in particular, was almost unbearable. People were just being killed and slaughtered like as if they didn't matter. So he has done a lot to checkmate insecurity, but there's still more to be done. I think that is why he has brought in the special court, so that in addition to arresting these persons, as soon as they are arrested, they should be given justice as demanded by law. We shouldn't just go and put them in the cell, because what we used to have is you just arrest somebody, go and put him in detention. After a while, maybe you get remand. Maybe if you are lucky, after a year he is out. Sometimes many things happen. The person, you just see him back in the society. So that is what the governor wanted to checkmate, or wants to checkmate. That's why he has brought in this special court, so that it will not just be a case of we arrested them, oh, we stopped them yesterday. It will be a case of we put an end to it. That is why he brought in this special court. And one way to do it is by giving swift justice. That's where the special court now come in. The special court is a court that it does not listen to adjournments anyhow. You come to court today, the next time you are coming is October, the next one will be March next year. So that has aided the injustice in this country. I also helped a lot of accused persons to get away with criminality. You are doing a criminal case. There's one criminal case I am doing now. It's 4 years, exactly 4 years. So it doesn't make sense. And criminal matters should not be delayed that much. Criminal matters are matters that by nature, investigation has been done. You have come to a conclusion on where things stand. You already have an idea of where everybody is standing. Just go ahead and do the case.
Now the question is, what has been the impact of the special court? I would say it has helped, and I will tell you why I say it has helped. We were here when they did the July 7/7. We used to know what 7/7 used to be in this state. This state particular, they used to see those days as special days that people can do and undo, anything can go on. But it's no longer so. Now everybody is now, even the man who is the courtist will now tell you, come, I not be courtist too. He is avoiding the special court. He knows that if he's arrested today, tomorrow morning, he can be in court for trial. So he's avoiding it. I am aware that these people who were caught at the vegetable market for kidnapping that day, they have also been taken to that court, and their case has been sent to DPP for advice, and swift advice is also to be expected from the DPP's office, so that these people will not just go and stay in detention 3-6 months when nobody is looking, then they are released and they are sent back to society. No, special court is there to give you sharp justice. If you commit today, tomorrow you may be facing court. In another 1 month time, we may be hearing your judgment. So people are now more careful. However, there are some areas we need to also watch out for. The area of police now using special court to extort people is getting on the rise. That's where I feel people like the NBA, human rights organizations need to wake up. Before any small thing that happens now, before you even argue with policemen, they will tell you, if you do anything now, we'll change this case for you. We'll change it for you. You'll see yourself in special court. A matter that does not involve special court, they will find a way to wrap it up, and before you know, they are arresting you for courtism. No evidence of the courtism. They are arresting you for kidnapping. No evidence of the kidnapping. Just to harass, intimidate, and threaten people. Matters that should go to special court should actually be matters that have gone through police to the DPP's office. It shouldn't even come from police to the special court. It should be through the police to the DPP's office. The DPP has screened it. It is the DPP that is going to try the person, not the police. It is the DPP that knows, is there any evidence that I can use to convict this person if I go to special court? Not for police to just from their office take somebody to special court. So I think we need to checkmate that part. We should remove the power of police completely from the special court. Because police, that we know, we know where we are coming from, we know those who we are. A policeman will tell you to your face, I know you didn't commit any offense. I know you didn't commit any offense. You will still be there another 1 month because you have not done what you are supposed to do. I have said it, not like I was told. Let all matters go through DPP. Then the DPP, of course, DPP is a staff of the state government, direct staff. Unlike the police, that is not a staff of the state government. The DPP is a direct staff. He answers to the governor. The governor can call him to certain matters. So he can now work within the mandate of law because he knows what the law. DPP is a man who studied law and he has gravitated through the rigors of criminal justice to get to that office. He didn't just wake up suddenly and was made DPP. He has grown in the ranks. So when you now say, oh, this person is DPP, he has the ability to look at the file and say, this file is a file for special court. This one is not for special court. So that's one area I feel we should be very careful with. We shouldn't allow the special courts to become the tool for the police to extort our young boys. That's what it has become suddenly, but we should checkmate that one and ensure that on our own part, we keep the society safe from these kidnappers and courtists. Finally, before I leave you, let me just add this one. Courtism and kidnapping, they are offenses that are based on evidence. They are not offenses that are based on hearsay. Because of the serious nature of those offenses, we should not just be police should be. It has come to a point where we should bar police from arresting people from hearsay when it comes to courtism and kidnapping. Once somebody say, I know that my neighbor, somebody that you and I we have issue. You insulted my wife, I insulted your wife. I will not go and report that you are a courtist. The police should not make any arrests.
Having heard what some legal practitioners and some activists and citizens had to say about the establishment of the special criminal courts by the Edo State Administration, while some are still applauding the administration for establishing the court, some are still saying that the purpose with which the court was actually established should not be abused, and security agencies shouldn't use that as an opportunity to intimidate and exploit citizens. citizens of their rights. It is a Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji saying to you many thanks for watching.
ITV, certainly the best.
Okay, indeed, it is another wonderful time on television on your program African Discourse on Independent TV. A very good afternoon to you. My name is Evans and you welcome to the show. Today being Monday, the 27th day of July 2026. So we're going to be looking at the xenophobic attack issues in South Africa. Well, for most nations of the world, it is almost Uhuru. However, I mean most nations that were affected by the attacks. Most nations may see that they have completed repatriating their affected nationals back to their country. And of course, we also heard the Nigerian authorities sometime last week, whereby it was said that a total of 1,557 Nigerians have been successfully repatriated back home to Nigeria. But from the situations that we have on the ground in South Africa, it is not Uhuru yet. I mean, we have, Nigerians that are living legally in South Africa. And of course, they are still telling us that it is not over. Because as we speak now, we understand that a lot of Nigerians are stranded in South Africa. Not only Nigerians, also other nationals of the world. Also, other nationals of other nations are stranded in South Africa. So that's what we're going to be talking about today. Let's look at the plight of these stranded nationals, foreign nationals of other nations of the world. Well, for the sake of this discourse today, we are going to designate them as landlocked, foreigners in South Africa. Well, to discuss all this with us today, we are so privileged again to have Barrister Smart Iwobi. He is the president of Nigerian Union in South Africa, and of course is joining us virtually all the way from South Africa. Mr. Barrister Smart, welcome to this program, African Discourse. Barrister Smart, can you hear us? Barrister Smart Iwobi, you're welcome to the program African Discourse. All right, so we'll just try to see how we can get him on board so that we'll just see the situation as the program goes on your television. Well, let me just somehow keep you abreast with the situation so far. And we understand that the xenophobic issues we're talking about in Africa actually started sometime in April this year. Okay, I think we can get Barrister Smart Iwobi now. Barrister Smart Iwobi, if you are there, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, nice to have you again on the program African Discourse. I mean, you're welcome home. It's your home, Nigeria, and nice to speak with you on the program African Discourse. How is South Africa this afternoon?
The weather is calm. Observing things relatively calm. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we're going to be following some very, very recent development in South Africa because back home, it looks as if that the Nigerian authority may have completed repatriating or returning back affected Nigerians in South Africa back home. But from the look of things, it appears that it is not Uhuru yet. So during the course of this program, we're going to be letting our viewers see some of the visuals that we are following to actually tell the situation back in South Africa. All right, so let's hear from you. What is the status quo now? I mean, the xenophobic attack issues in South Africa. What is the reality on ground in South Africa?
The reality on ground is that the federal government may have completed officially the evacuation of about 1,400 and something Nigerians successfully from South Africa. But the truth of the matter is there is still a lot of Nigerians that are stranded that want to be repatriated. And as you know, the federal government promised 5 flights to evacuate Nigerians. We are appreciative of their efforts that they have kept to their promise. The 5 flights were brought in to evacuate Nigerians. But we are still pleading that there are a lot of Nigerians that are still landlocked in South Africa that wants to leave. Some of them cannot afford a flight ticket. Some can afford flight tickets, but they are unable to leave because of the very, I would say, immigration's law that are in the country that would declare them, that declare their stay in the country illegally so, and they may or they will be prosecuted. And most of them who have attempted to leave on their own accord at the airport, they have been arrested for having violated the South African immigration law, for being in the country illegally or having overstayed their visas. And on those bases, we've been lists of those who want to still leave, who need government assistance. We are pleading with the foreign minister, the amiable minister, Bianca Ojukwu. We are pleading with the permanent secretary. We are pleading with the presidency to see that those Nigerians that still wants to leave are being assisted, including those who wants to purchase their own ticket. I can tell you, as of last week, some group of Nigerian lawyers came together and bought about 30 tickets. So they forwarded this letter to the High Commissioner, and the High Commissioner has acknowledged same, and they were appreciative of the effort of groups of Nigerians who are willing to assist also the federal government to ensure that the burdens are lifted. But the truth remains, there are still Nigerians that are stranded. From our union, the Nigerian Union, we have managed to get about 500 more registrations of Nigerians who are willing to leave South Africa as of today.
So for the purpose of this discourse, because if you look directly at the topic, we are looking at the xenophobic issues in South Africa, then of course the plight of landlocked foreign nationals. Now, when we say people are landlocked, for immigration purpose, there are some countries in Africa that when we say they are landlocked, countries like Botswana, Lesotho, and of course, some other African nations that are very close to South Africa. Those countries are described as landlocked, countries because of their immigration situations and immigration issues as it relates to their nation. But here we are now, we're talking about landlocked, foreigners in South Africa. So what exactly do we mean when we say people are landlocked in South Africa? Let's restrict, this landlocked maybe phenomenon now for the purpose of this discourse this afternoon. What exactly are we talking about?
Okay, thank you very much. What we mean by landlocked is that those who want to leave on their own accord are unable to do so. I am an immigration lawyer, practicing one in South Africa. Section 49, 1A of the Immigration Act 13 of 2002, as amended, is a South African law of immigration. This particular piece of legislation makes it illegal for one to enter into the country by illegal means, maybe jumping the border, or if you have entered legally so with a visa, if you have overstayed, the same piece of legislation, Section 49 of the same Immigration Act, criminalizes you overstaying in the country. So once you have overstayed your visa for one reason or the other, or you are about to renew those visas, you try to renew the visas and you have been rejected, and currently you do not have legal status to be in South Africa, you cannot simply pack your bag and head to the airport. If you do so, you'll be arrested in terms of this very act. And the offense or the code, you can be punished for 2 years imprisonment, depending on the discretion of the magistrate within the port that you are trying to leave the country from. So it is not that given that now you have ticket, you are able to leave, you can leave on your own. It's not that possible. So those who have overstayed their visa, maybe due to sickness, maybe due to unforeseen circumstances, maybe due to the fact that they apply for the visa for the renewal or to regularize themselves in the country, are unable to do so, and they've been rejected. Now they are faced with a different kind of dilemma when leaving the country, because already they are at the mercy of the immigration officers at the port of exit. These immigration officers will decide to exercise their discretion, whether to allow you to go or to hand you over to the police for prosecutions. And some of them can be detained over for 6 months. So most of them are actually at the deportation camp as we speak. Some of them are in different prisons as a result of only violation of the immigration law. So on this basis, we are saying they are landlocked. Even if they chose on their own to leave, the law does not allow them. And there's another section, Section 31H of the Immigration Act, also empowers the immigration officer at the point of exit to ban such person who have overstayed for about 5 years. So it has two kind of consequences. So now our people are not worried about being banned from re-entering South Africa, but they are worried about being arrested and prosecuted and sent to jail for overstaying their days in the country. And this is why we are saying they are landlocked. You know, those who are able to be repatriated by the federal government, their exit from the country was negotiated because it was a government project. That is why they were allowed to exit through the government evacuation flights without being arrested or prosecuted. But those who chose to live on their own, or those the flight of the government could not take with them, are now stranded, are now landlocked in the country. That is the situation.
All right, now, you know, is this not a double jeopardy? I mean, for these nationals, these African nationals, nationals of other nations of the world, perhaps Nigerians, is this not a double jeopardy for them?
It is indeed a double jeopardy. We have raised the alarm to say the citizens are marching that the foreign nationals should leave the country because they are competing with their jobs. And now these people are trying to leave. And also the immigration laws makes it very impossible for them to get papers. And now they're about to leave, and the system is also designed to punish them more for not being able to regularize themselves. It's indeed a double jeopardy. And that's why we are appealing to government as well as the South African government to be able to give these people an amnesty or a kind of waiver for them to leave the country without being arrested and prosecuted.
All right, so viewers out there, in case if you just joined us, the program is African Discourse on Independent TV, and this afternoon we are still looking at the xenophobic issues in South Africa, but this time we're looking at it from a different perspective. we understand that some nationals, or some Nigerians per se, are kind of stranded. They are landlocked in South Africa, and hence we're putting this discussion on our television this afternoon. We've got some visuals, so we'll just take like 2 minutes. Let's roll the visuals so that we get to hear 1 or 2 statements from the victim of this landlocked issue that we're talking about this afternoon. So let's quickly roll the visuals so that we hear let's hear this this guy. This is a Nigerian, I suppose.
We'll be highly accepted and appreciated. Thanks. Great Nigerians, great Nigerians, great Nigerians. Please, this is our brother. Because what I do now forever, oh, Igbo, Kaya well embassy, Nigeria embassy, Victoria, Eba, East London, South Africa. Because one night worker and they went so good. You have to carry your former. I'm so glad you have to carry your former. You come to the work America, Era Rumura, without a Papunaba. And I did a young embassy. I didn't work on a runway park. Government tools can take care of this man for us. And a very year, I because I Tata has now the last day. How many attend anybody here? Which Hanemebe, the bike over here. We are using this opportunity to still appeal for one day. Well, I'm still using this opportunity. Sleeping here in front of Embassy House here in Pretoria. I'm using this opportunity to appeal to good citizens of Nigeria and the authorities to help us to ensure that this man will get home safely. Because even the wife of this man is a South African. Oh my goodness, yeah. But here, today, so let's not to keep killing time because the wife is coming. When the wife comes, we're gonna see both of him. Hoping he take out. Great Nigerians. Please. May I use this opportunity?
All right, thank you so much. The VCR there, you could see the plight of some Nigerians in South Africa who are stranded in Nigeria's embassy. Yeah, right there. And that's the situation we're following today on the program African Discourse. And our guest on this program one more time is Barrister Smith Iwobi, who is a foremost immigration lawyer in South Africa. Now, Barrister Smith Iwobi, now by your designation here, you are the president of the Nigerian Union in South Africa. Now, let us look at, ask the question rather, whether organizations, maybe like yours now, is not meeting the South African authority to see how they could waive this situation for Nigerians that are willing to return home. Because the 30th of March has come and gone. And for the Nigerian authority, they have completed repatriating Nigerians back home. So, but we still have Nigerians in South Africa. So, can't this situation be waived so that Nigerians that want to come home, so that they can return home?
Indeed so. Indeed so. We've been collaborating with the Nigerian mission, both the Nigerian consulate in Johannesburg as well as the Nigerian embassy here in Pretoria. As you know, this is a government business. It's not ideally a union business, but our duty as a union that is on ground, a local union that is on ground, our duty is to hear from the people directly, compile the list of these concerns, and forward them to the Nigerian High Commissioner as well as the Nigerian consulate, that which we have done. So we have done this compilation as well as these concerns being raised by our people. And we have been promised that the Nigerian High Commission that deals with diplomatic as well as political issue will interface with the South African counterparts to get our people kind of a waiver to leave the country without being prosecuted. And I'm sure that they are on it, and we are appealing to them that they should communicate to us so that we can also communicate to the people. These are also the matters that the Foreign Ministry can take up with the head counterpart, Minister Lamola, who is the Minister of Foreign Affairs to South Africa. And I'm given to understand that the delegation was sent by the President of South Africa to Nigeria to come and kind of explain what has transpired prior to 30 June and during 30 June and its aftermath. But our president seems not to be in good shape at this stage to receive such delegation. But I think it's still kind of a message that our foreign minister can send to those delegations to say people are still battling to exit your country as a result of consequences of the 30th of June. We are still grappled with these effects that people should, as well as other African migrants that want to voluntarily leave the country, should be allowed to leave the country.
Now, it is only expected. I mean, as you know, seeing my brothers right there, you know, stranded on the streets of Pretoria and Johannesburg, I'm not that too comfortable. I mean, somebody to be homeless in another place, you don't have a father, you don't have a mother, you know, in the cold and in some very extreme weather. Now, so how is a survival for these Nigerians right now? How are they surviving? I mean, to be on the streets, how are they surviving?
It is a pathetic situation. Our union, the Nigerian Union, in collaboration with other unions, as well as other geopolitical organizations that are here in South Africa, we have put some mechanism in place to take turns to provide mechanisms, kind of food and aid and some aid materials for these people. I want to especially thank the different unions that have collaborated with the Nigerian Union to ensure that these people at least are fed, blankets are given to them. Yeah, but we could do, you know, the little that we could afford to do. This is a humanitarian crisis, and we are also using the opportunity to call on good Nigerians. I also calling on the state government to collaborate with the federal government to ensure that our people, you know, receive safe passage to leave South Africa, those who still want to leave South Africa. We are also appreciative of the effort of the federal government for what they have done so far. We are also appreciative of the effort of the governors for, you know, for what they've done to those returnees that are back. But what we are saying, what we are emphasizing, is that there are still a lot that is still locked. We can provide a list, and this list cuts across indigents of different states, not only from a particular state of Nigeria. It cuts across different ethnic groups of Nigeria, and these are Nigerians that we have come out here to plead on behalf of government, both state government and federal government, to collaborate with the union as well as the missions in South Africa to ensure our people are not left out here in the cold.
Now, we're looking at the xenophobic issues in South Africa, and if you like, the aftermath of the attacks, and even the aftermath of the 30th June deadline that was given in South Africa. As we speak now, we understand that lots of foreign nationals are stranded. They are landlocked in South Africa. But for the purpose of this discourse this afternoon, we're looking at the plight of Nigerians as the program goes on. Now, Barrister Smith will be less, because this whole issue of stranded foreign nationals or not, it's as a result of, you know, these nationals not regularizing their immigration status on time. So ordinarily, with all things being equal, how long does it take to regularize your immigration status in South Africa? Let's say, for example, you came in with a visiting visa and you want to kind of adjust your status now, your immigration status to a better, you know, grade, a more, you know, better grade. So how long does it take ordinarily?
In terms of the law, the department has between 3 months, a month to 3 months to make such decisions if you have applied to regularize yourself in the country. And even if the decision is delayed, when adjudication is being expected, the law, now I'm speaking from the legal perspective of what the law provides, says 6 months, but that is far from the reality. There are people who have applied for a status to get into a better status who have been waiting for a period of 2, 3 years or 4 years without answers from the department. And even when they will answer or make a decision, those decisions will not be favorable for those who have applied.
The South African Authority, one would have expected that they should also take this into cognizance. I mean, for the fact that by law, that at least 3 months and then at most 6 months. So because some of the foreign nationals that are stranded now, we understand that they have since applied for their immigration status to be regularized. But because of no fault of theirs, I mean, they still don't have their status improved upon. So the South African Authority, why are they not taking this into cognizance too?
It is a matter of jurisdictions and a matter of sovereignty. You know, is a law of the country, and some of these laws are being challenged by human rights lawyers like myself and others, and obviously we need for them to understand the regional frameworks of free movement of Africans in South Africa, and that the immigration law should not be too rigid, in order to criminalize people. When a law is too strict and too rigid, it gives rooms for corruptions, it gives rooms for unscrupulous agents, it gives rooms for a different kind of maneuvering within the system. And the outcomes are not always very palatable for both the visitors as well as the host country. And the reason why such draconian laws are still there is to actually systematically prevent people from being employed. And that will have been enough for the citizen to understand that the country itself has a very strict law that actually bars foreign migrants from getting into the system, but that was not enough for the citizens. They wanted more, or wanted the foreign migrants to be out of the country. So it's a kind of a situation that that is not palatable for people. So what I would say at this juncture is the law of the country. So in fact, more tougher immigration laws or tougher enforcement are being pushed by different quarters, by citizens. So, but from our end, the current immigration system or laws are already, punitive and harsh enough, when compared that you are making this law for your fellow African brothers. And these delays has also brought a lot of legal challenges in court. It has brought a lot of legal challenges against the ministers of Home Affairs who is in charge or duty bound by law to ensure that these backlogs are cleared. So that is a reality, or the ugly reality, that the foreign migrants that want to regularize themselves in the country faces.
All right, so before we start asking the question which way forward now, because what I would like you to note, there must be a way forward. I mean, since these stranded Nigerians cannot return home, and of course, since they also cannot stay in South Africa, there must be a way forward. Before we come to that, let us quickly look at something that some analysts are probably kind of, thinking, they tend to look at it, with what is happening in the United States of America, to the extent that at the time people started wondering if this whole, issue is calculated in the sense that maybe it is just to force out foreigners from South Africa. I mean, the question I'm trying to ask here is, if because it's a matter of education that we're talking about now. So if the Home Affairs Department in South Africa now that grants immigration status and all that, if they cannot expedite on cases, I mean, why is it that they are now asking foreigners, illegal foreigners to leave? Because it appears that maybe they decided to stop on educating on immigration cases. Then, of course, they now went around to ask non-illegal immigrants to leave. I mean, because they know that they don't have the papers to stay there, so they must leave. So do you kind of look at it in such a way as if maybe something was calculated, and eventually what was calculated is being, carried out right now?
If I may respond, to be correct, I will quote a press release of one of the political leaders here in South Africa, the person of Julius Malema. He is the leader of the EFF political party, one of the opposition parties, leading opposition parties. From his own words, he accused the government of South Africa to have sponsored these, that the March itself is a state-sponsored. When you look at it from those angles, or put two or three together, and those allegations coming from a leader of opposition to say that the present government has hand in the current tragedy of foreigners in South Africa, it's not far-fetched from the truth, because the government of the day should have taken the Minister of Home Affairs, who is responsible to adjudicate these applications, accountable, to start asking them questions. Parliament was supposed to bring him, and during questioning time at the plenary, in order to ask why are these applications not being adjudicated. So looking at it from those lens, one would be tempted to conclude that the state is looking at the other way around, and it's like beating a child and asking a child not to cry.
in all of all this now, Barrister Smith, it will be, so where do we go from here? I mean, how do we get to the bottom of all this? How do we come to a settlement? I mean, these people cannot live in South Africa. They also cannot come home. So what is the way out in all of all this?
The way out is diplomatic engagement. These are issues that we need to forward to our embassies. They need to forward them to the... These are what government to government should look into. The Nigerian government must present these facts, these issues, the way they are, to and say, these are the facts we have. These are the complaints we have. Then those should be one of the factors for engaging or having a kind of bilateral relationship with our South African counterpart. So I think the way to go is to engage South African government through our diplomatic channels. And our presidency must, task those who are in charge of foreign ministry to do the needful. That is the way forward.
All right, so as we come into this end now, let me quickly ask, because the questions back here is that, is it only Nigerians that are landlocked? I mean, don't you think that there's also the possibility of other foreigners, trying to sneak away, by being called Nigerians and all that? Is it only Nigerians that are landlocked?
Can you repeat that?
The question we're asking is whether it is only Nigerians that are landlocked, that are stranded.
No, it's not only Nigerians. These are cut across. Yes, these are the dilemma that every migrant finds themselves in South Africa, unfortunately so. Not only Nigerians.
All right, so I'm going to give you the next 5 minutes to speak to the Nigerian authority, because back home, our TV station, Independent Radio and Television, is widely viewed. I mean, it's viewed globally and, of course, nationally. So we just hope and pray that this medium will use it to get to the appropriate authority so that they can actually know that it is not all Uhuru. Because what we have on the ground in back home is that willing Nigerians have been airlifted or repatriated back home, unknowingly that we still have a lot of Nigerians that are stranded and they are landlocked in South Africa. So Barrister Smith will be, I'll give you the opportunity, I'll oblige you in the next 5 minutes. You talk to the authorities involved back in Nigeria.
Thank you for the opportunity. Facing the camera, I just want to call on our president, His Excellency Ahmed Bola Tinubu. I want to appeal to the presidency and appeal to our foreign minister in the person of Bianca Ojukwu, and appeal to our permanent secretary, appeal to the NIDCOM chair in the person of Dr. the NIDCOM chairperson, and also appeal to our state governors, our businessmen and women, and also appeal to our Senate, both the Green Chambers and the Red Chamber, to come to the aid of Nigerians who still want to be repatriated, who are still landlocked in South Africa. Yes, we are appreciative of the effort of the federal government to have airlifted and evacuated successfully about 1,500 people from South Africa. We are appreciative of that effort and all those that are involved, but we are still saying that there are still a lot of Nigerians that still want to be repatriated. Our president, our amiable president, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, promised Nigerians in South Africa that anyone that truly wants to voluntarily be repatriated that government will not leave any Nigerians stranded in South Africa. Our president is our father. We are appealing to him. I'm also appealing to the mother of the nation, his amiable wife, to come to the aid of women and children in South Africa. Also calling our state governors across Nigeria that the list that we have as a union cut across different geopolitical zones, different states of Nigeria. We are calling the state government to collaborate with the federal government to ensure that those who are landlocked in South Africa are given attention, that they are seen to be evacuated. We are pleading, and we also want to thank the Nigerian High Commission in Pretoria for what they've done so far, because it takes a lot of logistics preparations to have evacuated about 1,500 people. We also want to thank our Consul General in Johannesburg. We're always on ground to see that these people are not sleeping. They've been working around the clock to actually carry out the evacuation of these 5 flights. However, we are still pleading that our government, good-willing Nigerians should, at least those who can afford on their own to buy 10 tickets, 5 tickets, 20 tickets, business people should at least contact our union, and we are going to provide the list of these Nigerians. As of today, we have about 500 people that have registered through us that are still landlocked, that still want to be repatriated. Thank you.
All right, so we want to say a very big thank you to you, Barrister Smith Iwobi, a foremost immigration expert and, of course, immigration lawyer in South Africa. We just hope and pray that this message this afternoon would get to the appropriate authority so that these Nigerians that are willing to return home can really be brought back home. Well, we cannot blame them why they had to overstay their visa because there are so many reasons why somebody can overstay his visa. There are health issues on health grounds and all that. You can overstay your visa. But now that they are willing to return back home, so rather than leave them to their plight in South Africa, we are pleading to the Nigerian authority to please look inward one more time and return back to South Africa to return back home our brothers and sisters. All right, so we'll say thank you one more time, Barrister Smith Iwobi, for obliging us your time all the way from South Africa this afternoon. So we're going to end the program here today, and until same time and next week when we'll come with another topic and another guest. My name is Evans Unohugi, and don't forget the program African Discourse on Independent Television. Good afternoon.
ITV, certainly the best.
Oṣòdì aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀. Àyàbá sọ́kè abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀. Àlàyé àtọ́jú abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀. Ẹgbẹ̀júwà.
Some days, there comes the Uge Mobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari, yari, Ọba Tope!
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbeide Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbeide Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for joining us today on the program held living. Amadesuwa Osawagye. We must apologize for coming on behind schedule due to some technical issues. But thankfully, we're able to resolve that, and we're set to hit you. All right, so on our Head Matters today, our guest is a man at the front line of restoring dignity to thousands of Nigerian women. He is Professor Ileogbe Sunday Adeoye, Medical Director of the National Obstetrics Fistula Center, Ugbo, Benin City. Is the newest facility dedicated to the treatment and rehabilitation for women living with vesical vaginal fistula and rectal vaginal fistula. He's a renowned surgeon, advocate, and public health leader, and he has dedicated his career to ending a condition that is 100% preventable. Yet, a lot of Nigerian women are living with this condition. What could be the matter? And so we have brought Professor to you this afternoon so that he can answer questions from us. So, Prof, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Prof.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's a pleasure. Sorry I had to pull you out of the theater. Thank you so much. All right, Prof, like we put on air, this is 2026. Why do we still have VVF? Doctor, talk to us.
Okay. How do I put it? It's a sad commentary that at this point in time, we still have obstetric fistula, or commonly called VVF in local parlance, with us. Though it's a hope of the UN that by the year 2030, VVF would have been eradicated from most parts of the world, and Nigeria is doing its best to see whether how far we can come close to achieving that target. Now, coming specifically to the question you asked, this age and time, why are we still having obstetric fistula or VVF as a burden? I want to distill the factors into the common factors that we're familiar with, which are still very much with us. We have the very major factor of cultural beliefs, where women think that the normal thing is for you to prove your womanhood by achieving vaginal delivery, even when your pelvic dimensions, the dimensions of your pelvis, does not support a vaginal delivery. Okay, and even in situations where your pelvic dimensions may have supported one or two vaginal deliveries, but in the context of the index pregnancy, where the baby you are carrying, the lady is carrying is in excess, is bigger than her pelvis. At that point, what she needs is a timely cesarean section. If for any reason she does not have that timely cesarean section, she comes down to fistula. So that's the fundamental thing we need to understand. A woman carrying a baby that is bigger than her pelvis, the solution is an early cesarean section. And if that cesarean section is not done early enough, she's going to either rupture her uterus and come down to a fistula, or come down to a fistula even without a rupture.
So who do we blame in this instance, Doctor? Are we going to blame the woman, the family, the society? Who exactly are we going to keep this blame on for the woman not getting early cesarean section?
We will not blame any. If we want to solve the problem, we will not blame anybody, because we are looking for a solution. Okay? The first thing is, the woman needed to have a timely cesarean section, but because she wants to prove her womanhood to her fellow women, she decides to have a cesarean. So she decides to have a vaginal delivery at all costs. So that is where cultural belief comes in, and it is quite strong, especially in the rural part of the country. Okay, because if you're unable to deliver by yourself, it means you have not proven that you're a woman. And my community interaction with women, where women who are women, according to them, are talking, you who have consistently delivered by cesarean section, you cannot talk. They will tell you to keep quiet because you have not proven your womanhood. And because of that, many women risk their lives trying to prove that they are, you don't need that. Anyway, trying to prove that they are women when their pelvic dimension does not support a vaginal birth. So culture is an issue. It has been an issue before, it's still an issue now. And the only way to dissipate that is enlightenment, girl child education, enlightenment, public awareness like what you are doing now. That is not the lazy woman who has a cesarean section. It is a wise woman who has a cesarean section, because the case I just finished doing now, she had a ruptured uterus, she lost the baby, and she started leaking urine. Can you imagine that? Carried the pregnancy for 9 months, at the end, no baby to show, and you are now leaking urine on top of it because she had a ruptured uterus following prolonged obstructed labor at home. So I can't belabor the issue of cultural beliefs enough. Then, of course, and thank ITV for what you are doing, and the media generally for what they are doing in public enlightenment. But girl child education still remains the key.
To all of this.
Okay, because if the girl child is well educated, she will appreciate her health probably better.
But you know that education has got nothing to do with this, because even women who are so-called educated will still want to have vaginal birth instead of a CS.
Oh, sure. I'm coming to that. Yes, I'm coming to that. So that's as far as the issue of girl child education will help to some extent, because the woman appreciates her health better. She's empowered to take decisions that relate to her health without her waiting for the consent of the husband.
All right, doctor, nice to have you join us again. Now, this question I want to ask is this. The federal government waived treatment fees in all federal medical centers and teaching hospitals. In your experience, why are women still not accessing care early enough with all the free transport, free feeding and all of that? Doctor? Can doctor hear me? All right, the question I asked is this. With the freeze with the federal government's waiver of treatment fees in all of the FMCs, teaching hospitals and all of this, in your experience, why do you think women are still not accessing care early enough? Okay, thank you for staying tuned. We so much apologize for the network issue. All right, doctor, let me quickly ask you this question now before the network throws out again. The federal government waived treatment fees in all FMCs regarding this issue of VVF. In your experience, why are women still not accessing care early enough with all of the goodies attached to this treatment?
We mentioned earlier why women are still coming down with VVF for obstetric fistula even in 2026. And I was talking about the place of cultural beliefs as one of the things that hinder women from seeking care early enough. You know, there's a spectrum. When a woman is in labor and the baby she's carrying is bigger than her pelvis, it goes through a spectrum of cephalopelvic disproportion. That means there's a disproportion between the head of the baby and the pelvis of the mother. It continues. At that stage, it ought to be arrested through a timely cesarean section. If nothing is done at that stage, it progresses to obstructed labor. And again, the baby can still be rescued at this time, and the woman will be okay. But if nothing is done at that time, again, the obstruction continues with the passage of time, and you end up with prolonged obstructed labor. At this stage, the woman may have ruptured her uterus. She may have lost the baby. And in a couple of days, she begins to leak urine and feces. So essentially, what we're talking about is why will the reasons for delay in assessing cesarean section. That's essentially what we're talking about, the reasons for delay in assessing. But we're talking about the place of culture. And we also agree that even educated women, some educated women still hesitate, even when they are counseled on about the benefits of cesarean section. And I was talking about a patient who probably for whatever reason, she's had about two cesarean sections. I was supposed to have an elective cesarean section for the third one. And she chose to go to the traditional birth attendance place to deliver because culturally she wanted to prove that she's a woman. And at the end of the day, she ended up with a partial rupture. But she was lucky, the baby was okay, and she was okay by the time the surgery was eventually done.
Time is really not our friend now because of the network issues. So in one sentence, doctor, tell us the way forward as we wrap up. Because we'll do this again, definitely.
Well, there are a lot of issues. We're just talking about culture. And
we're going to do this again next week, doctor. Hopefully you'll be in the studio with us.
Okay.
Yes, hopefully you'll be in the studio with us. So in just a sentence, let's wrap up. What's the way forward?
In a sentence, the way forward for our women is for them to realize their pivotal role in the home. And so anything that affects their health destabilizes the entire family and endangers the future of the children. Because the best person to take care of the children in our home is their mother, no other person. So with that,
I want to extract a promise from you right away that you're going to be in the studio with us next week, Monday by 2:30.
Yes.
Yes, doctor, thank you very much for coming to our show. We'll see you on Monday by 2:30, Dr. Adeoye. All right, people, this is how we're going to take today on the program. And our Dr. Professor Eliogbe has so many to talk to us about. So, but don't worry, we'll bring him here on Monday next week for you to enjoy all of the education he's going to give to us. We'll see you again. Bye-bye.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin aqua seed. Ayo or aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
Madonna, in Mazedio, Overo, Ovesniagbe, Manazo, Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you your title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders' Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various hymns of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders' Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's another beautiful episode of your favorite Rendezvous for Guys on television, and I'm talking about the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, Southside Nigeria, West Side Africa. Now, for starters, the Guys Hangout Show is a very, very interesting show that teaches men to put themselves first in a society where nobody cares about the feelings of men. All right, so we encourage men to prioritize themselves. I believe that it's only when you invest in yourself that you can give out to those around you. After all, you can't give what you don't have. My name is Harry Agboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on another beautiful episode of the show. Now, tonight I've got two gentlemen with me. Of course, they've been with me before, and we're doing this again. And let me begin with the one that sits far away from me. All right? To my far left is someone that is really passionate about everything that concerns guys. Okay, he goes by the name of Osas Zabi.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. It's great being here again today.
And it's great to have you.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, and of course, seated next to Zabayo is someone else who is also very passionate about masculinity. He goes by the name of Benedict Ochagu. It's good to have you on the show.
Were you thinking about the...
No, I was actually looking for a better way to introduce you.
Oh,
yeah.
All right, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure being here, knowing that you are listening and watching us from the comfort of your home.
Absolutely.
Yeah, once again here.
Okay, so gentlemen, we have something really serious to talk about. It's one of those very controversial subjects. And of course, you know that we live in a controversial era where certain things tend to offend certain people. Okay, so as guys, we come across some terms that we use, and some persons just get offended. And one of such terms is, jealousy and insecurity. All right. Now, there seems to be a thin line between both. How would you define jealousy, and how would you define insecurity? Some persons believe that both of them are the same thing. Now, what's your take? How do you see both words? Do you think, they are the same, or do you think one is good and the other one is bad? So let me just hear your thoughts on that. Let me begin with you, Zabi.
Yeah. Okay. Like you said, actually, there's really a thin line between both of them. For someone being jealous and someone being insecure.
Yeah.
But they come from two different emotional standpoints. So I believe for jealousy is actually the very evil one. Everybody talks about evil is the sin, but the Bible has never talked about insecurity. The Bible has not told us that insecurity is a sin. But for jealousy, the Bible stands against that. Even the Quran.
Is jealousy a sin?
Yeah, of course, the sin. The sin. Now, how is jealousy a sin? Now, I see you progressing. I see something in you that I want, and because of that, I start hating.
Okay.
I start getting angry. I start having what ladies call mood swing.
Okay.
Because I'm seeing something in you that I need but I can't have. So that is the standpoint of jealousy.
Okay.
Now, insecurity, basically, for me, I think, or I believe that insecurity comes from me not having something, but you feeling I have something to offer, and then I now have to try to prove to you that I have something to offer, knowing deep down within myself that I'm totally empty. So at that moment, I become very insecure. So, insecurity as an emotion is something that can actually be worked on, and no, there are no casualties in the game. But for jealousy, then you might record casualties.
Oh, really?
You might record casualties. But for insecurities, you might not record casualties. It's just that maybe you can learn on yourself, maybe balance up where you're lacking and all that. But for jealousy, there most likely will be casualties. When I mean casualty, someone might definitely get hurt, or you might want to go into any means to make sure that. I think we're having a discussion backstage about a particular firm where most persons are fighting themselves and all that.
Okay.
This stems from jealousy, not insecurity.
Not insecurity.
You understand?
So jealousy is the bad one, not insecurity.
Exactly.
All right,
that's how I want to put it.
Okay.
let me put that disclaimer.
That's a fair way to put it. But let me hear what Benedict has to say. He just said that insecurity is not necessarily a bad thing, but jealousy is actually the destructive one. What's your take on that?
I don't agree.
Okay.
The reason is, for me, first let me say that I think you have broadened the context of this discourse. Okay. I thought I don't know whether I'm the one that misread it.
Okay.
It was supposed to be about in the context of love, relationship, and all that.
Yes, of course, you could also do what
which is
romance,
which is a nice thing to do. But again, like Zabi tried to talk about the fact that jealousy is the bad thing. No, for me, jealousy is not bad. What Zabi was explaining in his analysis is envy. Jealousy is not a bad thing. Even God is a jealous God.
Yeah, I was going to make reference to how the Holy Book says that God, the Creator Himself, is jealous.
Yes, there is jealousy is not a bad thing, but again, in context, in grammatical context, some people seem to use interwove envy and jealousy.
I think it's the same thing that people do to the word pride. When you say someone is proud, you could be proud in a good way. Like I'm proud of who I am. I'm proud of my accomplishments. But proud could also mean arrogance. Right? So I guess that's the same thing that applies to.
So in context, for me, jealousy, if it is for romance, jealousy is not totally a bad thing.
Okay.
Because when you love, there will be elements of jealousy triggered in you. No matter how much you try to say, me, I don't care. If another man wants to have her, the man should have her. There must be something triggered in you. That is an offshoot of love.
Okay, so that's healthy.
That's healthy. But when it is taken beyond the boundary of relevance into insecurity, like he was trying to say, tends to be something, to be a function of an inner defect, and so we cannot excuse it.
And what inner defect are we talking about? Could it be
inner defect of emptiness, like he
Mm.
talked about emptiness and low self-esteem. And so, and when it comes to men, when it comes to low self-esteem for men and emptiness, we must stay and address it, because we cannot allow men to be empty.
Yeah.
We cannot allow men to be bereaved of ideas. And so because of the position, the sacrosanct nature or the sacrosanct position that men occupy, because of how important the position of men in society are, I will always advocate that men deal with the problem of insecurity. Because what breeds witchcraft sometimes is insecurity. It may seem to be an innocent word, but if it is unbridled, it can lead to a whole lot of other things. Like Zabi was trying to say that it can be managed, which is the correct thing. Every man has an element of insecurity in him. You can't pretend about that. But if you have also the ability to manage it and put it under control, means that you have something beyond the insecurity itself. It means there's an element in you that is more powerful than insecurity. But if you are stuck with insecurity alone, that's a big problem.
Okay.
Right? So that is what we are trying to say, that love comes with a portion of jealousy. But insecurity with men especially when it comes to do with a general workplace, can lead to so many things. For me, I want to say that instead of being insecure, work on yourself. Grow. When you grow, you will now find out that the next person is not your problem. That your problem was actually lack of growth.
Okay.
If Zabi is trying to do certain things, the reason why I will be feeling insecure when Zabi comes around to do his thing is that there is no value currency that I can also bring that will make me relevant around Zabi.
So you feel threatened by his
presence? I feel threatened by what he's doing. But if I have value currency, and then he's shining his shine, and I'm shining my own shine, then that self-esteem narrative will be, gradually to erode, and will become better, will become partners and not just competitors.
Yeah. All right.
So can I quickly let me strike on a part, because I believe that's where most of us want to really miss it.
Okay.
We believe that anything that has God in it is good. When the Bible says God is a jealous God, that doesn't make jealousy good. Because what happens to the people, if you now read it completely, what happens to the people that defeat? The Bible tells you what happened to them, right? Okay. So that shows you that jealousy is bad. Because God now being a jealous God means that if you now give what is due him to somebody else, there's a repercussion.
Okay.
Which something happens.
So the problem is with the repercussion.
Then there is always a repercussion. There is always something.
Right.
So that's what I talk about. There's always casualties.
Okay.
So just God being a jealous God, there's always casualties.
Okay.
Well, Christians are not casualties.
All right.
I think I quite agree.
You're not getting
sometimes just in language, lexical content.
Yeah.
Sometimes the Bible was interpreted from the Hebrew and Greek.
Okay.
Sometimes the right word may not even be jealousy.
You see.
You understand? But okay, we are not here for Bible study.
All right, in case you're just joining us, it is the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, and the topic for tonight is jealousy versus insecurity. Now, you just said, Zabi, that wherever there's jealousy, there is likely going to be casualties, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now I would like to ask you this. What would you rather have? A woman who's not jealous, a woman who doesn't quite care what you do with other women, or one who raises an eyebrow the moment she suspects that you're entertaining the advances of another woman?
Okay. So so I think that's bringing to the context of relationship right now. So, but for relationship, I would always want to look at marriage, not dating.
Okay.
Because dating, anything can happen, anything goes.
Nothing is cast.
Nothing is cast. So I can just see your Esther and I'm done with you. I'm done with this relationship. You understand?
Okay.
But in marriages, there's nothing like I'm done with it. You're there. You're stuck here forever. You understand? So when it now comes to jealousy, then and insecurity in marriages, I believe that this majorly comes with the percentages are more from the feminine side than the male side. But whenever it comes from the male side, it's always very disastrous.
Okay.
That's where you see issues like wife beating and all that. But I believe that is actually unnecessary, because before settling down with somebody, it depends on what you saw with the person. Now, if you saw, if for example, when you were dating, what attracted you to the person is what will attract everybody. No, so I believe that's why most of the times guys are advised to go for ladies that have inner beauty. When we say inner beauty, actually, we don't even talk about beauty inside. We're just talking about some particular traits, some particular values and traits.
Women who are less physically attractive.
No, not that actually. Not that actually.
I think I tried to play safe here.
All right. Okay, so the point I'm trying to make is. I think they go for ladies that they have the value that everybody can see.
Okay.
And then another person sees the value and tries to admire it, and then you become insecure or you become jealous. So I'm trying to use both of them together now. So I believe that this is, like I said, insecurity is something you can work on. But jealousy is not something, they're bound to be casualties. Now, if you are being insecure, it's normal. For example, I have a very curvy wife, and then she's working ahead of me, and I'm behind, and I'm seeing guys trying to wow. Definitely, what's going on here? You understand? But that doesn't mean I'll not start getting angry with my woman, because this is the same thing I saw that I came after. You understand? But when you become jealous, you are seeing that she's attracting favors that you cannot attract, and then that that devilish spirit of jealousy starts breeding in you. And when it starts breeding in you, you start taking actions, doing things you're not supposed to do. You start venturing into areas or angles you're not even supposed to look into. But for insecurity, it's bound to be there, definitely bound to be there, because you're saying that, what's going on here, what's going on here, understand that kind of thing. But jealousy, it's like I keep saying, is the actually bad one. And I believe we try as much as possible to just kill it or don't even venture towards there. But for insecurity, it's normal. Everybody has one particular area that is insecure. I can go into, like I've told you, I can go to a gathering where everybody is discussing football. I become insecure there because I don't really know much about football. You understand? But I can go into a gathering where of like minds, and I will flourish. You understand? So the same thing. I'll be in a gathering flourishing, and then somebody is there, doesn't understand what's going on. I'm just be insecure. Like, what's going on? You understand? So it's normal.
So just to be clear, you're saying that there is nothing good about jealousy.
There's nothing.
Jealousy can't be healthy in any way.
Never. I still stand that there's nothing. It doesn't build anything good.
Benedict, let me get your thought on this. What are the subtle ways, right? The very infinitesimal ways that people exhibit traits of jealousy, not just in relationships, but in interpersonal dealings.
Well, the thing is, I'm trying because there is a whole lot, but sometimes when I'm on air like this, I also try to keep a lot so that somebody will not go and begin to pinch on innocency of another person and say, this was what I heard on air. This was what you understand. Because somebody, what I may say here may be just an innocent expression from another person. And then because you heard it here, you just begin to say, okay, it means the way this person
begin to mirror somebody else's life against it.
That is the word. So I'm always very careful in making general examples. I just like just to establish an open-ended kind of thing, and then you make out of it whatever you
will.
But again, I think not being excited about somebody's success to the point where you want to do something to stop the person's success. That is one of the biggest ways. For me, at that point, like I always say, Zabi chose jealousy, me I chose envy at that point. Yeah, I call it envy.
All right.
So at the point where you be, naturally, if we are being sincere, when people are succeeding around you, there is a trigger in you that where you're now like, why this is not happening to me? Yeah. Because every man wants good thing to happen to them. And so when you are seeing it around, you tend to question yourself, why am I not getting this thing? You feel a kind of a bit discomfort at some point, not always, at some point. And then also, knowledge will not teach you that everybody has their turn. Then immediately you will come up as, oh, let me celebrate those that he has gotten to their turn. Right? Then that is somebody who will really go far. The person that it will eventually get to his turn. But the one who always take it a step further, that I must stop them, that failure is sweet when everybody is involved. That's why it will never get to that person's turn. So that is, I would like to restrict it there. I don't want to expand the analogy so that people will not begin to mirror people, like I said earlier, people's innocent expressions as a kind of trait of jealousy or envy, whatever language you put.
All right, thank you very much, Benedict. Now, Zabi, let's take a look at the role of social media in all of this. We are in an era of, in fact, we're in the digital era, and much of what happens in our day-to-day lives, is made manifest on social media. So what influence do you think social media has on people and the way they express themselves vis-a-vis jealousy and the insecurity?
Yeah, so I think in 2019 we had a discussion like this on radio, and I made reference to a point because I'm an added user of LinkedIn. And then you go on LinkedIn, you see somebody posting BSc at 18, MSc at 20, PhD at 25, and then you're looking at yourself like, where did I miss it? You understand? So this is for persons you don't know. But for your circle, you're seeing progress. You're seeing these guys aiming, achieving this, achieving that. smashing goals. Smashing goals. So I think I'm going to use myself as an experience and then as an example, and then I just break it down with the experience. Now, instead of going into jealousy, like, I'm supposed to be having this, I'm supposed to be getting this, I think what I personally do, I study the process of how they get there.
Okay.
So back then when I was working with a firm, I met top thinkers and big thinkers, and I started seeing how they're making progress. And would I say it's jealousy? No, definitely not jealousy, because I started going through the background to see how they made it and how they got it. Started doing my research, started going through their processes, the certifications they've done, the trainings they've gone through and all that. And I started taking myself through those trainings and the certifications. So I think that's what draws the thin line between jealousy and then realization, like, I want to be like this person now. Most persons will think, oh, you're jealous in the person you want to, but no, I know there's a process. Okay. And then I can go through that. If this person can go through this process, I too can go through the same process and be like this person.
All right.
Yeah, so I think that's what draws the thin line. That's what actually casts the difference between being jealous and then being realistic.
All right, thank you very much. Now, Benedict, what he just said borders more or paints a picture of laziness on the part of some persons. Okay, he took his time to study the people in question and figure out how they achieved their goals and all of that. Does that not give us the impression that some persons just don't have, should I say, the energy to follow through to get to the point where, the people that they are envious of, so to speak, went through? Do you think laziness has a thing to do with this?
Yeah, it does. The one thing is the laziness, the mental laziness, the laziness of the mind, the function in the thought processing mindset. For example, like he was trying to say that he saw some persons doing great things and then I find out, okay, what's the process? As a guy, one of the ways you know that there's problem, that you might not go far if you don't deal with it, is when you embrace people's glory without trying to find their story.
Their story, okay.
Yeah. You must find out people's stories, and their story may not be basically exactly like yours, but you must also find a pathway of that story to create your own story and know that it's not going to be an easy thing in the process. So you have to find out, like he said, he need to also go and try getting certificate. It may not necessarily be that he got exact certification as some of them got. But again, when they eventually met at the table, it means that he has gone through his own process and this one, and he's now qualified to have conversation with them.
So he became relevant in the scheme of things.
In the scheme of things, not necessarily because he got exact qualification, but also because he has also learned the principle of paying price to also get some of those things. So me, I feel if you look at it and say, what makes this person outstanding? Then you also need to find out your own strength. One of the things that breeds jealousy is that people want to be envious of people who are not even going their direction. Yeah. For example, if you are saying, like my pastor would say, if you are saying I am envious of you, find out whether what interests you is what interests me.
Okay.
You may buy
in other words, it might not even be the same.
You may buy a car and I come around, maybe you see my face and you feel I'm being jealous. Maybe car is not even my dream in the next 1 year. That's not my pursuit. So find out if a car is my pursuit, or maybe you bought a brand of car. Find out if I do fancy that brand of car before you say I'm being jealous. So sometimes what you need to do is find out where you are going to. Find out, create a roadmap, and then look forward to becoming better. If you can focus on becoming better in your own life, so all of this envy, jealousy will really die down. Because people can be doing well in their own choosing line. That may not be your life. And so one time this one succeeds here, you are envious of this one succeeds, you are envious of this one. Before you know what happened, you are in the game of trying just to pull everybody down and everything just. So it's about building yourself. So that when Zabi comes and Zabi is speaking as a mathematician, for example, I know he's very good with calculations. You understand? And then I speak as a journalist. My drive is not to be a better mathematician, for example, than Zabi. My drive is to be a better journalist than I am today.
Because that's your profession.
You understand, than I am today. Or maybe, okay, going into the business line, because Zabi is also a businessman. But we are not into the same line of business. I'm happy seeing him do what he does, and then I am also happy doing what I do.
Okay.
Right? My goal is to be better doing what I do. And then, again, I will also be happy that he gets better, so that when we meet at the echelon, the top echelon, we'll be able to have conversation. And life is easier at that level.
Okay, life is easier at that level. Now, Zabi, what do you think, or how do you think communication can reduce jealousy and insecurity, in relationships, not just in romantic relationships, but, across board?
Education?
Communication. Yes.
Communication.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So I think I'm a very big advocate for communication. Not just communication, effective communication. You can actually be communicating and then it's not being effective. So I think when it comes to jealousy and insecurity, most of the times, majority, 100% of the time, is people don't study or understand the process that the person used in getting whatever the person got. You understand? So I think I was just thinking about this earlier. Like, I think in fact, the only way that kills jealousy and insecurity is understanding the process.
Okay.
So if I would really advise most persons that are actually making it out there, and I think LinkedIn has been a very good platform for that, where people tend to maybe explain the processes of how they got it, especially for legal means. When it comes to, for example, we grew up in Benin City, you see a lot of guys succeeding, and then you are a bit like, wow, you're supposed to be age mates, this guy is succeeding, and then you go back and look at the process, and then you now tell yourself, God forbid I do this. You understand? So there are so many successes you see, and then you just tell yourself, God forbid I do this. And then you become contented, because you're like, definitely I can't go through this process.
Okay.
Just the same way for some ladies too, they see their colleagues rising up in the office, not knowing that the colleague is sleeping with the boss. Small girl, and then you're already envious, you're already jealous, and then you now find out the process, and you're like, you immediately become contented. Okay. So I believe when we communicate much, like for example, I'm seeing you, and I like what I see, and I'm communicating. I communicate with Benedict, like, I like what I see, and he's like, don't look at what that guy went through. You can't go through it. Yeah. I don't understand the process. So I believe effective communication actually helps to reduce and kill jealousy and insecurity.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, as we begin to wrap up, in fact, we have less than a minute, so you're going to be saying this in less than a minute, Benedict. What's your final word, to young people out there who feel intimidated by their peers and probably don't have the energy to forge ahead? Just in less than a minute.
Be patient with yourself and take it easy on yourself. And then again, try to get better. Your speed, your pace may not be like theirs, but if you are getting better daily or weekly, before you know, you will get to a point where you just tell yourself that I have done well for myself. Okay. If you can get to that point, then you have conquered.
I like the part where you said, I have done well for myself. You're not doing well for anybody.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's yourself you're doing it for. Yeah. So that will help you to curb the spirit of jealousy and envy or insecurity. Okay? We are all going to succeed individually. The only thing that matters is what Benedict said, that we get to that point where we are all relevant on the same table, right? Not a situation where you think that other person's success is a threat to your own success. Okay? We don't all have the same calendar. That other person is running in his own lane and you're running in your own lane. The most important thing is that we all succeed at the end of the day. And not just succeed, but succeed in the right way. Well, I want to say a very big thank you to my guests, Zabi Osas and of course Benedict Ochagu, for doing me the honor of being on the show with me tonight. And I hope that the next time I call on you, you would oblige me. Sure. All right, thank you so much. My name is Harry Igboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, ensure that you do the right thing always, okay? Do not dabble into anything that you will regret in the future. Of course, if you look around you, there are lots of young people that are doing crazy things just to succeed. You don't want to look back, in the next, say, 10 years and begin to ask yourself why you took the route that you took. Do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and bye for now. Good night.
One thing I understand about BP is high blood pressure. My BP is okay now.
What is your BP again?
It's 0 level.
I understand BP is like something that can come and take any individual at any time, and your system will just go high. At times, you cannot understand what is now happening to your system. Do you know your BP right now? Actually, I'm not a doctor, but I know my BP is fine.
Stress is the body's physiological and psychological reaction to challenges or demands. It is generally categorized into 3 main temporal types: acute, episodic, and chronic, and 2 co-emotional types, positive and negative. Strangely, in Nigeria today, many families are under immense pressure, most especially the men, fathers and mothers, due to harsh economic realities and unsustainable source of livelihood finds it difficult to cope mentally, physiologically, socially, morally, and financially. This puts immense pressure on the family, hence the society. Some lack the financial muscle to go to the hospital whenever they feel overwhelmed by severe headache, body aches and pains, opting for placebos like pain relief medication to ease the pains, unaware that the blood pressure has shot up. Perhaps requires medical attention to bring it back to normal. A man wakes up in the morning, considered hale and healthy, only to slump and die without noticeable medical analysis. A woman can be overjoyous and bubbling one moment, and the next moment she is pronounced dead after being rushed to the hospital. Stress is real, and the way you choose to handle it determines how far you will live as an individual on planet Earth. Some Nigerians do not see the need to go for medical checkup irrespective of their age, status, and religion. Many, due to financial constraints, may not want to risk the money for feeding the family for medical expenses. The rise in cases of insecurity in the country is not even helping matters. Nigerians are always exposed to various degrees of stress each day, accumulating to what might one day lead to an irreversible health issue, and if not properly checked, might lead to terminal disease that will eventually end the life of such an individual. Unmanaged or unregulated stress leads to high blood pressure, which by all standard is a silent killer. Many are unaware of the dangers they are exposed to on a daily basis due to inability of individuals to dictate the imbalance in their blood pressure, which might not come with any sign or symptom until it's too late. For some, due to religious beliefs, they do everything possible to avoid hospitals. Some have this mental block of what you do not know cannot kill you. Alas, all this means of postponing the inevitable.
High blood pressure is a killer disease. In this part of the world, most people are ignorant. You will see an average black people, they will tell you they don't have high blood pressure. It doesn't ring bell. Some say it's hereditary anyway, but most of the thing that's going to be problem, pressure, as the name implies. Because if you are bored and you have a series of problems, you are unable to manage all these problems, your blood pressure will rise. And when it rises to a particular percentage, death can arise. You can go paralyzed, you can develop stroke. So my advice to people today is that don't wait until when you fall sick before you take your blood pressure. There are a lot of hospitals today in Nigeria that offer even blood pressure check for free. So I advise people to always check their blood pressure so that they don't wait until when the thing has gone to a stage where they will be running up and down before consulting medical facilities. At my age, I am 58 by now. If I tell you my blood pressure is so amazing. My blood pressure is 120/80. Just like when I go to the hospital and I tell the doctors about my blood pressure, they say my blood pressure look like that of children. So my blood pressure is very normal. The problem a lot of people have is that you see, when we say blood pressure is normal, it's 120/80. It's within the range. The most especially the down one of it is what you need to pay more emphasis to, because the down one, the moment is above 100, that means your life is at risk.
Coping with stress in Nigeria requires active management of economic pressures, traffic and demanding workplaces, effective strategies including setting strict boundaries, practicing deep breathing, maintaining a healthy lifestyle, and leaning on community networks. Professional mental health support is also increasingly accessible through local digital platforms. Managing stress in the Nigerian context involves a combination of personal, environmental, and structural approaches. First, Financial and economic management budgeting. With rising living costs, prioritize essential expenses and strictly cut off non-essential. Multiple income streams. Explore side hustles or digital skills that can be managed from home to ease financial anxiety. The second way to manage stress, physical and mental wellness, limit stimuli. Disconnect from news and social media at least 2 hours before bedtime to prevent information overload. Breathing and meditation. Use a 3-3-3 rule in moments of panic. Identify 3 objects, 3 sounds, and move 3 body parts. Rests and routine. Prioritize a consistent sleep schedule, 7 to 8 hours, and make time for regular physical exercise. For diet, reduce heavy caffeine and alcohol intake as they can mimic or exacerbate anxiety.
There is a need for everyone to always go for medical checkup, because we always preach and let the patient understand the fact that prevention is better than cure, and knowing your body health status will enable you know what to do to prevent the complication of some certain disease conditions that are not curable. And the very important one of these disease conditions that are not curable include hypertension, diabetes, asthma, and so many other ones that are though not too common. Hypertension is a disease defined as the force of blood pushing against the arterial wall becoming persistently high. It therefore means that the heart will not be overworking or overloading itself, which can result to some certain complication that may result to demise or death of the patient.
Walk and traffic commute strategies. If living in hubs like Lagos or Abuja or even in Benin City, use offline or localized traffic apps to plan routes and avoid peak rush hours. Listen to calming audio or podcasts during unavoidable gridlock. Workplace boundaries. Learn to politely say no to extra workloads when feeling overwhelmed and avoid stretching work hours into your personal life.
Quite a number of persons are living with hypertension and it's not diagnosed, meaning that they are not even aware that they are living with hypertension until complication will start coming up, which may result to the patient's death. According to World Health Organization, 46% of people with hypertension are living with it undiagnosed. Generally speaking, there are 2 types of hypertension. We have the primary hypertension and we have the secondary hypertension. The primary hypertension is refers to the essential hypertension. It therefore means that the cause of hypertension is not identifiable. The cause of hypertension is not known. However, it starts by gradual build-up of the blood pressure until it reaches a level that will not cause the patient to not becoming hypertensive. Other than the primary hypertension, we still have what we call the secondary hypertension. There are some certain disease conditions that somebody may have that will not cause his or her blood pressure to become elevated. For example, people that has adrenal gland tumor, which includes pheochromocytoma or primary aldosteronism or Cushing syndrome, as the case may be. All these are hormonal gland disease that may result to somebody not becoming hypertensive. Not only that, people that has thyroid gland disease that may suffer what we call thyroid toxicosis, they can have hypertension. Not only that, people that suffer stress, what we call type A individual, such people also will become hypertensive. Clinically, we divide hypertension into 3 groups. We have what we call the mild, moderate, and severe. Mild, moderate, and severe. It depends on the reading of your blood pressure. That will enable us to know whether it is mild, moderate, or severe. The blood pressure is measured in millimeter mercury. The upper one, when you take your blood pressure, when you go to any hospital and they use a sphygmomanometer, which is this clinical instrument to measure your blood pressure. These are the 2 clinical instruments that we use to measure the blood pressure. This is a sphygmomanometer and this is a stethoscope. So when the blood pressure reading is taken, they will always tell you the numerator, which is the upper value.
The upper value is the systolic blood pressure, while the lower one is called the diastolic blood pressure. Your normal blood pressure should fall between 110 to 120 systolic, 110 to 120 systolic. That is, your blood pressure can be 120, it can be 110, it can be 105, it can be 115 as the case may be. Then the lower value is between 70 to 80. 70 to 80, it should fall within that range. That is to say that the normal blood pressure can be 110 over 80. It can be 120 over 80 millimeter mercury. So if your blood pressure at any point in time now goes above 140/90, if your blood pressure now falls above 140/90, that is, if the systolic, the upper value is more than 140 millimeter mercury, and the down part is more than 90 millimeter mercury, it therefore means that you are becoming hypertensive, and there's a need for you to be told of some certain things you have to do to ensure that the blood pressure returns back to normal. And there are some certain risk factors that will cause somebody to becoming hypertensive. And one of those risk factors is age. Most often than not, people that are 55 years and above, they just become hypertensive, even if that initially they were never hypertensive at the beginning. The family history, it therefore means that hypertension runs in the family. When your father is hypertensive, or your mother was hypertensive, there's a tendency for the hypertension to now be transferred to the offspring, because of the genetic locus, as the case may be. Not only that, some women, when they are pregnant, they just develop, because of hormonal influence, they develop hypertension when they are pregnant, what we call pre-eclampsia. At the point when they are pregnant, that is when they became hypertensive. It's a risk factor in developing hypertension in future, even when the woman is no longer pregnant. Not only that, not exercising. People that indulge in sedentary lifestyle, when you don't exercise, when there's obesity, accumulation of fat, these are risk factors in developing hypertension. There are people that don't sleep well. There's what we call obstructive sleep apnea. When you don't sleep well, there's tendency for somebody to develop hypertension. Then people that consume high sodium, foods, is a substance that increases the blood pressure. So presently, even the NAFDAC is trying to even convert most of the domestic salt use from sodium chloride to potassium chloride. There's a need for you to consume more potassium chloride than the sodium chloride, though the potassium chloride is more expensive as the case may be. Then reduce your fatty intake. Cholesterol tend to build up in the artery. As I said earlier on, that the force of blood, against the arterial wall, when it becomes elevated. So anything that is capable of reducing the caliper or the aperture of the artery of the heart will certainly cause hypertension or cause increased or elevated blood pressure. So taking fatty food, or when there's high cholesterol in the blood that is capable of reducing the aperture, will result to hypertension. So reduce your fatty intake, take more of your saturated fat. Then not only that, there's a need for you to also do a regular body checkup. Doing a regular body checkup to identify most of the disease that is causing a secondary hypertension, and when cured, of course, it's a way of combating hypertension, like kidney related disease.
Community and support social connections, engage in group activities, sport or religious communities, sharing experiences with trusted friends or family can significantly reduce emotional burdens. Professional help. Do not hesitate to seek therapy or counseling platforms like Find a Helpline Nigeria provide localized, confidential access to mental health resources and crisis hotlines.
People might just be living with hypertension, with elevated blood pressure, they move around until complication comes up. The person might just fall down when the person is going to church, or even try to give an offering, or even while in a seminar room, or even while delivering a lecture, because the hypertension itself does not manifest any symptom until when it becomes like a medical emergency with complication. Medical emergency complication means that there's already an organ damage that is when the person, will manifest symptoms of hypertension. However, the commonest symptoms of hypertension that persons might manifest include the headache. Some person might also manifest nose bleeding. Some person might manifest, breathlessness. Some person might have swelling of the foot. Some person might manifest palpitation, which is the heart beating very fast. But be that as it may, those complications will actually come up if there's already a complication. Primarily, hypertension might not manifest any symptom. It's just symptomless. That's why we say it's a silent killer. So there is a need for one to always know his or her status. The reason why you have to go to an hospital, go to a clinic, go to a pharmacy, go to any healthcare facility nearby to make sure your blood pressure is checked. The commonest cause of stroke worldwide, the commonest cause of stroke in Nigeria, the commonest cause of stroke in Benin City is hypertension, where you see somebody just fall down, at the end of the day they come down with paralysis or weakness of the face or weakness of the one part of the limb, which is stroke, is hypertension. So other than the fact that hypertension can cause stroke, hypertension can also cause coronary artery disease, which can cause heart attack, can cause heart failure, can cause angina pectoris, heart pain, as the case may be. Hypertension can also result to hypertensive nephropathy. The commonest cause of kidney disease, chronic kidney disease after infection is hypertension. You can see that hypertension can cause quite a number of organ damage in the human body. Not only that, hypertension can also cause somebody to experience blindness, what we call hypertensive retinopathy. You might just wake up and see that you are having a blurry vision, and your blurry vision might be as a result that your blood pressure is elevated and have resulted to the retinal artery getting burst, as the case may be. Not only that, somebody may also have a complication of peripheral artery disease condition, which may result to erectile dysfunction. Not only that, some persons might begin to have what we call the peripheral neuropathy, a situation whereby you begin to feel some part of your body not working well, or blood not feeling sensation or loss of sensation in that part of the body. That might just be as a result of hypertension causing that complication. Not only that, some person might also begin to suffer what we call dementia, which is cognitive dysfunction, whereby the person lost personality, lost thinking, cognition, as the case may be. All these are complications of hypertension. So you see that hypertension may sound very simple to the hearing, but the complication it may cause to any man may be the cause of death of the person. So when you are hypertensive, there are certain lifestyle modification. Overthinking certainly will cause hypertension. When we were talking about the secondary cause of hypertension, we said stress. When you are stressed because of economic difficulties, challenges, loss of job, marital problem or discord, as the case may be. So when you are overthinking, there is a way your body will not react. Your brain will react. There's what we call the adrenopituitary reaction. So when you are overthinking, your brain tends to release an hormone which is called the cortisol from the pituitary adrenal cortex axis. So this cortisol that your body releases during stressful condition is to actually combat your stress. But however, the cortisol that is now released to combat the stress will now cause an increase in blood pressure. This is the pathophysiology of how somebody that is thinking, somebody that is overwhelmed with thoughts, brooding, stressful condition will become hypertensive because of the cortisol that is released. Lifestyle modification that one can employ to combat being hypertensive include do endurance exercise, ensure that you do exercise. Then you have to eat good food, eat food that contain potassium rather than sodium. A very common food that contains potassium include avocado pear, eat potato, eat banana. You know, these are food that can help to, you know, combat and reduce your blood pressure, as the case may be. Then not only that, reduce your alcohol intake. Excessive intake of alcohol can cause hypertension. So when you are hypertensive or you have been diagnosed to be hypertensive and you are still indulging in alcohol, there's a need for you to reduce your alcohol intake. Not only that, if you are obese, obesity is a risk factor in developing hypertension. Try and burn down your fat. Reduce your fatty food intake. Take more vegetable, take fruit, take water to burn down fat. Burning down fat, reducing fat in your body is a way of preventing hypertension. Not only that, those who smoke cigarettes, use of nicotine. Nicotine has been known to increase blood pressure because the nicotine has a substance that refers to as when it is metabolized, it forms what we call the benzoyl-pyrene 7-HDazoxydeoxynitroside. All these are substances that is in nicotine or the cigar, which when it enters the system, it has a way of increasing blood pressure for somebody to become hypertensive. So when you smoke and you have been told you are not hypertensive, there's a need for you to cut down smoking. I mean, these are, you know, lifestyle modifications that one can employ in combating hypertension. And not only that, there's a need for you to always have a personal physician, have a personal doctor that will help to check your body. Form the habit of checking your blood pressure once in a month. It's not difficult. Once in a month, you can go to any healthcare center, you can go to any health facility to always get your blood pressure checked and ask them if it's elevated. If it's elevated, you will be told of what to do, because hypertension is a silent killer. You must not have any symptom for you to not say, oh, it's like I have hypertension. Most often than not, people that are diagnosed with hypertension in the hospital, it is because of the fact that they already developed the complication that will make them to come to an hospital for the complaint. For the vital sign, which is the checking of the blood pressure, they will not be told eventually that it's their blood pressure that now resulted to their complication. So always check your blood pressure. Checking your blood pressure is a way of preventing hypertension. Stay healthy, stay good, and stay nice.
Once you clock 40 and above, make a habit of going for medical checkup. Whether you are sick or not, it's irrelevant. Make sure you know and manage your blood pressure to prevent a timely health challenge that can eventually lead to death. Remember to maintain a healthy lifestyle. You must avoid eating too much junk food, drinking too much alcohol, alcoholic mixture, smoking tobacco or hard drugs. Exercise frequently, and by any means look for a trusted friend, brother, sister, uncle, auntie, a pastor or an imam, a traditional practitioner when the pressure or stress is too much for you to bear. Wilson or Marshall reporting.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Gato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises, otherwise known as aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. And of course this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright. And before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright? But I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout, the reps, and you set. Alright, so that was the first set, and we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds, and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Right, let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright. When you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not body weight, but there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm Leader for Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, the other leg, what time please? 3, 2, 1. Please, when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, well, just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done in set and reps. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to the left, to right, brother. 3, 2, 1, let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, we'll also let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Wow. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool down. And this is the cool down. Alright guys, just suspend the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes to the hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Do this. Just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on it. Keep that shape like this. On the horse stand, just this. Alright? Stand. 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of sport though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. You have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-ups this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We're doing push-ups this morning. And of course, we do have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get, if you're a lady out there, watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we ready? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed wrench and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid-open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid-open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's for the big open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? Why they cross legs for ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of this exercise is the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1. I did 2 and called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. For today, thanks guys. Yeah, we're awesome. For today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Yeah. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah.
ITV, certainly the best.
The new Edion expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima dion Bona zima dion Obala zima dion Malawe ma Ari Esama dion na ni ma do pon mi sama ni ma do gbe ken sama e ma adi o wa na Esama ma gbe ken ne o sa abo obuyo bi ton ne baba no get ton ni maga no dia mi maga me ma ni do gbe ken ne de na e ma ya fe e ma ato o e ma agbon o aro pa egugu dori e ma adi awo re ne o be ti agbon ya no we mi maga me ni just ko sino mi afa
in Esama in our father's house in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay homage to him, for him to also pray for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Edion way, where he gave the initiate the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosaka Igbenedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osane Igbenedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Gbedio Wonse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set roll out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
Good morning and welcome to the AM News on ITV. I am Anuluwakpo Stevens. The aftermath of hours of heavy rainfall has exposed the perennial flooding in Benin City, with major roads in the GRA axis and other parts of the city overtaken by flood, leaving motorists stranded and vehicles stuck. Ofure Aneta has the details.
Hours of heavy rainfall left major roads including Boundary Road, Ihama Road and Irunse submerged by flood. When the news crew visited the affected areas, several motorists were sighted struggling to navigate through the flooded roads, while others were left stranded after their vehicles broke down. Some motorists, Emmanuel Okpebo, Joe Obalo, and Chuks Ozubu, described the flooding as a terrible experience, saying it has resulted to damaging vehicles, disrupts movement, and expose road users to hardship. They appeal to the Edo State government to improve drainage infrastructure and provide a lasting solution to the recurring flooding.
Today, we don't understand that the way the rain be. Everybody tired. Everywhere, full my street in Moiti, and I don't come my street one time. That place full. No, not be going. If you see pass the money, not be going area. We dey peel it to Pegolo. I beg. Make your pause. We dey solve for Jerry. Your place will be Jerry day. If you go on that stage, Jerry, we dey enjoy. But see our states. I beg. I don't say just the enter, but make it try to do it best.
Anytime it rains in Benin, most especially in Jerry, it will be very horrible for everybody. You can see for yourself now where we're passing. So it's terrible. The governor should try to do something about it. Most especially around the government house, you know, all this area now. This Boundary Road now, you can see between here and zone 5 it's not possible. You can see we have to navigate through a different street to be able to come out here. So the government should please try to do something about it.
The road's so bad now. Please, may I appeal to the government, may I help us fix the road. Right from the one, this place is very bad.
From Benin, Ofure Aneta, ITV News.
Benin City residents have been advised by health experts to ventilate their houses properly, wear cardigans to avoid cold and pneumonia, and maintain good environmental hygiene to prevent the breeding of mosquitoes during the rainy season. Joy Obarsiabo tells us more.
According to the Nigerian Meteorological Agency, NIMET, Edo State should expect cloudy skies with intermittent light to moderate rains and thunderstorms from July 26, 2026, with the southern region most affected. Health expert and Edo State Commissioner for Health, Dr. Cyril Adams Oshomole, warned that malaria fever is likely to rise during the rainy season. They advised residents to ventilate their houses properly, wear cardigans to avoid cold and pneumonia, and maintain good environmental hygiene to prevent the breeding of mosquitoes.
Of course, this period there will be spike. I expect to see spike in malaria. We have free malaria testing in all government hospitals. There might be spike in cholera, there might be spike in dysentery because of polluted water. So I would advise people to boil their water adequately. Boil your water. The water you boil might be better than the one you take from sachet water. Use your ITN mosquito net. Wear long-fitting clothes at night. Clean your environment. Avoid using stagnant water. Avoid using flooded road because you never can tell. There could be open drainage, there could be potholes.
Elders and parents also joined in the call, advising families to eat more fruits than junks in order to boost their immune systems against fever.
What we do as parents is to ensure that we wear our children good clothes. You wear them sweater, wear them socks, make sure they are properly covered. Then also ensure that you close your rooms, you lock your doors. Because as rain is falling, reptiles leave the house and enter houses.
I think we should stock a lot of meals that are rich in vitamin C. Other than that, we can even get supplements at home for kids. It helps to improve, boost their immune system and fight infections, especially that are prevalent during this period, this time of.
From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
As the rainy season intensifies across Edo North, health concerns are mounting over a growing mosquito infestation and a possible increase in malaria cases. Heavy rainfall has left pools of stagnant water in many communities, creating ideal breeding grounds for mosquitoes and putting children, pregnant women, and other vulnerable residents at greater risk. Edo North correspondent Anthony Igbano tells us more.
Residents across Edo North says malaria cases have increased in recent weeks, with many families battling repeated infection amid rising healthcare costs. Community leader Chief Yekini Sado says the situation has become a serious concern and is urging residents to keep their surroundings clean by clearing drains and removing stagnant water where mosquito breeds.
People should increase their environmental sanitation practice. Bushes should not be allowed to grow in their environment, and so anything that can collect water should be discouraged because that is one of the medium.
Parents are also expressing concern over the growing number of malaria cases affecting their children. One of them, Mr. Lawani Sunday, says frequent infections have placed a financial burden on many households. He is calling for increased public awareness, affordable treatment, and wide distribution of insecticide-treated mosquito nets.
We rushed her to the hospital. After the carrying out a series of tests, we discover it was there's malaria, and that's when.
A medical expert warned that malaria remains one of the leading causes of illness during this rainy season. A medical doctor, Dr. Ibrahim, advised residents to sleep under insecticide-treated mosquito net, maintain clean surroundings, eliminate mosquito breeding sites, and seek immediate medical attention whenever symptoms such as fever appears.
Mosquito breed. For example, you have bushes around it, or like in dry season where everywhere is dry, the earth is dead. In rainy season, the earth is alive.
With the rainy season expected to continue, health experts stress that preventing malaria requires collective community action, maintaining proper sanitation, clearing stagnant water, and constantly using insecticide-treated mosquito nets remain some of the most effective ways to comb the spread of the disease. Anthony Igbano, ITV News.
5 days after an Enugu aircraft overshot the runway while landing at Benin Airport, the aircraft remains at the scene as aviation authorities continue investigations into the incident. ITV News gathered from airport officials who spoke on condition of anonymity that the aircraft has not yet been moved pending the outcome of the ongoing investigation by the relevant aviation authorities. The report filed by Valerie Ehigye is presented by Joy Obarsiabo.
4 days after the runway excursion involving an Enugu Air aircraft at Benin Airport, the aircraft is still positioned at the site of the incident. Although some airport officials maintained that the aircraft only veered off the runway and did not sustain significant damage, it has not been cleared for removal as investigators continue their assessment. A visit by the ITV News crew to the airport confirmed that the aircraft remains at the location with no visible recovery or evacuation operations taking place at the time of the visit. When ITV News crew sought an official update, airport management declined to comment, stating that the incident is still under investigation by the appropriate aviation authorities. Officials added that any formal statement on the incident would be issued by the airline's head office and the agencies responsible for the investigation. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
In the meantime, no fewer than 24 farmers have been killed following a deadly attack by suspected bandits on farmlands in Sauna Roga community, Talata Mafara local government area of Zamfara state. The attack reportedly occurred on Wednesday, July 22nd, while victims were working on their farms. Amma Mohammed has more.
Residents of Sauna and Gora community say at least 24 farmers lost their lives when heavily armed bandits invaded their farmlands and opened fire on them. Several other farmers are also reportedly missing, with fears that many may have been abducted during the attack. However, the Zamfara State Police Command has confirmed 15 deaths. The police public relations officer DSP Yazid Abubakar said the figure was based on reports officially received by the command, adding that investigations are ongoing to determine the fate of those still unaccounted for.
It is quite unfortunate incident that happened in Talata Mafara, where a large number of armed bandits bearing sophisticated weapons invaded some villages in Sauna
DSP Yazid Abubakar says security operatives have launched a manhunt for the attackers and are intensifying efforts to restore peace across affected communities in the state. He also noted that the security situation in Zamfara state has improved significantly compared to previous years, owing to sustained operations by security agencies.
The insecurity in Zamfara has reduced drastically.
The police spokesperson recalled that security forces recently carried out a successful operation in Gandu Forest, where nearly 400 suspected bandits were reportedly neutralized as part of ongoing efforts to combat banditry in the state. Authorities have assured residents that operations to track down the perpetrators and safeguard farming communities will continue, while urging the public to remain vigilant and cooperate with security agencies. From Gusau, the headquarters of Zamfara State, Umar Mohammed, ITV News.
And back here in Edo State, where a young scout from Edo State is set to fly the nation's flag on the continental stage as preparations gather momentum for the second Africa Scout Moot in Johannesburg, South Africa. At a press briefing in Benin City, Edo State Scout Council highlighted the significance of the event and applauded Edo State government support for youth development and unveiled the state delegation for the prestigious gathering. Here's Unamuri reports.
Addressing journalists, Edo State Scout Commissioner Emmanuel Onosfi Esene said the event will bring together Rover Scouts from over 40 African countries to promote leadership, cultural exchange, adventure, learning, and global citizenship among young people. He commended the Edo State Governor, Senator Monday Okpewolo, for sponsoring state scouts from the states to participate in the international gathering, describing the support as a strong investment in youth empowerment and future leadership.
On behalf of the Edo State Scout Council, we sincerely thank His Excellency for demonstrating that visionary leadership is never constrained by fear, but it is driven by purpose, compassion, and a genuine commitment to the next generation. His investment in these young ambassadors is truly an investment in the future of Edo State and Nigeria at large.
Edo State Scout Commissioner Onosfi Esene said the state will have 15 participants in Nigeria's delegation to the Scouts Moot, with additional support from Ovia Northeast, Ovia Southwest, and Ego local government areas, while others are self-sponsored.
The moot will be held from the 1st to the 8th August 2026 at Arrow Park, Johannesburg, South Africa. The African Scout Moot is a unique gathering of young adult scouts from all over Africa, designed to foster cultural exchange, adventure, leadership, learning, friendship, fellowship amongst our young scouts from across Africa.
The Scouts Council urged residents to support the Scouts as they prepare to represent Edo State and Nigeria with honor, discipline, and excellence on the continental stage. From Benin, Ehis Ohunamuri, ITV News.
Away from that now to other stories, where Ijaw youth in Olodiama clan, Ovia Northeast local government area, Edo State, say they cannot be referred to as settlers in their land. The youth stated this while reacting to a viral video trending on social media, where Otwedo Youth Union referred to the Ijaws in Edo State as settlers. The report is presented by Ikmonwosa Ugiagwe.
We are therefore using this medium to state unequivocally that the Ijaws are not constitutionally recognized as among the ethnic groups in Edo State. They are strangers and settlers.
That was the statement credited to Otwedo youths, referring to Ijaws as settlers in Edo State. Reacting to the statement, members of Ijaw Youths Congress in Olodiama clan of Ovia Northeast local government area, Edo State, said they cannot be referred to as settlers in their own land. According to them, they do not have any other place to call their home, as their forefathers lived, died, and buried there. They called on the Edo State government to intervene.
Ikoro is an ancient place. It has belonged. Ikoro has been here. Even before Ikoro come to situate here, there is no other community. around this area. Before, in the time of missionary people, they brought this Baptist church to Ikoro 1887.
There be Benin people will be Ijaw people, not two different things. So maybe they're not going to tell us, say, Gele people, they not get oil. Gele people, they be tenant. Ikoro people, they be tenant. Ijaw people, they be settler for Edo State, for our own God-given land.
We're not they represented in local governments. Appointment, they're not they give our Ijaw people for Edo State. So House of Assembly will not they, local government will not they, Senate will not they, Rep will not they. The state government know what the Ijaw people need. But the Benin ethnic nationality, they deprive us of our rights.
You know, if it all say Benin man, we can be a job way for Ijaw community. They're going to Ijaw community. So they tell the security agency and the governor to investigate those people where they come farm trouble for Gele say Gele not get oil, say now what don't get oil, and say Gele na Benin community.
Ikmamosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
Family, friends, and well-wishers gathered together to celebrate the 71st birthday of their beloved mother, Queen Ekinadose Mabel, in a ceremony that attracted dignitaries from far and near. Faith Chidera's report is presented by Efosa Wangwe.
The celebration brought together loved ones from all walks of life to honor the celebrant for her unwavering love, care, and dedication to her family. The event featured prayers, musical performances, and thanksgiving as guests danced and rejoiced in celebration of her remarkable life. Children describe their mother as a virtuous woman, saying she has always been a pillar of strength, love, and support. They said celebrating her is a way of expressing their deep appreciation for her sacrifices and unconditional love.
All through her life, all the struggles she struggled was betterment of her children. Today, we deem it fit to celebrate her because she deserves it. I give all praises and thanks to God. Happy birthday, Mommy. We love you.
And we are here to celebrate the 71st birthday of my beautiful mom. I'm so happy.
We are here to celebrate my mother-in-law.
She has labored for these children. For them to celebrate her, she worth it.
We are celebrating her at 71 years.
In her remarks, the celebrant Queen Ekinadose Mabel Ogiegben expressed gratitude to everyone who came to celebrate with her. She thanked God for the gift of life and prayed for God's blessings upon all who honored her special day. The celebration concluded with prayers, entertainment, cutting of the birthday cake, and the presentation of gifts for family members, friends, and well-wishers, making the occasion a memorable one for the celebrant and her loved ones. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
And in Osun State, where the State Police Command has launched a manhunt for armed hoodlums who attacked officials of the Independent National Electoral Commission during the distribution of permanent voter cards in Odo-Oti local government area of the state. The assailants reportedly stormed Onyilola DC Primary School in Okuku, fired several gunshots into the air, disrupted the exercise and carted away 3 packs of permanent voter cards before fleeing the scene. Eyewitnesses said the incident caused panic as prospective voters and electoral officials campaigned for safety. Confirming the attack, the police public relations officer in Osun State, Abiodun Ojelabi, said the Commissioner of Police, Ibrahim Gonta, has ordered a full-scale investigation and deployed tactical and intelligence team to arrest the perpetrators and recover the stolen PVCs. In the meantime, suspected gunmen have abducted a judge of the Kebbi State High Court, Justice Faruku Hassan Buza, from his residence in Bunza local government area of the state. The abduction, which occurred around midnight on Sunday, has prompted a massive security operation as law enforcement agencies intensify efforts to secure the judge's safe release. Family sources said Justice Bunza had just returned from Sokoto State when heavily armed men stormed his residence along Zogama Road and whisked him away. The attackers fired warning shots and shouted during the operation, attracting the attention of residents. However, they escaped with the judge before anyone could intervene. No other occupant of the house was injured during the attack. The incident was immediately reported to the police and the management of the Kebbi State High Court. The family has appealed to security agencies and the Kebbi State government to do everything possible to ensure the judge's safe and unconditional release. A United States District Court has sentenced a 27-year-old Nigerian, Hafiz Olatunji Adewale, to 5 years imprisonment for his role in a sextortion scheme that resulted in the death of an American teenager. The sentence was handed down by the United States District Court for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania after Adewale pleaded guilty to charges of money laundering, conspiracy, and wire fraud. Announcing the judgment, the United States Attorney for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, David Metcalf, said Adewale will serve 60 months in prison, followed by 3 years of supervised release. According to him, Adewale was arrested in Nigeria on August 17, 2023, during a joint operation involving the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, targeting suspected sextortion syndicates preying on victims in the United States. He was extradited to the United States in February 2026 through the cooperation of Nigerian and U.S. authorities, and later pleaded guilty to the charges in April 2026. Commenting on the conviction, FBI Philadelphia Special Agent in charge, Wayne A. Jacobs, said the sentence sends a strong message that criminals cannot evade justice by operating from outside the United States. In the meantime, the Rural Electrification Agency has announced that 15 universities across Nigeria are now fully connected to solar farms under its Renewable Energy Intervention Programs. Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of REA, Abba Aliyu, disclosed that 15 universities are now fully connected with solar farm. He explained that the initiative forms part of the Distributed Access through Renewable Energy Scale-Up project, which he described as the largest publicly funded renewable energy access project in the world. He highlighted the rapid expansion of mini-grid deployment nationwide, revealing that the agency is currently working on 58 interconnected mini-grid projects in collaboration with electricity distribution companies. It said the data would guide the expansion of electricity access through renewable energy projects. The achievement underscores Nigeria's growing commitment to renewable energy as a driver of sustainable development, reducing reliance on fossil fuels while expanding access to renewable, reliable electricity for institutions and communities. And that ends the AM News on Independent Television. Many thanks for watching. I am Anuluwakbo Stevens. Up next is This Morning on ITV.
ITV, certainly the best.